Hello? How are you doing today? Welcome to stream. Basically what we're doing today is just going off the rest with Chapter 3, more or less. Well, probably not, but you never know. Give me one moment, actually, I'm gonna fix something real quick. Yes, it's Weeb Day. Weeb Day! Yay!
Yeah.
Being a hero is lonely. It's a classic plot. Those are even heroes who are lonely because they're too strong. I'm holding out for a hero who can clean up this whole mess with one punch. Oh my god. She's gonna be bringing the references out the wazoo. Smogi talked to me actually about her favorite hero. Here. Have this.
It's from that one thing.
Oh, this is from that one game, right? I knew it.
What?
You don't know what I'm talking about.
Uh,
I must have misunderstood. I thought you knew it, Shuichi.
uh,
You're weird, Shuichi. Me. Shuichi. Me. Weird. And not you. Totally misplain Jane over here.
huh?
Weird. How so? You wanted to hang out with plain old me when everyone else is so flashy. Smokey, you keep calling yourself plain, but I really don't think you are. That's what I'm saying. You're totally not. You're just putting on this freaking facade.
No.
I'm plain. I know it, so you don't have to worry about being polite. I'm not just trying to be polite.
Actually,
Most people are surprised when they finally notice me. They're like, whoa, where'd this girl with glasses come from? I wonder why glasses are always associated with plain characters.
that's.
Well, when you think about quiet and smart kids, you picture them in glasses.
But
There's a bunch of athletic kids with glasses, though, like in sports anime.
you can't.
But the characters with glasses are never allowed to take them off. Not even once. It's like they say glasses are just like underwear. I have definitely never heard of that before. What? Why were you talking about glasses again? Oh boy. You started it. Oh right. We were talking about how I'm so plain.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll tell you just how plain I am. When I go into a crowded store, nobody notices I'm there. When I want to check out, I need to try really hard to get the clerk's attention. That's not so bad. That's normal in crowded stores. It's happened to me.
Seems like.
When I go to theme parks with friends, I'm so plain they lose sight of me. That's not your fault either. Theme parks get pretty hectic.
It's plain to see.
I always have a sewing kit and 2 plain white handkerchiefs on me. You consider that plain? I think it's a good thing to be prepared. Why is she making that face? It looks like she's bothered by something.
Stop!
I'm just letting you know, but my list of plainness doesn't end there. Once you hear the rest, you'll think, oh man, she's so plain. Why is she being so insistent with this? I wonder why. It's almost like it's fake.
Right?
First off, when the teacher's taking attendance in the class, they'll skip me. So I have to make sure I get counted or be marked absent. Doesn't that suck?
It's plain to see.
Then, whenever people are splitting into teams, I get picked last because I'm plain. Then when I go into town on my day off, get stuck behind people on the street who doesn't notice me because I'm plain. Then I go to the store and none of the clerks try to help me because I'm plain. Because I'm plain is quickly becoming your catchphrase, Samugi.
That reminds me.
It's just not the handkerchiefs. My underwear's white too. Because I'm plain. Underwear?
Actually,
Even when I get on the train without a ticket, nobody knows it's because I'm plain. Hey Lucy, how you doing? I'm glad you can make it here today. Also, I can get into the movie theaters without a ticket because I'm plain.
Wait!
But that's illegal! Just kidding. I bet I could do it, though. I'm so plain, I don't have much presence. That's why I'm an international spy. Leave any undercover ops to me.
Huh?
Spy?
jeez.
That was a joke, too. I didn't think you'd fall for that one. Did you just pretend to? Or are you more of a jokester than I thought? No, it's not quite that. There could be a real spy among the elephants here after all.
Shuichi.
Be careful of cults and con artists. I'm worried you'll get taken in. Samugi looks like she's having fun, so I guess it's alright. I guess. I guess. CV. Okay, now where are you? You're right outside, apparently. Where are you? Oh, you're over there. I see you on the mini-map. Just out here. Doing nothing.
Reminds me.
Now that Gunta's gone, I wonder what's going to happen to all the bugs in this research lab. I don't think we could deal with them.
But
It makes me feel bad that but let's just leave them alone. I wonder if Gunta would get mad. Spend some quiet time with Samugi. Unleash the insects. Have another.
it's from that one thing. What? Hey,
What do you do when it's nighttime? Do you sleep right away? Well, I don't really have anything to do, so I didn't go to bed right away.
I see.
I did that at first too, but now I usually stay up late. 10 o'clock just seems too early to go to sleep. So I've been making paper patterns for my next cosplay until I get sleepy.
If I remember correctly.
That reminds me, you said you like making the outfits more than wearing them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine if other people wear them, I said before, but some people have started to promote themselves more than their characters. That's why you cosplay with love. Of course, there are still cosplayers who think their characters are important. Cosplayers. Nyeh. But the worst ones just use the characters as stepping stones.
Huh?
Stepping stones?
I can't believe it.
You can get famous doing cosplay, so from there, some people try to use that fame to become celebrities or idols.
That's...
I suppose that's true. It is a stepping stone for them.
Right?
It's fine if they disrespect me, but I won't let them disrespect the characters. When I get mad like that, they just call me an elitist and stop listening. Smokey sighed, rubbing her temples. This must be serious. When people first start cosplaying, they just want to dress up as the characters because they like them. Before long, it warps. It gets more warped the longer you do it. Warped? But the feeling doesn't change, does it? For cosplay, you have more contact with others than most hobbies. In the beginning, it's just fun to wear the outfits, but then you start comparing, pushing your opinions, starting drama. Before you know it, the feeling of the wanting to dress up as a character is replaced by a need to put in the effort to make other people's standards. Makeup, wig color, contacts, whatever you need to make it perfect.
But
Perfection isn't such a bad goal, though, is it? Problem is, they don't make fun of anyone who doesn't get it perfect. They start to make fun of anyone who doesn't get it perfect. Yeah. Of course, I believe you should have worked hard to make quality cosplay, but it's even more important to feel like you can become your favorite character. That's why I don't want to call anyone just starting out bad or a newbie.
You can't!
Jeez, I don't have the right words to say it. I can't say it well.
no.
I think I understand. He never wants to forget the fun of cosplaying. Those feelings must be what makes her the ultimate cosplayer.
Sorry.
That wasn't just boring, it got pretty heavy too, huh? Don't think that's all cosplay is, okay? Lots of things about it are just plain fun.
Hey!
Next time I'll talk about those things, if you want to, of course. Nighttime. Nighttime.
This is an announcement from the Ultimate Academy.
Ah, yes, because all the freaking Monokubs are now fucking dead, it's just now back to the usual programming of Monokuma announcements. Huh.
The time is now 10 p.m. Nighttime has officially begun. Killers, this is your chance to strike. Victims, you have my condolences. Will you sleep like a baby tonight? Or sleep with the fishes? Either way, sweet dreams.
It's nighttime. I would have been training. Who? Oh, Maki.
Got a minute?
Maki, what's wrong?
Well,
Kaito asked me earlier to show him my research lab.
Huh?
Your lab? I might as well show him, as I know he won't take no for an answer. So you have to come too. Okay. Wants me to go. Maki invited me, so I should go. I guess. Danganronpa tier list, but it's based on how aggressively they knock or ring doorbells. Oh no. Oh no. Might as well just S tier, Maki, Miyu. Not very aggressive at all. F tier, everyone else, horrible job, everybody. Pretty much. The only two people who have some common freaking courtesy to not be annoying with their damn doorbell ringing and knocking. Because Maki literally did it twice. Just to, like, make sure that she got his attention, and that's it.
Ah,
Sorry I'm late.
okay.
So you came too. True.
Okay.
I think he doesn't... I think when in the chapter 1, he did it pretty normally when we were Kaede. So... Silence. As if utterly bored by the painful silence, Maki started up a conversation.
What are you trying to pull?
Why did you ask to see my research lab so suddenly, Kaito?
Ah.
Well, I just want to see what kind of weapons were here.
What?
Why would you want to see my weapon?
You know.
Wow, there's a ton of stuff here. Can you use all these, Maki roll? True.
I see.
Yes, more or less.
So.
There's no swords of any kind here, Japanese or Western, right?
That's true.
I don't use swords of any type. Not after I botched a mission with a katana. I see. Either way, I don't feel like weapons really suit women. Oh, boy. Oh, Kaito. No, 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 no.
Hey,
Can you explain why you wanted to see my weapons?
Ah.
Didn't I tell you this morning? I got a plan figured out.
Huh?
Oh, what's that in the black place over there? As if backing away from the conversation, Kaito headed to the far bookcase.
So.
What's in it? Is it some kind of weapon?
then
If you want to know, why don't you open it? Let's see. Then Kaito pulled something from the black case.
Hmm?
What's this? There's a bunch of parts? Crossbow. Crossbow parts.
I see.
It's a disassembled crossbow.
Hmm.
So when you put them together, they become a crossbow. Looks interesting. Hey, Makiro, can you teach me how to put it together?
Sure, whatever.
I don't mind.
Put this and this together.
Like this?
And then put that other part in the opposite way. Wait, that's wrong.
Oh, my bad. It goes this way.
Mm-hmm. Then next it's...
While watching those two, the memory of a similar scene came to my mind. Flashback to Kaede. Kaito struggling while Maki gave him instructions. Eventually, they succeeded in putting together the crossbow. Oh, since I built it, it became an extra cool extra cool crossbow.
So what?
It doesn't matter who builds it, though.
That's right.
Seems like it's a bit complicated, but I think I can do it by myself next time.
Hey,
Shuichi, do you want to learn too?
No.
That's alright, I sort of understand from watching anyway.
hmm.
Then let's put it away. You can easily take it apart by reversing the steps.
Are you serious?
Wait, do I have to do it?
That's right.
Who else is going to do it?
My bad.
Yeah, sorry. I don't feel too good again.
What?
Seems like I'm not back at 100%, so I'm gonna go back first.
Got a minute?
Hey! Ignoring Maki trying to stop him, Kaito fled the room.
Jeez.
I knew he wasn't the type to clean up, but I never thought he'd run away with a crappy lie.
How annoying.
How frustrating. He's the worst.
Well.
That's just Kaito. You're the worst, too.
Huh?
Well,
I'm sure you know why I invited you, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I do. Trying to get Kaito and I to make up.
you don't know?
It's not like he hates you or anything, he's just being stubborn.
But.
I just don't know what to say to him. I had no choice. Gunta, if I didn't do something, everyone would have died. I don't think it'd be right to apologize for that.
Hey.
Sorry, Mikey. I just need more time. I didn't realize you two would require such high maintenance.
Sorry.
Now that she mentions it, I didn't realize it either. I didn't realize Maki would be so concerned about us.
Thank you.
In the end, I was the one who ended up disassembling the crossbow. After I'd finished, I returned to my room. Basically. Just like always, we're surrounded by problems. This academy is full of mysteries, and I'm worried about Kokichi. Go die in a hole, Kokichi. Just go die in a hole. And then there's the thing with me and Kaito.
All right.
I need to make up with him. For us. And for Maki. I fell asleep thinking about it. Here we go again.
Damn it. Why? Why now? Why me? Damn it. I'm running out of time. I can't die like this. Like hell am I gonna die here? I still haven't gone to space.
Well, clearly here's his motive.
Damn it.
We should have gotten an execution for Kokichi. He deserved it. He deserves it. Because he's a little shit. Recklessness is a beautiful thing. It's so beautiful. I want to print the words Reckless Beauty on a t-shirt. Because recklessness is the stuff that dreams are made of. It's what makes you run at full speed, with no regard for your limitations. It's what makes you excited by anything. Some say it's foolish. But recklessness is what causes the new events to unfold. So while you're still alive, live your life so recklessly that makes you immortal. And if haters laugh at you, let them. They just don't appreciate Lyric's beauty like you do. Okay.
This is an announcement from the Ultimate Academy! Rise and shine, kiddos! It's another gorgeous day for a killing game! So get out there, embrace your homicidal urges, and have a fabulous day!
That's... That last bit there was unexpected. I'm sure everyone is gathered in the dining hall. I should go too. The delivery. Yeah. And have a fabulous day. Hi.
Hey, Shuichi.
Good morning.
Okay.
Good morning. Still not used to Himiko being so energetic. Seems like everyone's gathered at the dining hall today too. While I've been here, I've been on a pretty regular schedule.
You're right.
Me too. I'm even eating breakfast every morning now. It'd probably be good if I kept up this schedule after we get out of here. If I do that, I'd probably enrich my magical powers even further.
Right.
More importantly, it might be because of this schedule, but I think they've grown a bit. I'll grow them bigger and bigger this way, then no one will be able to call me titless.
Huh?
Himiko.
Eh?
Nothing. I'll get going now. He's not here. Well, if he was, it'd be complete chaos.
That punk.
What are you thinking of?
Huh?
Well,
You're worried about Kokichi, right? We're all worried too.
Yes.
I searched everywhere for him, but I couldn't find him at all. Sure enough, he's a master of hide and seek.
It can't be.
He couldn't have escaped by himself, right? No, as long as Monokuma's here, I do not think that is possible.
Jeez.
Like I said, just forget about him. Anyway,
Listen up.
everyone, I gotta tell you guys something. Who has an idea? I'm a little awkward with Kaito right now, but I should listen. What's your idea, Kaito?
So...
Oh yeah. Liking subtlety, Kaito averted his eyes from me and looked around.
You know...
Looks like Monokuma is in here. Well, I wouldn't even care if he was. I turned to us and his expression suddenly serious.
Listen up.
Didn't I tell you guys yesterday? I'm gonna get you guys out of here. To do that, I need your guys' help.
Please.
Help me out here.
Huh?
What?
I mean...
In order to help you guys, I need you to all work with me.
Wait.
Hold on, what are you talking about? Work with you? What do you mean?
Got it.
Fight Monokuma with me.
Huh?
Fight Monokuma.
Listen up.
Now's our best chance. Since the Monokubs are gone, the Exeasels, and we're protecting him, can't move.
Let's do it.
Now's our chance to get together and kick Monokuma's ass. Fight Monokuma? See, that must be why Kaito was looking for weapons.
But
Monokuma's probably got more spares. Won't it be pointless no matter how many we beat?
Ugh.
All we need to do is destroy them one by one until there aren't any left.
But
We don't know what Monokuma's got up his sleeve. Even without the Exeasels, this academy still under his control.
Hey!
You're fine with the way things are now. You guys really want to continue this killing game. Are you okay with that?
Listen up.
The only way to change things now is to fight. If you want to put an end to this killing game, then we gotta fight.
Hey guys!
If we don't stand up now, then when?
but
I don't have anyone who can fight, like Gunter or Tenko.
then
I'll just have to fight on their behalf.
what?
What?
Well,
I know an assassin wouldn't say this, but I'm sick of all this killing. Maki,
Everyone!
let's do it.
what?
Kibo, you too?
I heard it.
My inner voice that guides me when I feel lost spoke to me again. It said, now is the time to stand and fight. It may be dangerous in course of action, but it will prevent future victims. Then I've decided that I will fight Monokuma.
you.
I've been waiting for those words. Very well. I'll lend you my power.
What?
Were you really waiting for that? I don't want to lose any more friends. It's even more painful than losing yourself.
Great, huh?
That's why I'll fight. I'm not afraid of Monokuma.
Yeah.
Okay then, me too. We can't let the killing game going on like this.
Hey.
You're going to join as well, right, Shuichi?
Okay.
Yeah, right.
All right.
So we all agree, then it's decided.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. We're gonna beat Monokuma to a pulp.
Yeah.
Yes, let's show him what we're made of.
Hmm.
I won't even need to use my magic.
No.
I think that if you can use magic, now's the time for it.
Well,
When did you guys want to start? I'm fine with starting right away.
Nah.
Well, don't get ahead of yourself, because this will be the final battle. Should make sure we're prepared.
What?
Prepare for what?
I mean...
We're prepared for battle, of course. I'll take care of that for you guys. So you can make preparations, but you can't clean up after yourself. Well, since I was the one who brought this up, I gotta get things prepared at least. You guys just gotta prepare yourselves mentally.
All right.
Battle's gonna be tonight. Once it's nighttime, let's meet up at the gym. Murder plot. I know he's gonna fucking kill someone. He's gonna be the frickin' culprit. He's the culprit. After that, we ate breakfast and prepared for our final battle. Separated for now and returned to our rooms. Fight with Monokuma. It's true that this is our chance, but... he probably is gonna be the frickin' victim. Kaito has a frickin' motive to get out of here. Quickly. So, he would probably want to kill the person that we all hate the most, Kokichi. What is this sense of unease? It's because Monokuma is probably 2 steps ahead of us. Kokichi, too. Can't imagine he'd just ignore this. He must be planning something. You have to be cautious. Moogie! Moogie! She's in her lab. Maki's the only one of us who can fight. I wonder if it's really going to be okay.
Sorry.
For being so negative. This is a chance like I've never had before. I'm going to do my best to be useful. Yes.
It's from that one thing. What? Oh, right.
Like I promised, today is the Cosplay is Fun episode. Samui seems pretty energized. What she has in store for me. First, I'll tell you words of wisdom for my cosplay friends.
Right?
You make the size of your eyes up.
Huh?
What? Makeup. Makeup's pretty much like drawing a picture on your face. You make someone look like a completely different person with makeup. I see. Makeup, some guys can cosplay so well, it makes me feel like I've lost as a woman.
Huh?
They crossplay.
You're right.
They're so cute, I won't even think twice seeing them in the women's restroom. Mugi is transpositive.
Wait.
They shouldn't be in there in the first place, right? Whoa! Calm down there, Shuichi.
Yeah.
Cons can get super chaotic, hot guys coming out of women's restroom and vice versa. I can imagine it gets pretty chaotic.
That reminds me.
I should show you some pictures of cosplayers reenacting scenes. They reenact scenes? What do you mean? It's when people cosplaying characters from the same work get together. They try to reenact famous scenes from their work.
You're right.
But 2D poses aren't the same as 3D, of course. Oh no. In order to reproduce them, sometimes you need super weird setups. Like step stools, people holding you up, or especially unladylike poses. I shouldn't ask. Well, that about covers it. But I've been talking the whole time. Is there something you want to hear about? Her skill is 2D, love. Of course.
Okay.
Being on location must be fun.
Yeah.
What on location makes you feel like you really are that character? It's actually pretty fun trying to find good locations for photo shoots.
Precious.
Like when you find a place that's just perfect. A sacred place for cosplay. But of course you needed to make sure it's okay to take pictures there.
Hey.
Which location was the most fun for you? Well, wouldn't say fun, but the one that left the most biggest impression is an event at a theme park where I was cosplaying a character from a kids show. All the kids there kept yelling, "Do your special move!" The other cosplayers and I tried to do the poses, but the kids didn't like them. So I ended up practicing them a bunch, turned into a good learning experience. Smokey is having so much fun explaining all this, I'm having fun too. Listen to Smokey's fond memories of cosplay and then return to my room. Yes. One more free time in the whole freaking game. And then I have to go freaking go off on my own and do that. Still some time.
It's true.
Shit, I do. Oh wait, yeah. Where are you? Where are you? Dining hall. Monokuma probably knows about our plan, right? So why isn't he trying to stop us? Maybe he's giving us some space. I wonder indeed. When I think about that, it makes me anxious. Why don't we have a mixed juice drink here to take our minds off of it? Try one of Samugi's signature cocktails at her lab. Oh. Oh.
It's from that one thing. What?
Hey, Samugi, when did you first start making cosplay?
What?
That's where you jumped to? If you'd rather not say, you don't have to.
No.
It's not that I don't want to say, it's just a little embarrassing. Smoogie blushed and brought her fist to her chin, thinking, where to start? From a young age, I loved clothes that were cool or cute. Anime was full of clothes like that, so every weekend I'd be glued to the TV. One day I eventually learned of a thing called cosplay. As soon as I did, I went and secretly made my favorite character's outfit.
Huh?
That's amazing. You made it from scratch?
No.
No, it was too hard to make from scratch, so I modified into an existing outfit. Even though I made it, I don't have the courage to wear it to a con.
But
Even so, I wanted someone to see it. Do you understand that feeling?
Okay.
I think I do. You weren't really hard.
right?
Humans are just lumps of desire that need acknowledgement. So I dared to put it up on the internet.
What should we do?
Thinking back on it now, showing an outfit like that is so embarrassing. We are squirming. I understand how she feels.
But
That fandom was full of nice people, so they didn't make fun of me. Oh, if only that were the case with all fandoms. Actually, a certain cosplayer said it was good for my first time. Ramen was enough for me, but then they wanted to wear it, and that we should go to a con together. I'm surprised, they were a really famous cosplayer in that fandom. Is that right? Well, did you go?
yeah.
Of course, it was more fun than I ever even imagined. Couldn't believe it. Smoothie's eyes are sparkling. It must have been a lot of fun. Looking back, that cosplayer just wanted to drag others into a cosplay swamp. And I was dragged in quite easily, but still, I'm thankful. That was the start of your ultimate talent, right?
You're right.
Yeah, if I hadn't been invited to that con, I wouldn't be the person I am now. Still friends with that cosplayer, I want to make more outfits for them. What kind of tone have I been setting? So embarrassed I made you listen to that plain boring story.
No.
I'd love to hear more about it. These stories are fascinating. What, did I say something wrong?
What is this?
I heard that line outside of a girl's manga or dating sims. Eyes are getting sparkly.
It's plain to see.
If you were in a dating sim, you wouldn't be the most popular, but you'd have fans. Is that a compliment? I have no idea. Confuzzled. Samui told me a few more cosplay stories and I returned to my room. Yay! Yay! Where are you, Monokuma? Oh. Oh. Monokuma isn't here. What was that?
No.
Is the plan compromised? Should get to the gym. I'm sure everyone is already gathered there. Coward! Coward. Jimmy, Jimmy, Jim, 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 Jim. Let's kill a brat. Oh boy.
Shuichi!
Are you headed to the gym?
Okay.
Yes, I am.
Hey!
I remember hearing Miyu getting all worked up about it, but... in Kibo's research lab, there's a lot of parts to upgrade him, right? If we use those, we wouldn't have to depend so much on mocking fights.
Well.
That's true, but Kibo said he doesn't want anything too sci-fi, so... in this situation, maybe you should just get over that already. Well, we wouldn't want to force him to do anything. One man's moe is another man's trash. That's quite the saying, but it makes sense. Wait, is that how that goes? Whatever. Anyway, I'm gonna go on ahead. One man's moe is another man's trash. Yeah, that makes sense, but it's also weird. Oh boy.
All right.
Everyone's here. I hope you're all ready.
Ah.
Are those weapons?
Oh, yeah.
So you went to my lab yesterday to find weapons used against Monokuma.
Got it.
Yeah, that's right.
Hey guys.
Anyway, let's get started. You guys better be ready. You don't mean ready to die, right?
Idiot.
What? Nah. I mean, ready to fight and win, obviously. Ready to fight and win.
Yeah.
We challenged them a bunch of times, but it never worked out, right? That's because we gave up.
Listen up.
But this time we can't give up, because this is our final chance. We're gonna beat up Monokuma and end this ridiculous killing game. What a coinkydink! I was planning on ending this killing game too. Upon hearing that voice, we all spun on a dime and saw him standing before us.
Kokichi! You know, I was also thinking about how to end this killing game as soon as possible.
Mugi is both very, I guess, and her sources she made it the fuck up. Yeah, pretty much.
You are you?
I wouldn't move if I were you. At least if you don't want to become this little guy's prey.
That's
Is that a bomb?
a bomb!
Yep, it's exactly that. Which means, if you don't want to be blown to pieces, then you need to listen to what I'm about to tell you.
How about no? Fuck you. Die.
So,
Wait. What was I gonna tell you?
Don't lie!
You're the one who said it.
You?
You little... What are you gonna do with that bomb? Oh, yeah. I was gonna tell you my purpose.
see?
You know how it says in the rules that the killing game will continue until there is only 2 left? But it never mentioned anything about how many you can kill, right?
Huh?
What?
Well, you know.
So here's a question for everyone. Who wants to survive with me? Just the 2 of us.
It can't be!
You...
What did you say?
Are you planning to kill us all with that bomb?
Are you serious?
Then the way you were gonna end the killing game is...
I thought maybe I should kill everyone. Except for me and, like, one other person.
Kill everyone?
If I did that, I'd be able to end the killing game and still abide by school rules, right? Well then, who wants to live? It's first come, first serve. On the count of 3, first one to raise their hand wins.
Kill him!
Don't screw around.
Quit screwing around. Who'd ever agree to that plan?
I...
You threatened to destroy me. I have no intention of being manipulated by you.
Why, you...
I'm scared of dying, but nothing good will come from surviving with you.
What was that?
I also don't want to survive with someone who'd do such a thing to Gunta.
You bastard.
I'd rather kill you.
Is that alright?
Ukiji, you just don't get it. We're not going to do what you want.
Oh.
Wow, what a surprise. I didn't think this would go exactly as I predicted.
Huh?
I lied about killing everyone. I just wanted to test your determination.
Huh?
Determination?
Yeah.
I wanted to see if you guys were determined enough to end this killing game. So let's work together. We can use the ultimate anti-Monokuma weapons. Ultimate anti-Monokuma weapons? What are you on about now?
Yeah.
I knew you guys would be like this. Now I can definitely entrust the ultimate anti-Monokuma weapons to you guys. Talk about the hammers?
Could it be...
The ultimate anti-Monokuma weapons? Are you talking about the hammers?
Cut it out.
There's no reason to listen to him, you guys. Come on, at least hear me out. This is also Mew's memento. Mew's memento?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're called Electro Hammers. And there's something I asked Mew to invent.
How exciting.
They're a pretty incredible invention that disables any electronic machine on contact.
Huh?
Disables electronic machines? I bet that includes keyboard too. They should be helpful against Monokuma, right?
What?
Helpful against Monokuma?
Hold up.
How did you know we were gonna fight Mono...
Ah.
Well, I just happened to be hiding in the dining hall when I heard you discussing it. I think you were hiding there means it wasn't coincidence.
But...
I was just so elated when I heard you guys wanted to fight Monokuma. Because that was my plan all along. That's how I want to end this killing game. That's why I asked Mew to make this to defeat Monokuma and the Monokubs.
Stop it.
Don't lie. You've been fixated on this killing game the whole time.
Always messing around.
Is it really something Mew made? Aren't you lying about that too?
I'm disappointed.
Aw, you're gonna doubt that too. Of course, have you forgotten everything you've done to us up till now?
Yeah.
Yep, I forgot. How do you expect us to believe that?
Because...
This doesn't make sense. If Mew made that one, why didn't she use that instead of murdering someone? Yeah, if there were weapons to fight against Monokuma, we should have all fought together. This is all your fault.
Huh?
Our fault.
Oh, man.
I told Miyu too, you know, around the time I asked her to invent this. I told her that we should fight against Monokuma, but she... What a pain in my ass. Why do I gotta make this again?
Well, you know.
Quit complaining. This is all an unfuckable ugly bitch like you is good for anyway. What? Okay.
But
This is so exciting. When this is done, we can probably defeat Monokuma, right? So should we all join forces? Don't be stupid. If you're gonna do it yourself. Doesn't matter if we promise to work together, someone will still betray us. Betray us and kill one of us. Besides, this weapon won't make a difference. We'll be killed by Exisa before we can use it. It's just been because I was asked to. I have no intention of defying Monokuma. No way we can beat him, and I can't afford to die here anyway.
Listen up!
Not when I still need to invent something that's gonna change the world. So if you want to defy Monokuma, do it yourself.
Come with me!
This work out. Come help me, okay? I'll do anything to thank you. Someone will still betray us, that's what she said. Well, the Exizos were still moving at the time, so it'll belabor, but still. She was afraid to trust you guys. Fear of betrayal overcame her. That's why she bloodied her hands in this killing game.
Damn.
That idiot.
well, you know.
But you guys are different. You guys won't lose to the fear of your friends betraying you, right? You showed your determination to fight it together, and you ignored my advice from earlier.
No.
And you would lie about killing all of us just to test that theory.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I wanted you guys to do your best.
Don't screw around.
What do you say? You probably just lied about talking to Miyu.
Ah.
Oh, by the way, the Electro Hammers weren't the only thing Miyu made. She made this thing too.
What?
That bomb too? It's not exactly a bomb, though, even though it is called an Electro Bomb. It jams electronic signals by scattering particles that interfere with electromagnetic waves. For 2 hours, any and all electronic devices within 50 yards will completely disabled. It's perfect for any secret activities, too, and doesn't leave any debris behind. This invention is extraordinary, but I only have 3 of them,
My bad.
so I need to use them carefully. You guys will have to settle for the electrical hammers.
Please wait.
Settle. We have no intention of using such suspicious-looking hammers.
But
Are you sure? You can use these electro hammers not only against Monokuma, but also to get through that underground tunnel.
Huh?
The underground tunnel.
see,
You use electro hammers to destroy the electro traps in that place. Is that true? Are you finally starting to believe me?
but
Be careful. Electro hammers can run out of battery pretty quickly. We use it against an Exisa, it'll run out of juice with just one shot. Got it? Once the battery depletes, it takes 24 hours to fully charge, so watch out for that. Anyway, I'm done explaining, so I'll hand the electro hammers over.
well, you know.
I'll let you guys talk it over. I won't interfere anymore either.
Huh?
Won't interfere.
See,
I'll be looking from distance, or something like that. You don't want me around anyway.
No.
Before you run off again, there's something I need to ask you. What was that writing in the courtyard?
If I remember correctly,
That message that Gonta found. This world is mine. I believe it said. Did you write that? And if you did, why? What's that? I have no idea.
Don't lie.
Don't play dumb. Your name is on it. You gotta be the one who did it.
but
But I wouldn't gain anything from writing a message like that, would I? That would just make you guys suspect I'm the mastermind.
huh?
The mastermind?
because
Yeah, this world is mine, Koki Shioma. Would make me seem like the mastermind. Oh, I know. This is all Monokuma's doing. He's trying to get us all to respect each other. But don't worry. I truly want to end this killing. Suddenly a dark shadow slid between us, quick as a flash.
Tell us the truth. What are you scheming?
Like I said, I just want to end this killing game, that's all.
If you don't tell us the truth, then I'll break you.
Maki roll, cut it out! You'll get killed if you don't! I told you, we can't play this killing game! That's just what Monokuma wants!
Maki let go. Goshi's body fell in a heap on the floor. Jeez, you're such a meanie. How could you do something like this to a friend?
What?
Friend. As if. I just may not think that way, but I see you all as my friends. That's why I'll be back. I won't interfere anymore, so please, continue to walk the path you believe in. Yeah, get out of here, little shit. She picked himself up and started up to the exit. He left behind the Electro Hammers. What should we do now?
No.
You mean about the hammers? They gotta be booby-trapped somehow. Looking at it, it definitely seems like something Miu made.
Hey,
Either way, I refuse to believe anything he says. Well, you know, it's not a lie, then isn't this one chance to escape?
Huh?
What?
Listen up.
Use these Electro Hammers. Maybe we can get through the underground passage. So why don't we try it?
What is it?
I mean, actually do what Kokichi is suggesting.
What?
What we do, it'll be dangerous, but are you really going to believe Kokichi?
But you know...
Our goal is to escape with everyone, right? There's a chance we can do it. We should take it. We don't have enough time.
huh?
Time?
Okay.
Yeah, with Monokuma like he's gonna get in our way soon. True, there's a chance now that he's not making obvious movements.
Hey, so...
Let's try the underground passage with these hammers. We'll get to the outside world.
You're right.
If we can escape, we'll find the secret outside world for ourselves.
I see.
We do not know if that's a lie or the truth, though. Secret outside world, the spare Gunta mentioned. Was that a lie? Is it the truth? We have to get out.
You're right.
We have to try.
Alright!
Yeah, that's all we got. Well, the secret outside world might just be a lie anyway.
We must do it.
Either way, we should at least try, so we don't have any regrets.
What should we do?
What do you want to do, Maki?
That punk.
If that hammer's a trap, then I'll really kill that asshole.
Come on, man.
You can't kill him. Just punch him.
Okay, okay.
I know, I'm just going to beat him to a bloody pulp.
I see.
Everyone else is gonna do it, I understand.
Yeah.
And I'll prepare myself for the underground passage again.
Got it.
Yeah, right on. However, I'm still concerned that Monokuma has been so quiet. He hasn't shown himself at all since the morning announcement. Where is he? So there's just no point worrying about that. Not if I want to focus on moving forward.
Alright!
Let's get going. We're gonna escape from that underground passage for sure this time. And we gave a triumphant shout, and we all grabbed our Electro Hammers.
Yes.
Let's go.
Hmm.
I'll be cheering for you.
That's not it.
Yumiko, you need to come too. We left the gym in high spirits.
Alright.
And you go too. I should head to the underground passage. Took the final Electro Hammer and left the gym. Death Road to Despair! Yay!
All right.
Let's get started.
What should we do?
I'm gonna save. Are we really gonna be okay? What are you afraid of? Of course to be okay, right?
Actually,
You seem anxious too, Himiko.
Huh.
There's no need to worry. Of course it's gonna be a little dangerous, but
Don't worry about
look at all these ultimates here. If we all work together, everything will be alright.
Ah,
Those words.
yeah.
You can finally fulfill Kaide's wish. So let's all work together to escape this place together. Once we get out of here and make it to the outside world, why don't we all stay friends?
That's right.
Yes, we made a promise together.
That's right.
Promise to work together, get out of here, and become friends.
I see.
Now is the time to fulfill that promise. I'll cheer for you guys.
I told you.
You need to do it too. That's right. That's exactly right. Keep the promise I made to Kaede. Kaede. I'll never give up. I can't give up. Oh boy. Oh. Eh. I'm this far, I have no choice but to believe. The hammer that Mio invented, I know we can do it. I have to believe that. I kept repeating that to myself as I stepped into the tunnel. Oh.
Damn it. Leave it to me, everyone. I misjudged
Leave
you.
it to me. Damn it!
Guess I'll go. Couldn't
Let's
do
go.
it.
You seriously doubt it?
Time to do my best. No!
Yeah, I don't know what the hell you're supposed to do with that. I don't know what the hell you're supposed to do with that. Oh well, I guess we gotta keep trying.
Damn it.
I guess I'll
This
go.
is it for me.
Couldn't Time to do my best.
Wait, no, go back.
Leave it to me, everyone. Miscalculated.
Leave it to me. Damn it!
Let's go.
I didn't even do anything. Come on. I hate the frickin' trap thing. Screw that one. This is fucking bullshit, even with the hammer.
Damn,
Let's go.
this is it.
Time to do my best.
So how does this work, then? Do I just do that, then? Yeah, I just need to, like, go back and forth.
Leave it to me! Damn it!
Leave it to me, everyone. I miscalculated.
Guess I'll go. Couldn't do it.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell you're supposed to do with that. It's really stupid. Come on. Oh, you can do that with the bombs. Gotcha.
Damn it. Leave it to me, everyone.
Oh. Oh. I'm stupid. Go. Oops. Oops. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Go, 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 go. So the hammers really simplify it so damn much, huh? Finally, we made our way out of the tunnel. For so long, we thought there was no end. But there was an end indeed. In the end, there was.
Huh?
Is this the exit?
That's right.
It seems like it. Look there.
Oh my!
It's a door. On the other side of the door.
Got it.
Yeah, it's probably the outside world. We did it! We can finally escape!
No.
Don't get your hopes up. We need to know if this is actually the outside world.
Sorry.
You're right. We don't know what the outside world looks like now.
Huh.
It's fine. Monokuma was probably just lying to us. But I guess that is the reason why they made it so freaking hard is because you would have to, like, work so damn hard just to get to the end. But with the hammers, it trivializes the whole damn thing. Skies are over this academy are normal, so the meteorites are probably gone. Everything's fine out there. Anyway, let's open that door. We'll have plenty of time for talk afterward. It looks similar to an electric barrier in the front of the Electro Hammer. Unless we disable that, we won't be able to open that door.
Alright.
Let's look around.
Could it be...
It's the control panel for the barrier. Looks like the one in the Electro Hammer. I should be able to disable this barrier with passcode. Passcode? Does anyone know it? We don't need that.
Yeah.
It's electric we can just gotta destroy with these hammers.
Okay.
It seems this lock is controlled electronically, so we can use Electro Hammer to open it.
Alright.
Let's destroy this control panel when the hammers open this big gate. Excuse me, dumb gate. Then everything will be over. We can say goodbye to this academy and this killing game.
That's true.
Finally, this death game is going to end.
Yeah.
Yes, at least we can return to our normal lives. Normal lives? Beyond the stories our normal, peaceful, boring lives. We'll be able to go home to those normal lives. Secret of the outside world couldn't be that awful, right?
Let's go.
It's finally time to graduate from this Academy of Lies. That Kaito swung the Electro Hammer and smashed it down into the control panel. Lock disabled. Hey, the door's unlocked.
Alright.
Now we gotta open up this gate. Let's all work together.
Yes.
Yes, we can do it.
Right?
Finally we can get out. We all ran to the door. With our own hands, with our own strength. We opened that door. Our door to the future. A future of hope. And despair. Oh, jeez. Despair. What is this? What's going on? What is this? Ugh. I can't breathe. Ugh. I can't breathe. The door is now locked. Barely conscious, we heard a sound in our heads. What? What happened? Congrats! You finished the killing game. Kokichi!
Hey,
Are you okay? Get it together. Wouldn't it be funny if you died here, you know?
see?
Your lives are very precious to humanity.
Huh?
What? Humanity? Well then, the fun starts now. It's finally time to reveal everything. I shook my head, dizzy. Ground spun under me, but I managed to get to my feet. And at the same time... What was that just now? What's going on? The other side of that door was...
Damn.
Where even are we? What in the world is going on?
Hey,
Good morning, everyone. How are you guys feeling? Terrible? Of course you guys are, because you know now the truth of the outside world.
huh?
The truth of the outside world? You saw it, right? The outside world you guys so desperately long for doesn't exist.
What are you talking about?
What do you mean it doesn't exist? You want to know? Then I'll tell you. I'm getting kind of bored with all the lines, so everything I say now will be the truth, Kay?
Okay.
Everything began when that despair came from falling from the sky.
There was no way to avoid the numerous amount of meteorites raining down on Earth. The leaders of every nation realized that we could not escape the end of the world.
Please, wait!
Hold on. The end of the world. What are you talking about? Jeez, you better not interrupt me again, or I'm not gonna tell you anything, got that? But, Kiba, we should listen to what he has to say. Continue on where we left off.
The leaders of every nation wanted to prevent the extinction of the human race, so they decided to implement a plan. The Gopher Project. A plan to place talented humans in a spaceship in order to help them escape the world's end, so that they may find another planet where they can preserve humankind. The Gopher Project wasn't implemented to save the human race, but rather to salvage the human race. 16 young and talented high schoolers were chosen for the Gopher Project. These Adams and Eves of the New World were known as the ultimate students, but the 16 students refused to partake in this plan. Well, it's obvious why they wouldn't. Surviving alone? Family and friends left behind to die? That's just hell right there. So then, the 16 students decided to flee from the project. They erased their memories to forget their ultimate talents, to become normal students.
But it was around that time a certain cult organization rose in power.
Those who believed in the end of days were convinced humans deserved the meteorite's wrath. When they discovered the Gopher Project, they plotted to sabotage the plan. That's when the ultimate hunt began. The ultimate hunt affected all society. Those influenced by it searched for the 16 students. As a countermeasure, the organization responsible for the Gopher Project spread misinformation claiming that all 16 students had died. That was our memory of the funeral. With this, they were able to quell the ultimate hunt, shelter the 16 students, and carry out the Gopher Project. The Ark's launch succeeded, despite the meteorites and the destruction of Earth. The 16 ultimate students were sent off into space as humanity's last survivors. How exciting!
And that arc is the true identity of this academy.
Huh?
What?
The Ultimate Academy for Gifted Juveniles is actually a gigantic spaceship colony.
But how?
So academy is one giant spaceship colony? What are you saying?
What?
You really think I'll believe that? Well, hold on now. His story isn't done yet.
By the way,
Don't you think it's strange? Why do you think the killing game happened on the Ark? Humanity's last hope.
which means...
Actually, the organization behind the Gopher Project made one terrible oversight.
Well, that's...
A horrible person, hiding among the 16 chosen to be the last survivors of the human race.
Huh?
What?
How exciting!
He was the leader of the cult organization trying to crush the Gopher Project. And they hid among the last survivors of the human race and prepared a robot on the ship.
Yeah,
Yep, that robot is Monokuma.
see?
Or Originally, the 16 chosen students were placed into a state of cold sleep, and were only supposed to wake up once a ship found a suitable planet. Monokuma manipulated the Ark and brought it back to the ruined Earth. Although the 16 students were supposed to wake up on a different planet, they rose from their sleep.
You know?
And they are now here.
Hold up.
Return to Earth, then that means...
What you guys just saw? That's Earth now.
What did you say?
That's Earth after a few hundred years, while we were in cold sleep. An Earth destroyed by meteorites, without oxygen or living creatures. An Earth without any cities, or any people you knew. That is the truth of the outside world. Which means...
There is no place for you bastards to go home to. That's why it's pointless to go outside. The outside world doesn't exist anymore.
What?
Doesn't exist?
Yeah.
Earth and humans have died out ages ago, except for the last 16 survivors of humanity.
Ah.
Well, last 7 survivors of humanity.
It's a lie!
Man.
I already told you I won't lie anymore. I'm tired of lying, you know.
So that means...
Anyway, I gotta confess. You know that cult leader cult I mentioned earlier? The leader is me.
Huh? Anyway.
Which means the mastermind who snuck Monokuma onto the Ark is... me.
But how?
Kichi, you're the mastermind?
Well, you know.
I didn't want to just crush the Over Project. I wanted to ruin it in the worst way possible. So I came up with a plan.
Let's have more fun.
What could possibly be worse than the last 16 survivors of humanity killing each other?
What?
What? You?
It's a lie!
Ah.
Oh, you want me to lie now? You guys always told me not to do that. I'll show you the irrefutable evidence that I am the mastermind. Kobayashi took what looked like a remote control out of his pocket and fiddled with it. And a minute later...
Exosols?
You could have literally found that anywhere. That doesn't mean you're the freaking mastermind, dude.
What's going on? I thought only the monocubs could control the exosols.
Well, I'm different. Since I'm the mastermind, I control everything in this school. As long as I have the master remote control, all exosols move on my command.
Then...
So you really are the mastermind.
Don't tell me.
We were always suspicious from the start, but for you to be the mastermind...
Oh, man.
You look like you don't believe me, Shuichi. I'm so disappointed in you. I even gave you such a huge hint, but you still didn't get it.
How boring.
I was waiting with so much anticipation to see when you guys would figure it out.
what is it?
Hint. You left that message for us. For this.
Maybe.
But I guess that precious hint went to waste. All because you bastards trusted each other.
Huh?
I told you! You guys should have doubted each other more. You guys could have realized I was a mastermind earlier, and there could have been less victims. Actually, Kaede had the right idea to try and kill the mastermind at the start. Too bad, though. If only she had killed me then, the killing would have ended.
Huh?
What do you mean? This is the truth of killing game. Well, this turned out not so boring, right? Not anyone could have organized a killing game with the last 16 survivors of humanity, you know?
Damn it.
Are you saying it's the truth? Or are we just being led around by you this whole time?
You mad?
Oh, so what are you gonna do about it?
Shut up!
Of course I'm mad!
Always messing around.
Don't think you've won just because you've got the Exesos on your side. Because we got the Electro Hammers.
What?
What's happening?
Wow.
Oh, typical Kaito. I guess things aren't going your way. Lucky for me, you ran out of juice.
What?
The Electro Hammer? moment his Electro Hammer powered down, not just Kaito's. Every Electro Hammer powered down at once.
Well, you know.
I told you, didn't I? Problem is that it runs out of battery pretty quickly.
But
It lasted longer than I calculated, so I'm actually starting to get a bit nervous. You should calculate that too.
my bad.
Sorry, Kaito, your tiny brain is just too different from mine.
Please don't.
Don't glare at me like that. Punching me won't solve anything either, you know? You gotta resurrect the dead, and you can't turn Earth back to normal.
Right?
Always messing around.
Even if that's the case.
Don't screw around.
Can't get over it if I don't punch you.
Kaito!
Wait! Tried to stop Kaito before he ran off, but I couldn't grab him in time.
Ah!
Jeez, your stupidity can't be cured unless you feel a bit of pain first.
Stop it!
Maki's scream was in vain. Or our very eyes, Kaito charged at the Exezel. It was smacked down. He hung limply from the Exezel's hand like a rag doll.
Kaito!
Don't worry, he's not dead. But now you know, right? There's no use defying me, the mastermind. These exosols were originally machines to protect us. They were built to shield us from any danger that might pop up on other planets. But now I think it's hilarious how much they've become a threat to you guys.
Anger. Give Kaito.
Huh?
Maki,
Give it back.
give Kaito back! Her eyes screaming murder. Maki glared at Kokichi and moved toward him.
Maki!
Oh, Maki, even if you...
Do you want to die?
Let go. Do you want to die?
Uh,
Maki!
it's no use.
I won't let go. Even if you kill me, I can't let go. Please, Maki.
Shuichi!
Nice job, Mr. Ultimate Detective. That was a wise call, Shuichi.
But...
Your talent is useless now. Mystery of the Killing Game. The secret outside world. Mastermind's identity. They're all solved. We don't need a detective anymore. This is the true ending. Ending?
What did you say?
This is the ending. Then what are we supposed to do now? The world is destroyed, then we're last human beings left. What are we supposed to do from now on? How about doing anything you want?
Yeah?
Well, you know...
I know I started this whole thing, but I'm bored now. So sorry about that, guys. That's why I don't know if you get the truth. I want to see utter despair on your faces.
Yeah.
Yuppers, I'm totally satisfied now, so you guys are free to do whatever you want.
Wait.
Hold on. You were the one that started all this. That's so irresponsible. You guys can commit suicide together or kill each other. Or you can change your mind and stay here. You're gonna do that too.
Thanks to the school's barrier, there's plenty of oxygen. It is the Gopher Project's arc. It's supposed to be humanity's last hope. Oh, but did you guys know? The sky on the other side of the barrier isn't real. That's just one of the arc's functions. It's meant to help us forget we're on a spaceship. So that means...
Oh, anyway, the killing game is over. Now you can do whatever you please.
Huh?
I don't know what to do.
You bastard.
What do you plan to do with Kaito?
Ah,
Oh, I just want him to chill out for a bit.
hot-blooded idiots like him are trouble. They do whatever they want without thinking about the consequences. If it's just him, I can deal. But if he gets all of you involved, then that's totally a hassle. Also, the killing game might start up again if I let him run around. So that means...
Anyway, Shuichi, can I have the Exezel Hanger's alarm remote back?
Huh?
What?
See?
I was thinking that'd be the perfect place to keep Kaito in.
Stop it.
Don't give it to him, Shuichi.
Shuichi!
Hand it over, Shuichi.
Bastard.
Don't give it to him.
Well,
You know what'll happen if you don't hand it over, right?
this school is mine! I am the king! I, Kokichi Oma, am the mastermind and king of the ultimate academy for gifted juveniles! Yes! This world is mine!
Sorry.
Maki. Couldn't meet Maki's eyes. I gave Kokishi what he wanted. Thanks. His evil yet innocent smile stayed on his face as he took the key. And then, he simply left. He solved the entire mystery for us and left. Like the little shit he is. Left us there with the truth. The truth of our despair.
Are you okay?
Am I okay? How could I be okay? Outside world, everything's destroyed, everyone's dead. School, everyone in my neighborhood, they're all dead. Calm down, Himiko. What are you supposed to do now? There's no point in living anymore. Maki. Coward.
Okay.
I know.
But
I just don't have the strength. I can't fight back. I can't do it. Smokey, are you okay? She's got a 1,000-yard stare. It's no use talking to her right now.
which means
Elm Academy is a spaceship. And we're the 16 survivors of humanity.
unfortunately
Killing game we've been playing. Why pit the remnants of humanity against each other for a world that no longer exists? The mastermind who engineered all this is forcing us to participate as Kokichi.
Oh no!
Can't, my mind feels like it's about to short circuit. Me too. Whole truth was revealed. The conclusion. This is the end. There is no outside world. We're the only humans left alive. Trying to get outside was pointless. We played the killing game for it. It was all meaningless. That's the conclusion. Nonsense. So what did all the others die for then? So this is the despair that Gonta felt. So much despair he wanted to die. It really is just like that. It's like this. It wouldn't have been better if I died a lot earlier. It's all over now. It's true, this is the end of everything. Our story ends here. There'll be no more death, no more killing game. It's all pointless. Truth is, we all should have just died a long time ago. I don't even remember how I got back to my room. Before I knew it, I felt my body in the bed, numb. I didn't want to sleep. I just wanted to run away from the despair, but the sleep came anyway. Did you know that when you talk to someone on the cell phone, you're not hearing their real voice? The voice is converted to synthetic sound while you're both communicating by breaking down their voice into various waveform patterns. The phone reassembles those patterns to recreate characteristics of the speaker's voice. This reduces the amount of voice data that needs to be sent to make the call possible. Also, you know how shaved ice has flavored syrups such as strawberry, melon, and lemon? They're all the same flavor. The only difference is the aroma in the food coloring dye. Do you think those facts are lies? Do you deny that these facts are lies? What would the world be like if all lies were denied outright? I bet it would be a very lonesome world. Lies are what make the world go round. Again? Monokuma must not be here anymore. There's no point to morning announcements now. So it's really over. No point to this killing game anymore. Because there's no reason to go outside. No reason to keep living. There's no reason to live. 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 It's an epilogue. All that's left is to take up time. What a boring story. There's nothing I can do anymore. I wonder what everyone else is doing. I don't know. I don't know. I wonder what Kaido is doing.
Okay.
That's right. I wonder if Kaido is okay. See, it's no use. My mind isn't working in my body. Well, he spent an entire freaking day in there. And I guess we have Junk Monokuma's back again. If you're searching for the meaning of life, you're already doing it wrong. Your life doesn't need a meaning, it just needs a purpose. In other words, you just need something to live for. You can live for spending time with loved ones or chasing dreams. I mean, yeah, we're well aware of that. We're well aware of Kokichi being an absolute liar. It's why I refuse to believe him at every single turn. You can even live for eating delicious food or playing games. Most people can get by as long as they have something to live for. If you say Danganronpa is your reason to live, I couldn't be happier. It's been a real pleasure doing business with you. It's morning. How long have we been like this? I should get up, or I might not ever get up again. I don't care if I just kill my...
Huh?
What? Body reacted reflexively as I heard the doorbell.
Ah.
Somewhat surprised that I even managed to get out of bed and went to the door. I understand believing that the world is turned to crap because we saw it, but if he was the mastermind, there's no way he would have just admitted it. Yeah. You need... If we go back to, like, Danganronpa 1, it took effort to get Junko out of the shadows. Same with Ultra Junko and all that stuff. It took effort to get there. So it's clear that Kokichi literally just freaking found the freaking remote or something, and now he has control of the Xeezels. That's really it. Who could it be? Maki? On my feet for the first time in a long while, I walked uneasily to the door, slowly opened it, and... You look terrible. Maki.
Hey.
Go take a shower or something, anything to help your face. I'll be in the dining hall with everyone else.
Huh?
Everyone?
Okay.
Technically, yes, but that Izuru was actually kind of defeated a little too easily. Because now he and Hajime are now one. Maki spoke curtly and left. Everyone was waiting in the dining hall. I guess I should go. Erdun took a hot shower, then left my room. Like, yeah, I will give you the fact that, like, he's the one who, like, orchestrated all this stuff, so he's at least behind it all. But Ultra Junko took over pretty much as soon as the simulation started. I think it's less it's... I think it's less that she didn't make an AI. Like, I'm pretty sure she had the time. It's just that she made sure to have all these plans in place before the events of Trigger Happy Havoc. I think it makes sense for that to happen. Hell, Dre had to happen in order for Danganronpa 2 to happen. So, there's that. Everyone was in the dining hall besides Kokichi and Kaito. But mentally, they weren't really there. The life had gone out of their eyes. Everyone here looks terrible. Really? Even I look terrible? Well, your face always looks like that. What are we talking about? We're discussing how we want to die, right?
Huh?
What? I want to go out without suffering. Maki, can you do something about that?
Okay.
Sure, but before that, take a look at this.
Ah,
Is that a flashback light? Maki, why do you have that?
I see.
It was on top of the table when I went to the dining hall this morning.
huh?
It's just sitting there? Kokichi probably just put it there.
Well then.
To confirm the truth, perhaps. If we use that flashback light, we may recover memories that corroborate his story. We're supposed to use the flashback light and confirm the truth Kokichi told us. We don't need to confirm anything. We just saw the outside world for ourselves.
Hey,
Do you want to die comfortably? I can help you, but we should check this flashback light first.
Huh?
Why do we have to do that?
because
It's the only thing we can do right now. If we're going to die, then we might as well do anything we can. We'll have no regrets that way.
that's right.
And even if it is dangerous, it wouldn't matter anymore, right? Either way, there's nothing for us to lose. We don't have any hope left. Also, I think we need to, like, we need to give Junko credit. She is a lot smarter than her looks give her credit for. Like, she's probably genius level. So she would have a whole bunch of things in preparation. However, even if she's a genius, it does not mean that she won't fail. Because she can have all these plans and whatnot taken care of, but something can also always go wrong because of certain variables. Because that's just how things go. No way Monokuma would put the plot important memory lights in such an obvious place unless it was something he planned to use to resume the killing game. Yeah. So let's do what we can. Well, okay, things won't end up any worse than they already are. It wouldn't kill me, will it be like I'm falling asleep?
It's decided.
Kibo, Shuichi, are you fine with that? Yes, very well then.
Okay.
Yeah. Natsu was signed fairly painlessly. Flashback light suddenly appeared, and nothing could be more obvious and suspicious. Because our spirits were already broken, we had nothing to lose anyway.
Hey,
Okay, I'm going to turn it on. Maki switched on the flashback light. And at that moment, what's it gonna be? The world flipped upside down, turned inside out. That's it! I remember! Everything is connected. And we had forgotten that everything is connected. Oh! Escort. Hello. I mean, why do you want the Discord? Why? Why do you want it? Look at DR2, for example. He told everyone about missing memories and a traitor to make everyone paranoid. He planted the arcade machine to motivate Pego to kill Mahiru. Read the despair disease to make me call him a murderous lunatic, and he threatened to starve everyone to make it. Yeah. He definitely would do that. Back to school that nurtured the most talented students in various subjects. Hope Speak Academy. The event that tore that school apart changed the world. Biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. Triggered a wave of terrorism. War across the world. Humanity's true despair. Half the world was destroyed as a result of terrible violence. That tragedy was caused by a single high school girl. Junko. The ultimate despair. Junko Enoshima. She used whatever means necessary to paint the world in despair. The killing game of the 78th class of Hope Speak Academy was the same way. Trapped by the ultimate despair, forced into a killing game. But after Junko Enoshima died, the case was closed, and the world began to slowly recover. Another interesting choice was how 15 of the students in the R2 were on Junko's side. Yeah, there's that. You got the ultimate, you got the remnants of despair and all that. Junko disciples, the remnants of despair, weren't done sowing chaos. Future Foundation fought against them, trying to restore order. The war between hope and despair grew more extreme. The fight raged on, but came to a sudden end. And right then, it was from then on that we remembered. It was the beginning of our truth. According to Reddit, as a remnant of despair, Sonia ordered her entire community to commit suicide. Ooh. Yeah, I can see that happening. I can definitely see that happening. One day, terrible despair suddenly rained from the sky. A countless number of meteorites fell upon the world, carrying an unknown virus. Emboldened by overwhelming despair, the remnants cried, "Humanity deserves damnation!" Future Foundation was overwhelmed by the renewed despair and quickly lost influence. But then, Makoto Naegi, together with the former members of the Future Foundation, started the Gopher Project at Hope's Peak Academy. Only genius can overcome nature, and only hope can overcome despair. Our young geniuses must escape this earth, become the seeds of the future. That is the only hope for humanity. With those principles, the Gopher Project began, and 16 Hope's Peak students were selected. We were those 16 students. That's it. We weren't all attending different high schools. We were all attending the rebuilt Hope's Peak Academy. We were the students that applied after learning Hope's Peak was rebuilt. The new Hope's Peak was like the last in that. It accepted applications for talented students, cultivated ultimate talents. I knew Nagito was nuts, but when I first played the final chapter of DR2, I didn't expect him to have chopped off his own arm. Yeah! Oh. Yeah, he chopped off his own arm to put Junko's arm on the stump. Replace it. Because remnants back then were, probably insane, I'm gonna say. We were all students of Hope's Peak Academy. From the candidates, the 16 of us were selected for the Gopher Project because... No, we weren't selected. We were the only ones left. A serious virus from the meteorites had spread rapidly around the world. The entire world was on the brink of extinction. Hope had almost triumphed, but cruel despair came roaring back to overtake the world. But we just happened to be immune to the virus. That was the reason why we were chosen for the Gopher Project. I finally remembered. That world, this world, it's all connected. Yeah, right, Hero would have been useless, but why couldn't Makoto and Kyoko have brought Howie instead of Yaoi? Honestly, yeah. Literally anything. Byakuya didn't need to be there, other than maybe... Hey, here's the real Byakuya and not the imposter. Even though I love the imposter. Imposter's a freaking great character. Everyone, did you all remember?
Yes.
I can vividly recall everything now.
I guess.
Yeah, but how could we forget something so important?
Yeah.
We're students of Hope's Peak Academy. You're the symbols of hope, entrusted with the survival of humanity.
Okay,
Except for one person,
that punk.
Kokishi Oma, the mastermind behind this killing game, his organization's real identity.
They were the remnants of despair.
That's right. The cult organization out to destroy the Gopher Project. If Kokichi is the leader, that means he controls the remnants of despair.
Honestly, I could totally believe that. Like, I know he's not the mastermind. I know he clearly isn't. But in a constructed narrative, I could totally see that happening.
Out of all of us, he is the closest to the ultimate despair.
It's so obvious. Killing a game like this can only be done by the remnants of despair.
Class trials. Monokuma. Students of Hope's Peak Academy.
Yeah, that was great.
It's all just like Junko and Oshima's killing game.
That little interaction was worth it.
Only someone who worships the ultimate despair would replicate that killing game.
Which means...
That this killing game is just like the one that came before. It's a battle between hope and despair. Killing him that mires hope and dark despair.
Got a minute?
Wait, hold on. If this was such an important killing game, then why did Kokishi abandon it? That's also something Remnants of Despair would do. They admire Junko and Nishima, right? He made an elaborate plan to cause us to despair, but he got bored of that plan.
Jeez.
Wanting to feel the despair of your plan being ruined, that's feeling despair for you.
Hey,
What's wrong, Maki?
So what?
Nothing. I'm just not convinced.
It's okay.
It's probably fine, though. It's not a big deal.
okay.
Are you sure?
But
I only learned the truth, but we still can't do anything. When we get out of this academy, the outside world is still destroyed. No hope left for us.
Everyone!
No, we still need to become that hope.
what's wrong?
Most satisfying moment in the first game was when Aoi slapped Miyako for bad-mouthing Sakura. Oh yeah, that was completely worth it. I wanted Byakuya to be slapped so bad. That freaking moment was cathartic.
If I must.
If all the hope is lost, then it's up to us to become that hope. After all, we're students of Hope Speak Academy, aren't we? We're all that's left of the 16 who survived the battle between hope and despair.
Listen closely.
If we give up now, everyone who fought on the side of hope will have fought for nothing.
That's true.
What? For nothing?
I heard it.
That's what my inner voice is telling me. That's no matter what, I cannot abandon hope. I cannot give up. That's what it's urging me to do.
Leave it to me.
So I will not despair, even if it's only a little. I will move forward with hope.
Okay.
Kibo.
Listen closely.
Right now, there is no use in thinking about whether our lives have meaning or not. As long as we're alive, we still have the power to decide that meaning for ourselves. That's what I believe hope is.
I see.
That's what hope is. See, yeah, you're right. We're students of the new Hope Speak Academy and are built as a symbol of hope.
Yeah.
If we, the students of Hope Speak, give up, the world really will be plunged into despair.
You're right.
I got it. In the end, it's all about willpower. I'm gonna live till the end and never give up. Won't be able to do anything to not destroy world.
Great, huh?
Gillen already had a voice telling him what to do. How did Angie convince him to leave it? I genuinely don't know. I genuinely do not know. Kibo is a little bit of a tricky one, but I love him. Anyway. The impossible possible is what magic is all about. Need some pain, but it'll be worth it. I'll live for 100 million more years. You guys.
You're right.
Let's do it.
All right.
Let's fight together against despair. Yeah, true. True, that makes sense. As long as we stand together without giving in despair, we'll find a new hope. We all stood in unison. We each felt the power of hope coursing through us, driving our bodies. The hope born in this academy. A tree of life with roots deep down deep. It was supporting each and every one of us. Motivation is rushing through my entire body. The cutes. This is the power of hope. With a laugh like that, you sound less like a mage and more like a wicked witch. I mean, honestly, that's perfect for her. Especially with the hat. Uchi may have left that flashback light to make us give up. But that was his plan. It failed. It's true. It doesn't seem as though Kyokishi's plan went wrong somewhere. The only person who gave us flashback lights is Kokichi.
Hey,
So, what's our plan now? What are we going to do about Kokichi?
That's right.
We're gonna stop you-know-who, the remnant of despair. This despair will never end.
Okay.
We have to save Kaito, too.
You're right.
Of course.
You're right.
He's so stupidly positive. He's just the kind of guy we need at a time like this.
that's right.
Kaito by our side encourages us, then we are the only people left. I think we can still find a new hope. Yeah, that's exactly right. I knew that, even in a situation like this, he'd think of something. Problem is, where are Kokichi and Kaito?
It's okay.
They're in the Exizel hangar.
Huh?
Both of them? She did say that Kaito would be trapped in there, but
Okay.
by chance, I happened to see Kokichi leaving the hangar during nighttime yesterday. I don't think keeping Kaito alive is an option because he's coughing up a lot of blood. Yeah. And I'm going to assume that he has lung cancer or something to that effect, because lung cancer can cause coughing up of blood. Because I know that's one of the symptoms anyway. So it's probably lung cancer. And apparently, one of his old sprites had him smoking, so it makes sense. By chance, really?
Right?
I bet the truth is that you were worried about Kaito and were watching the hangar all day. Looks like that was the case.
So what?
It's not like I was worried about Kaito or anything, I just had nothing else to do. Yeah, the splash art, I get you, I got you. Also, I'm used to watching others, so it wasn't any trouble. It's important for assassins to watch their targets and think of ways to kill him.
Stop it.
Stop. We're just getting mushy, but you had to make it all bloody instead.
100%.
We know they're in the Exizel hangar, but how do we get them out?
By the way,
The hangar has an alarm system that will go off if anyone approaches the shutter. On top of that, Kokichi has an alarm remote key to shut off the alarm system. An electric barrier, right? You should do something about that too.
yes.
Yeah, but even approaching that control panel will set the alarm off too. So how many problems right from the start? What should we do?
It's okay.
It'll be fine. I think I know how to stop the alarm system and the electric barrier. The most low moment in DR2 was during the 5th investigation when Sonya suddenly started cursing. Yeah, Sonya suddenly cursing was a chef's kiss moment. How do you plan to get past the alarm system and barrier?
Okay.
With the Electro Hammer. True. They recharge after a day.
Well,
If you hit the control panel with it, it should disable the electric barrier. We did the same thing to electric lock on the exit to the outside world.
But
It won't work the same way on the alarm system, will it? The alarm will go off before we can even get close to use the Electro Hammer. Or her, the only person who said anything profane was Fuyiko. Yeah.
that's true.
Then we'll use this. Is that... It's not exactly a bomb, though, even if it's called an Electro Bomb. It jams electric signals by scattering particles that interfere with electromagnetic waves. For 2 hours, any and all electronic devices within 50 yards will be completely disabled. It's perfect for any secret activities too, since it doesn't leave any debris behind. This invention is extraordinary. Only have 3 of them. So I need to use them carefully. You guys will have to settle for the Electro Hammers.
But
Why do you have that, Maki? There were only 3 and I thought Kokichi had them. I stole it from his pocket. And cause Kokishi's kind of a dummy. Yeah, he said shit, just not in a profane way. He was talking about literal shit.
Okay.
Because he's got to have his good dump. Miu didn't trust anyone, but her plan would have worked on anyone besides Kokichi. I mean, yeah, but, like, Kokichi was, like, the problem. Kokichi should have been freaking killed much earlier than... He should have been killed much earlier, to be honest. Like, he's incredibly annoying. Just expected. Your kleptomania and terrifying glare are both first class. Terrifying glare part was a joke. Can you stop glaring at me so terrifyingly?
Thank you very much.
Nice work, Maki. We can use that Electro Bomb to get inside the hangar.
No.
Not only that, it will disable all communication.
Okay.
That should include the remote control Kikuchi uses for the Xeezels.
100%.
I mean, yeah, but... I don't believe him for a second. Like, regardless of his abilities, he should be taken out. If you use the Electro Bomb in front of the shutter, it should affect the entire hangar. And Gonkichi will be good as butt naked. All he'll be able to do is hold his crotch and run.
No.
Might be still able to control Xyz from the inside.
Oh my.
But naked?
No.
No, I'm pretty sure he'll be clothed.
See.
And we should bring the Electro Hammers as a precaution against the Xeezels. Dang, I just left mine sitting around without charging it.
Sorry.
But I did too. It takes 24 hours to charge an Electro Hammer. We'll have to wait until tomorrow morning.
Huh?
We're going to wait until tomorrow morning. What about the hangar? We don't really have a choice, do we? Without the Electro Hammers, it's impossible.
Remember.
Maki, I know you don't want to wait a single minute more than necessary. We shouldn't try this until tomorrow when everyone is ready.
That's true.
Fine, and that's what we'll do then. This time we'll definitely kill him. Kill? Yes, please kill him. Please, now. Kill the annoying little bitch.
Wait.
No, Maki, you can't. Even if he hasn't used a remnant of despair, that doesn't... I don't see how, according to Gundam, Mikomaru would have killed him if Gundam didn't get him first. And I think that's true. That's kind of the thing about that trial, is that, like, no matter who ended up killing who, it was clearly out of a way to be like, hey, you guys should live on. I'm taking the downfall. You know. We kill him, then everything will end. We have no other choice. For that reason, I will kill him.
No.
Well, you can't.
You're right.
I understand how you feel, Maki, but we feel bad after we killed him.
Don't.
It would be no different than killing him that has caused us so much suffering.
Yeah.
That's the sort of thing the remnants of Sphere Kira would do.
Okay.
Kaido said the killing is wrong, remember?
I knew it.
So we can't.
Okay.
Fine, if everything thinks that way, then I'll listen to you guys.
Well...
It seems like anything dangerous is going to happen, then I'll definitely kill him. Oh, he's actually reliable.
No.
She's dangerous. There's nothing more dangerous than a heated Maki roll. If a Maki roll gets too heated, you could burn your tongue. You see those eyes? They were like a predator looking at its prey.
Well.
You may have deserved that, Himiko. No! It was cute. It's true that this is quite unexpected. I didn't think we'd be able to stand together as one again. And it's thanks to Maki. While we were sedentary, feeling sorry for herself, she was planning. I suppose it might also be thanks to Kaito. Because Kaito was worried about her, she promised to work hard to do her best. Of course, if I pointed that out, she'd ask me if I wanted to die again.
Got a minute?
What are you looking at?
Sorry.
Hey.
Let's do our best, and the three of us can train together again.
Okay.
Yeah, right. We finalized our plan to get into the Xeezal hangar tomorrow morning. Until then, we would wait for the Electro Hammers to recharge and finish preparations. We split up, focused and determined.
All right.
First, we need to charge the Electro Hammer. I shouldn't just stand around waiting. We need to make up for lost time. has to be something I can do. Nice job, Mr. Ultimate Detective. That was a wise call, Shuichi. But your talent is useless now. Mystery of the Killing Game, the secret of the outside world, and Mr. Man's identity. They're all solved. You don't need a detective anymore. This is the true ending. No, that's not true. There has to be something I could do.
All right.
We should scout the area. We gotta check out the scene before we execute the plan. I'm worried about Kaito. Yes. Where he was literally just laying in bed for an entire day. He's hurt and he's sick. I'm sure he doesn't want me to worry about him, but I have to.
Okay.
Alright, I'll go. What a relatable protagonist. Yes. Keep going, I should reach the hangar. Because he's in the hangar, there's a good chance Executions are patrolling nearby. Should be careful. Oh, stealth section? They're surrounding Monokuma? Huh?
Huh?
Monokuma? It's the first time I've seen him in the wild. Is it because he was protecting him? Why now? Why all four of them? Shouldn't there be 5? She's controlling them, right? So why would he do that? Wait, if the Cecils are here, you aren't guarding the hangar. This is my chance. I should hurry, but carefully. I don't want to draw attention. Also, what does the design file of the hammer seem to be fully charged? Yeah, for 24 hours. Okay, but like, there should be 5 of those. Because there's 5 mono kids. So, the 5th one would be in here. The alarm is enabled. Electric barrier's up too. Can't get close to the shutter. I only saw 4 Exeasels. I don't know where the other one is. Perhaps inside the hangar? Hopefully I can find a good spot to spray the scene. If I remember correctly, there's a bathroom with a small window there. Maybe.
Ah,
There's a window. The bathroom window? Can I see inside from there? Peeking inside the small window. Saw a silhouette on the other side.
What are you doing here?
Kaito!
Don't shout, stupid. Kokichi will hear us.
Is he close by?
No, I'm locked up in this bathroom, but Kokichi's just outside that door. It'll be bad news if he sees you here. He's got the exosols with him.
Yeah, that's true.
Wait, so what are you doing here?
What am I doing here? Saving you, of course.
What? By yourself?
No, I'm just scouting the place. Tomorrow morning, we're all coming to rescue you.
All of you?
It was Maki's idea. Honestly, I had given up. We had all given up. But not Maki. She did everything she could to get you back. It's because she believes in you, Kaito. She knows that you would never give up, no matter how bad things got.
Yeah, of course. I'm Kaito Momota, luminary of the stars. Even if the world has ended and humanity has gone extinct, I can't give up. It'd be a crappy story if the hero gave up so easily.
Yeah, that's right, Kaito.
Don't you worry. I'll do something about all this. That's a promise. All you guys are working so hard, so I can't just sit back and relax.
Something I want to ask him, and I don't care if he's overconfident or acting. Just want to hear him say, "Don't worry, it'll be okay."
It's just... I'm happy you guys want to save me, but stay safe, okay? Getting close to an Exisol is dangerous, even if you've got an Electro Hammer.
Got it. By the way, are you feeling okay? Apart from the injury, obviously.
Who, me? Yeah, of course. That's nothing. Anyway, Kokichi should be back soon, so we better end our chat.
Okay, sure. And hey, Kaito, about what happened with Gonta.
Well, at least from, like, how it, like, framed information, like, giving them all reasons to, like, forget everything, I think it makes sense for them to be, like, Hope Speak Academy students that were put into a program. That just lines up with the other games.
Shuichi, I leave the rest to you.
What?
While I'm gone, you gotta support everyone. Especially Maki Roll. She can be reckless sometimes.
Yeah.
You're an impressive detective, through and through. You might not only reach the truth, but something even beyond it. And don't forget, you're not alone. Don't try to do everything yourself. It's only gonna wear you out. When times are hard, you gotta rely on your friends.
Rely on your friends. That's it. That's what I've been neglecting.
I believe in you. So I'm leaving the rest to you for now. You got it, Shuichi?
Kaito, thank you. Thank you for being my friend.
Yes, I understand.
All right, now get going before Kokichi comes back.
You're right. See you tomorrow, Kaito.
After leaving Kaito with a smile, I returned to my room. No point in wandering around. I should stay in my room and relax. I try to get myself in the right mindset for the final battle. While I was meditating on it, it became nighttime before I knew it. We go at dawn. Don't hesitate anymore. Kaito has taught me.
All right.
I have to do it. To live. To find a reason to live. I will fight. Spend that night with that thought nestled deep into my heart. Don't panic. Just stay calm and listen. Well, if you're watching this Monokuma Theater segment, it's already too late. You kids might not know, but to a 100% cotton mascot like me, hope is, well, the thought of seeing young people brimming with hope killing each other just to survive. Watching their hope fade away, there's nothing more despair-inducing than that. My dear students carrying humanity's hope, betraying, deceiving, and killing each other. It makes me so sad. Oh, how I long to see everyone's despairing faces soaked in blood and tears. I've gone and done it. Okay then. Let's go! After that empty announcement from Monokuma, I jumped out of bed.
All right.
Here we go. First to the dining hall. Grabbed the charged Electro Hammer and ran out of my room. Let's go! We're all here.
Everyone.
Is everyone ready?
Yeah.
Of course, my Electro Hammer is all recharged. That moment I realized one of us didn't have their Electro Hammer. Maki, where's your Electro Hammer?
No.
I don't need it. I'd rather not use a weapon I'm unfamiliar with.
Okay.
This is much better. Shing shing, stabby stabby. Knife, well, I suppose you know best. Then we're off.
Hey!
Before that, there's something I want to say. I scouted out the hangar yesterday. You scouted out the hangar?
Okay.
Yes, I discovered that Kaido was trapped in the hangar's bathroom.
I see.
Bathroom, I see. That certainly is the best place to lock someone up.
If I remember correctly...
And I also saw Monokuma by the hangar being protected by 4 exosols.
Is that alright?
So we have to be careful that we aren't spotted. Saw that too.
Huh?
You saw that? Were you at the hangar too, Kibo?
Yes.
I thought maybe I could get through to Kokishi before we carry out our plan. So I went to the hangar last night and tried to talk to him.
What?
You tried to talk to him on your own.
Well...
Sorry, I thought it would be preferable for him to release Kaito peacefully. How did it go?
As I thought.
I don't know. Well, as expected, there was no response at all. But I did witness a few things. What did you witness?
Well...
We can discuss that later. For now, I'll share what I saw that's relevant to our plan.
For now...
Shuichi saw 4 exosols that appeared to be guarding the Monokuma. Well, I saw one of them enter the hangar.
No.
Just one.
Yes.
Yes, the green exosol. Monodams.
If I remember correctly...
Green one. I'm sure I saw that one guarding Monokuma. I made sure to stay out of sight while I watched. Neither the alarm system nor the electric barrier reacted like Exosol's presence.
Could it be?
I mean, the alarm system and the electric barrier don't work on the Exosols.
That's right.
Considering it's where the Exosols are stored, that would appear to be the safe assumption. Anyway, there are 2 Exosols in the hangar. We should be careful. We only have one chance.
Okay.
Since there are only 1 Electro Bomb, we can't afford to miss.
You're right.
That's exactly right. Well then, we're off for real this time.
Everyone!
Let's go. We must end this killing game once and for all, no matter what. Energized mode of the group rushed out of the dine hall one after the other.
Alright.
Here I go. You could have gone out the other way, but whatever. Whatever. You're always going out the frickin' long way. Yeah, probably, yeah. Or I must have gone to the hangar already. I shouldn't be late. Huh? Monokuma's not here. He should have been protected by the Exosols. And the Exosols... They don't look like they're going to move. What's going on? There are only 3 of them. Should be 2 more in the hangar.
That's true.
Just like Kibo said, we should consider ourselves lucky there's only 2. If all 5 of them are here, it'd be impossible to execute the plan.
Alright.
And it's the most loved or hated chapter in DNR history. Yay!
Well then.
Everyone is here. Let's get started right away. I'm ready.
Are you okay?
Maki, are you ready for the Electro Bomb?
Hey.
Who do you think you're talking to? It's similar to a grenade, except the detonation lags a bit after you push the switch. Once we roll this to the front of the shutter, it should disable the alarm system.
That's obvious.
This won't fail. The Electro Bomb has an effective range of 50 yards and lasts for 2 hours. If Kokichi's remote control is disabled, we'll stand a chance against his exosols.
Alright.
Let's stop Kokichi before he gets into the exosol. But be ready for the worst, we might have to use Electro Hammers. If he gets into that exosol, I'll stop him with this hammer.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
What's the matter?
What's wrong, Maki Roll? We're all ready to start, you know.
That's true.
Yeah, alright. Then, let's go. Maki triggered the Electro Bomb, then rolled it in front of the shutter. And then...
100%.
The alarm system is disabled. Now we can approach the control panel.
Shuichi,
Will you do the honors?
leave it to me.
Alright, leave it to me.
Alright.
I hit the control panel with this. Swung up the Electro Hammer, I suddenly noticed.
Huh?
Control panel was covered in marks, as if damaged by something sharp.
What are you trying to pull?
Shuichi, what are you doing? Hurry up.
Okay.
Sorry, I've got it. No time to think now. I aimed my swing at the control panel and brought it down as hard as I could.
Oh my!
Electric battery turned off.
Everyone!
Let's go. All ran to the shutter all at once.
Alright!
We won't let Kokishi do whatever he wants anymore. You better be ready. This is it.
Alright!
Remnants of despair end here and now. After opening the shutter, we burst into the hangar, Electro Hammers in hand. To end this. To end this killing game. To end this despair. Oh!
What?
A body has been discovered. Everyone, please gather at the Exosol hangar. The killing game just keeps going and going. The despair's not over yet.
What is this? What's going on?
No, that doesn't look okay to me. Chaos and madness. Using turmoil. Couldn't stay calm, I couldn't keep it in. It's too much to spare. Is that blood?
It can't be!
Discovery announcement. Does that mean someone's in that press?
What?
Who? Only ones in the hangar were Kokichi and Kaito. It must be one of them.
Huh?
What? Either Kokichi or Kaito is dead? Look!
Huh?
Those clothes! They're Kaito's.
What did you say?
And the one in the hydraulic press is... Well, no, you don't know that for sure. You need to lift the hydraulic press to actually see what's under there. No, it's not possible! Looks like you have a lot of twists and turns to sort out during the class trial.
Extreme!
That's what the killing game's all about, after all.
Now then,
And so I will now pass out the Monokuma file.
that's nice.
Don't say you're getting bored of this, cause things are about to get interesting.
Now then,
Hope you pour your heart and soul into this investigation, too. Hold on, we have to investigate? So the killing game is going to continue. Killing game will continue? Killing game is continuing, the Monokuma is still moving, then
That's right.
it means the mastermind Kokichi is still alive.
What was that?
Kokichi's still alive, then that means the one dead over there is... Kaito?
That's wrong.
It's not possible. There has to be some mistake. No way Kaito could die. It has to be a lie. I made a run for the body when... Calm down. Oh, his hand stopped me.
Huh?
Calm down? Why do you say that, Maki? Kaito is... I've seen so much death already. Death of both good and bad people. It doesn't matter to me anymore. Bother me anymore.
Wait!
It doesn't bother you? What are you talking about?
Shut up.
More importantly, where's Kokichi?
Why?
That's right, I don't see him anywhere. He should be somewhere in this hangar. He ran away. We need to catch him immediately. He's obviously the culprit.
Indeed.
Let's split up and look for him. Leave no stone unturned.
Why, you?
No matter how good Hayaseki is, we can't let him get away with this.
No.
Wait. We can't leave yet.
Okay.
We don't know for certain if that dead body is Kaito. We haven't explored all the possibilities yet. While, yes, the hydraulic press would make it hard to identify who is under there, there surely must be something up under there that would confirm it a bit.
What?
It's not Kaito, then who's dead in there? Are you saying it's Kokichi? Then why is the killing game still continuing? Maybe because he's not actually the mastermind. Hmm? Why? If Kaito is alive, why hasn't he showed himself yet? Are you saying he's hiding because he's the culprit?
Stop it.
Don't say such a stupid thing. Kaito being the culprit is even more impossible than him being dead.
That's impossible.
I don't think Kaito could have killed Kokichi in the first place. He was wounded, remember?
Actually,
His opponent, the mastermind of the killing game, could control the exosols at will. You could get Kaito to have killed someone like that when he was sick and wounded.
No.
I don't know, I'm saying it's possible. And even if it is Kokichi that was killed, that doesn't mean that Kaito is the culprit.
But how?
It doesn't mean the culprit is one of us.
stop it.
It's impossible.
Right.
No matter how shocking Kaito's death is, saying we're the suspect is going too far. I understand what they mean. The initial evidence suggests Kaito's dead. But I just can't believe that. Or perhaps I don't want to believe it. I can't believe Kaito is dead. Let's investigate. We need to find the truth here, with our own hands, and reveal that truth in the trial.
Don't tell me.
So you want to continue the killing game.
Because.
Class trial will be held either way. We should investigate. I don't know if we'll find hope or despair, but we have to find the truth. It all starts there. You're an impressive detective through and through. You might not only reach the truth, but something even beyond it. That's right, I have to do this. Keep my promise to Kaito.
I understand.
You're right. The class trial is going to happen anyway, and then we should investigate. We already know the answer.
But
Can't die here. We decided to live for hope.
But
My main concern is how Kokichi will react. We accuse him of being the culprit. If he just plays dumb and runs away, there will be nothing we can do.
But
No, I don't think so. Juko and Ashima cherish the killing game rules. Since the remnants of despair worshipped her, I don't think they'd ignore those.
Then...
It'll be easy to deal with him. We just need to vote for him in the class trial. It's true. I understand the others, but why Maki? Why is she accepting Kaito's death so easily?
Well then,
Let's review the Monokuma file. Is that okay with you, Shuichi?
okay.
And they're doing it on purpose. The victim is unknown. Body was discovered in the Exizel hangar. The victim was crushed by the hydraulic press and is unidentifiable. That's it. That doesn't tell us anything. The identity of the victim is unknown. It doesn't even tell us that much.
I don't care.
It doesn't matter. We already know who the victim and the culprit are.
It's decided.
Well, no. If we already knew who the victim and the culprit were, the trial would be completely pointless. We would already know both. So, it's the reverse. Kawaruku Kaito is definitely Kokichi.
No.
Wait, Maki, it's still too early to decide that. It's true that the evidence points to Kokichi being alive, but
But
Kaito told me. Don't you worry, I'll do something about all this. That's a promise. All you guys are working so hard, so I can't just sit back and relax. I want to believe in the promise Kaito made. I want you to believe it that with me.
Stop it.
I refuse to investigate with you.
Huh?
Why?
You don't know?
You're not calm at the moment. Right now, you're acting like Kaito, back in Gonta's class trial. It was like this at the time too, wasn't it? You can't fight despair with just belief. It's not that simple. Maki turned her back on me and left. Maki! There's something about the air in here that's making me feel off. I don't know if the Electro Bomb is to blame, or if I'm functioning somehow. I'm starting to feel somewhat sick.
what?
I don't feel weird at all.
Then
It gotta be because of the electric bomb. Kibo's an electric appliance after all. Don't call me an appliance.
okay.
I'm telling you, appliance, you should go rest outside. Really, I'm fine, but I suppose I'll go investigate outside for now. Kibo left the hangar, swaying side to side a bit. And I think I'll start investigating too. Will you be okay by yourself? I could go with you if you want.
No.
You don't have to worry. I'll be fine by myself. Body's like that, then we don't have to worry about anyone messing with it. She'll be fine for us all to investigate by ourselves. He left in a hurry.
Could it be?
I wonder if he suspects...
Huh?
Suspects who? Everyone. Because there's few of us, there's fewer people who could be the culprit, right? Of course, it's obviously Kokichi, but like you said, there could be another possibility. Maybe that's what she's thinking. I did suggest that possibility. Or it might not be Kokichi or Kaito, but a third party. Anyone could be the culprit.
Seems like
United towards hope before all this, but now we're split up. On purpose.
could it be?
That's why Kokichi killed Kaito.
Huh?
Disrupt our harmony. you could say it's perhaps killing Harmony. Because if not, then what reason would he have to kill Kaito? And that's what this class trial is going to be for, too. The reason Kokishi's going to hold this class trial might be to separate us. To separate us.
Like I thought.
In the end, we were all gathered around Kaito. He was the one keeping us together. That's why he killed Kaito, then we're completely caught in his trap. It's all part of Kokishi's plan to separate us. This is exactly what he wanted. We're split up. I can't get anyone to cooperate with the investigation. We don't have much information to go on. I know the Kuma file has been some help, but it's not enough this time.
But
No point standing around complaining. I just have to do it. Time to start. To solve this mystery and find the truth behind it. I'm going to begin the investigation. I'll start here. Alright, I'm going to investigate every single piece of evidence here. Yay! Target presses down, and there's blood in the area. Target press is controlled by these buttons. Use this to lift up the higher press, we should be able to check the body. I don't really want to do that, though. You should! You should! Controls move the higher press to go up and down and stop. You should be able to use the up button and raise the press and check the body. I don't want to see a crushed body, no matter who it is. I have to do it.
all right.
I have to know. Made up my mind, took a breath, and pressed the button. It's not moving. Pressed the button a few more times, but the press still wouldn't move.
Why?
Strange, it moved when I pressed it last time. After looking around the press, I found... the cord is out. There's no power, so the hammer press won't move. This can't be a coincidence. The power cord was cut on purpose. Yeah. This must be the work of the culprit. Yep, yeah. In case we won't be able to check the body. I'm honestly a little relieved, but I shouldn't say that out loud. Getting a look at the controls, there might be some clue there. In addition to the control buttons, there's an emergency stop button. Press would have been stopped instantly if you used this.
Well,
The culprit were planning this murder, they'd have no use for that. What concerns me more is the safety function. That's right, this hydraulic press should have a safety button function. If the infrared sensor detects a living thing, the press stops automatically. This is what I was talking about. Which means... whoever is under there was already dead. So they were crushed in order to hide evidence. Yeah, this was just body disposal. They were killed in the bathroom. Didn't stop when people tried before. Really fucky body disposal. Yeah, body disposal that makes it completely obvious that the body was disposed. The sensor detected a person. The safety should have stopped the press automatically. Stop automatically, huh? Which is the thing. It was body disposal. Nothing else. What's the machine used to paint diesel? Smells kind of like paint thinner. Looks like the same as before. Probably not related to the case. Looks like a car wash. Yeah. Probably check the diesels. Exisals. Right in the middle of the hangar. Hatch is open as well. The cockpit is exposed. So this is how it looks on the inside, huh? It's small but big enough for one person. Huh? The hatch is open. How strange. Only Mono Cubs can turn off the electric lock and open the hatch.
Huh?
Only the Mono Cubs can open the hatch.
Yeah.
Only the Mono Cubs are the only ones who can pilot the exisals.
Well,
Normally being the key word. What goes with that Electro Hammer thingy? Electric lock is all screwed up. Have you mentioned this to anyone else? Nope. No one's asked me about it either. And even I had been asked, it would have been irrelevant information to you anyway. Electric lock on the hatch that can only Monocubs can disable. Which must be the why only the Monocubs can control the exisals. But if you could disable the lock, you could control the exisal. Where's the exisal is completely still?
Hey, Shuichi.
It's dangerous there. If you go near that thing, you might get torn apart.
No.
No, it shouldn't move anymore. Not without the Monocubs or Kokishi. Just want to pile of scrap in.
Hey!
Don't scare me like that.
With my magic.
Maybe I should just tear this hunk of junk apart with my magic. But I suppose that if Kokishi was alive, you could move it at any time by remote. Why didn't you say so sooner? That's if Kokishi is alive. That remote control Kokishi has for the exisals. What is it exactly? Does he have that because he's the mastermind? No, he probably freaking found it. What is this, a blood stain? This faint trail of blood leading to the press, a swipe pattern, as if dragged. Looks as if it was coming from the bathroom. This blood stain suggests something was dragged from the bathroom to the press. Then you gotta go to the bathroom! This is the bathroom. Now that you think about it. No, I'm locked up in this bathroom, but Cookie's just outside that door. This is the place where Kaido was imprisoned. Kaido might have left some kind of clue here.
No.
He didn't leave anything. He might not be dead. Anyway, should investigate inside. Well, there's the crossbow. So I guess that's something. Which means he probably brought it with him. This case. What's in that black case over there? As a backing from the conversation, Kaido headed to the far shelf. What's in it? Is it some kind of weapon? This is the case from before, right? Looks like all of these were used. Her hair is on the floor of the bathroom. 3 in total, and blood on all of them. Kokishi was shot 3 times! Ouch! What is this? What happened here? Small bottle in the corner of the bathroom, it's empty.
If I remember correctly...
I feel like I've seen this before. It was blood all over it. I can't read it completely. But I can see the word poison.
Could it be...
So the arrow tips were probably dipped in the poison or something. What is poison? This bottle must be taken from my lab. I don't know who brought this here. Definitely has something to do with this case. Probably. Crossbow. This is... Yeah, there is, actually. I saw that. I saw that little hole. Which probably means that Kokichi shot him, but then Kaito turned it around and killed him with it. One of the crossbows from Maki's lab. Why is this here? A blood stain. A little blood in the center room and a swipe pattern from there to the door. What could this mean? Small window for ventilation. This is... same window from before. Small window and it doesn't open all the way. No one will be able to fit through here.
Well,
Suppose if someone could fit through, Kaito would have escaped by now. That was just too small for a person, but an object could fit through. Maybe. Alright, investigating the bathroom. There are more clues than I thought there'd be, and one is particularly concerning. Why is the crossbow from Maki's lab in here? And the 3 bloody arrows. Those arrows are definitely for the crossbow, but why are all 3 bloodied? That bottle of poison, what could they have been used for? So much I don't know. This case looks like it's going to be tricky. No, I didn't want to do that. Yeah. Sleeve sticking out of the press. It's definitely Kaito's coat sleeve. In that case, the victim must be...
no.
That hasn't been determined yet. I need to investigate further. Looks like the left sleeve sticking out of the hydraulic press. The sleeve is sticking out. No part of the victim's body is visible. Were they crushed completely so that only the sleeve remains? What's this? Sleeve has a single small hole in it. Hole in the sleeve. What could this be? Well, that's all the information I can deduce from the hydraulic press. Can't check the body, so I don't have many clues to work with. I'll have to find more clues elsewhere. Still questions. Truth is still far out of reach. I gotta deduce who the victim is. Need more clues. We should investigate other areas. Start with the areas around the hangar. I guess. Our alarm system is off. It must still be affected by the Electro Bomb.
All right.
Investigate this place thoroughly. There might be some clues around here. Well, there's the panel that looks all scratched up, for one. This is the control panel that controls the electric barrier protecting the hangar. We hit it with an Electro Hammer, so it isn't operational right now.
That's true.
That's right, what are these marks here? Looks as if it had been struck by something sharp. What could these be? Wait, how are they even able to damage this in the first place? Getting near the control panel should cause the alarm to go off. You have to turn off the alarm before you even get close. Perhaps an exisal was used? How did the person who did this get near the control panel? You doing okay, Kibo? I think I'm starting to feel a little better now. Sorry to worry you, Shuichi.
Okay.
I was a bit worried. I'm glad you're feeling better. There was something I needed to ask Kibo.
Hey!
Kibo, before we went into the hangar this morning, you said... So I went to the hangar last night and tried to talk to him. Tried to talk to him on your own. I'm sorry, I thought it would be preferable for him to release Kaito peacefully. How did it go? It went about as well as I expected. There was no response at all. But I did witness a few things. You said that you witnessed a few things. What exactly did you see? Yes. Since we were in a hurry, I told you about the exisal returning the hangar.
Okay.
Yes, you said the exisals could pass through the alarm system buried in the hangar.
Yes.
Never imagined something like this would happen, so I didn't mention it before. Before I saw the exisal, I saw someone heading toward the hangar.
Huh?
You saw someone. I saw... Himiko.
I was in my lab, trying to think of what I should write to convince Kokichi. That's when I saw her walking toward the hangar, clutching something in her hands. I think it was a black bag.
Did she bring that for Kaito? I'm not sure.
A black bag?
At the time, I assumed she was going there to examine things for plead with Kokichi. And since she came back later, I didn't think much of it.
But...
Yeah, I think she intended to bring it to Kaito. And since the window was open, she had ample opportunity to do that. And after seeing her reaction this morning, I started to get a little suspicious. What did you see?
Why?
She's acting like she had something to hide. It's not that I want to suspect her.
You're right.
True, it is suspicious.
Hey!
You said you saw her come back as well. Was she holding the bag at that time?
well...
Now that I think about it, she didn't. She had it coming in, but not leaving. It has to be. The black bag Kimiko carrying was... By the way, this is a little off topic, Shuichi, but...
Huh?
What is it?
As I thought.
The reason I wasn't feeling well may have been due to the Electro Bomb.
But...
It was because of electromagnetic particles, not because I'm a robot. So what I experienced was akin to an allergic reaction such as hay fever.
which means...
Could have affected a human the same way. Being a robot had nothing to do with it.
Okay.
Right, that must be it. That thing Himiko said was bothering him. He really is a bit too sensitive. This bathroom window. It's the hangar's only window. It's not possible to fit through.
I knew it.
Means the only way to get into this hangar is through the shutter. So what's going on with y'all? Exisal isn't showing any signs of moving. If she's alive, he can't use his remote to move them as he pleases. The remote control Kichi has for the Exisouls. What is it exactly? Does he have that because he's the mastermind? Oh, you can walk completely through them. Okay. Oh, Electro Hammer. There's an Electro Hammer here, but why? It's out of power. It must have been used. But used for what? But be careful, Electro Hammer runs out of battery pretty quickly. Though you use it as an Exisol, it'll run out of juice with just one shot. Got it?
If I remember correctly...
If the Electro Hammer's power is expended, it requires 24 hours to recharge. You know that for certain. Remember the site I saw yesterday? Exisol is protecting Monokuma for some reason. Kokichi said he was the mastermind. Exisol should have been around him. So why were they still protecting Monokuma? And 4 of them too? Suppose I was so caught up thinking about Kokichi I ignored Monokuma. Hi? Pay attention! Listen up. Take heed, I say. Monokuma?
And another thing.
It's just I noticed that you came this way last night, Shuichi.
Huh?
You were acting all sneaky, weren't you? Like a teenage boy trying to creep into the adult movie section of the video store.
No way!
We don't need to sneak around because the Exisouls wouldn't have attacked you.
Hey!
What are you saying? We didn't have to sneak?
Cuz.
Because everyone's trying to rent adult movies, so in a way, everyone going there is the same.
Wait!
Not that. I meant about the Exisouls not attacking us.
Yeah?
Oh, at the time the Exisouls were on autopilot directed to only observe me.
Hey,
The moves are more limited now that the Monokos aren't around to pilot them.
Huh?
Autopilot? You mean the remote control that Kokichi has?
well...
Yeah, that's pretty much it. So the Exisouls were being controlled by Kokichi's remote control. But they were focusing on Monokuma.
Hey!
Why are you telling me all of this? This puts the person controlling you at a disadvantage.
Hey,
But we're not talking about that. We're talking about this.
yeah.
Even if it puts someone at a disadvantage, the class trial must always be fair. The person who shared that info with me didn't seem interested in sharing with you guys. I still don't understand how Fahboss thinks only Junko's gross and horny. Monokuma is just as gross and horny as Junko. Almost like they're the same exact character. One just has different pronouns and looks like a bear. So you share it instead. That way it'll be fair to all participants. Someone else besides me knows this. Why wouldn't they share this information?
Okay.
That's all I can tell you.
Yeah.
By the way, renting movies is so old school. It's more thrilling to illegally download them.
Psycho pop.
It's like trying not to get caught by a big game hunter while holding your breath during sex. Yeah, pretty much. The information about the Exisouls could be a clue to solving this case. I should remember this. What else around here? In this essay, I will explain how, because of that, Junko's gender fluid. Hangar shutter. There's a security alarm here. You have to use the alarm remote to disable it to get near the shutter. You come near the shutter without the remote. A loud alarm would go off around the entire academy. We had to use an Electro Bomb to disable the sensor and the alarm. That's how we got into the hangar. It's not exactly a bomb, though, even though it's called Electro Bomb. It jams electric signals by scattering particles that interfere with electromagnetic waves. For 2 hours, any and all electric device within 50 yards will be completely disabled. It's perfect for any security activities, too. It doesn't leave any debris behind. The invention is extraordinary, but I only have 3 of them. So I need to use them carefully. You guys will have to settle for the Electro Hammers. And think about it. There were 3 Electro Bombs total. One was stolen by Maki, but what of the other 2? That's about all I was concerned with in the hangar.
But
I still don't have enough clues. There have to be more. At least that might yield some clues are Maki's lab and my lab. Crossbow in the bathroom, the bottle of poison. I need to investigate those leads.
all right.
I should also inspect the 3 exo-souls that were protecting Monokuma. Or were they protecting him in the first place? That might be related to the case as well. I mean, I did the thing. Yeah, I did the thing. So we just gotta go to the freaking labs. Sneezy, oh. Ugh. Ugh. That was a lot faster than usual. Maki! Maki! You know, as though there are less weapons here than I remember. Alright, everybody's here. I hope you're all ready. Are those weapons? So you went to my lab yesterday to find weapons to use against Monokuma. It's because Kaito had them. As suspected, there are 2 black bags, here identical to the one in the hangar. There are cases for the crossbows inside but disabled.
No.
Disassembled. Looks as if they don't even fit in the case unless they're disassembled. But there are 2. When I was here with Kaito before, there were 3. There were 3 of them. I'm sure that Kaito didn't have a crossbow with him.
That's true.
In that case, the crossbow in the hangar must have come from here. And was probably brought to Kaito by Himiko, based on Kibo's testimony. Meaning someone must have brought it to the hangar from here. It's fairly difficult to put together the crossbow. I don't believe you'd be able to do it unless Maki taught you.
No.
I think more about that later. For now, I need to investigate. Look at all these guns. They're all airsoft guns. It's a remarkable sight. I feel as though there are less weapons here than I remember. Alright, everyone. Everyone's here. I hope you're all ready. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, now we gotta do... Shuichi's lab. For the poison. Funnel poison the hangar. I need to confirm that it came from here. Turbo bottles of poison lined up here. I haven't seen any poison outside of this lab, so... all bottle of poison I found must have come from here. Hmm? There's a little less liquid inside this bottle than the others. Strike 9! Strike 9! That's a callback. Poison takes some time to spread, but even a small amount of it can be lethal. Can't imagine that there's a smaller amount in this bottle for no reason. This must be a clue. Knight's Hate Antidote, Harmlock Antidote, Arsenic Antidotes. There are a bunch of bottles on top of the desk. Someone take them out. These bottles say antidotes. Antidotes, huh? I didn't know these were here. On the labels, each bottle is only one dose. Each one only works on a specific poison. Well, I suppose that makes sense. Plenty of different kinds of poison, so there must be true for antidotes. Strike 9 poison and antidotes. That is disconcerting. None of these antidotes are for the Strike 9 poison. They're all for different poisons. What could that mean?
Alright.
Investigate this room thoroughly. Didn't find any evidence to suggest Kaido isn't dead. On the contrary, there's plenty of evidence to suggest Kokichi isn't dead. Monokuma is still moving around, and the killing game hasn't ended. Kaido's clothes were in the hydraulic press. Meaning the victim must be...
No.
It's too soon to be thinking like that. If I investigate a little more, I'll find something. Still time, I should head back to the hangar. Perhaps I missed something. I should check again. Okay. Hangar time. Hangar time. Hanger. Probs, maybe. I'm just manually moving anyway, because, it's just a little bit more experience as I get along. It's not a lot, but it's still it's still progress, so... Plus, I've also noticed that, once I got past level 50... Yeah, XP is XP. I've also noticed that once I got past level 50, the XP progress was much slower. Which I think is on purpose. But it's not like it matters anyway, I'm like already almost done.
Shuichi!
Can you come with me?
What happened?
Something wrong.
Um,
I found something strange in the bathroom. Please hurry. He shouted quickly and ran into the bathroom. What are you talking about, Kibo? What did you see? Oh.
Hey!
Is that Kokichi's clothes? Yeah, but what are you looking at?
Yes.
Take a look at this.
Huh?
These are Kokichi's clothes. It's soaked and wrinkled, but there's no doubt these are Kokichi's.
But...
Where did you find this? I didn't see it when I was investigating the bathroom. And why are they soaked?
well...
The toilet seems clogged, so I reached my hand down the drain. Aha. Which probably means that the body that was pressed is Kokichi's, but in Kaito's clothes. Which means Kaito is probably somewhere and naked. Put out these clothes. It looks like they couldn't be flushed all the way. Let me flush all the way. Why are these clothes in the toilet in the first place?
Yeah.
Yes, it was very brave of me, and thanks to that, I managed to find an important clue. Now, Shuichi, please investigate as much as you want.
Okay.
Yeah. Only a toilet, huh? But this isn't the time to hesitate. Kokichi's clothes found in the bathroom. They were found in the toilet. Someone must have tried to flush them. Well, who would do that?
What's the matter?
Something the matter. Please investigate.
Okay.
Olden Detective can't stop here. This has to be an important clue.
Alright.
Made up my mind, grab Kokichi's soaked clothes, and spread them open. Yep. Small hole in the back. And another small hole in the sleeve. Kokichi was shot twice. One in the arm, one in the back. While Kaito was shot once. In the wrist. It's about the same size as the one on Kaito's sleeve. There's a trace of blood and around the holes too. What does this mean? It could mean that he was attacked. In that case,
No.
there's a chance Kokichi was the one crushed in the hydraulic press.
Thank you.
Kibo, thank you, thank you. This is a very important clue.
Well...
Oh, I'm happy I was able to help, but I must decline shaking that hand of yours.
No.
Your hands aren't clean either, though. No touchy. Kokichi was the one crushed in the hydraulic press. Where did Kaito go? Why not show himself? I mean, he has a reason to get out. He just decides not to tell you. Why is this game still going, even though the mastermind is dead? Maybe because he's not even the freaking mastermind! Yeah, this is awkward, Suishi. I can leave you and give you some privacy.
Huh?
Concerned about that. You and I washed our hands in the sink and left the bathroom.
All right.
Now that we're out of the bathroom, we can get a lot more thinking done.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, it's plainly obvious someone is filling the streets. Oh. Perhaps it's a very plain person,
What?
You and Kibo both look more refreshed now.
Gross.
Refreshing each other in the boys' bathroom, even now you can't help yourselves, huh? Oh, oh!
That's true.
This is all Himiko's imagination, but I don't even want to touch that right now. It's almost time for the class trial to start, right? Was no one able to find Kokichi? I wonder. I haven't even heard from anyone.
I see.
I wonder where he went off to. Did he disappear? He can't still be in the hangar. Or under there.
Could it be?
Yushi, do you think the one who died was Kokichi?
Huh?
Seems like
I mean, your face says you want to think that.
it's plain to see.
I think that's just plain impossible. Kokichi's been manipulating us all from the start. Can't believe someone like that could be killed by Kaito. Of course, I don't mean to compliment Kokichi or make fun of Kaito or anything.
Okay.
I know, you're probably right. Well, he has a good point. Still don't have enough clues to... that Kokichi died. I'm certain that one of them must have. Bing bong. Bum bum bum.
It's about that time. That's right. It's time for the class trial, where hope and despair meet head-on. Please proceed to the Shrine of Judgment in the courtyard and head to the trial grounds. Everyone needs to be there. Got it? Anyone who's absent will be swiftly and permanently punished. I wonder what kind of despair awaits you this time.
Everyone needs to be there. It's Kokichi or Kaito, whoever is alive will be there.
Then
At the trial, we'll know who the victim is. It's pretty freaking clear it's Kokichi. He had a freaking bolt in his arm, and he was shot in the back. I don't think the dude's making it. Let alone, Kaito was clearly only shot once. And it wasn't a lethal shot. Like, there's no way freaking Kaito's the freaking victim. It sure is.
Huh?
This isn't everyone, right? Kaito and Kokichi aren't here.
What's the point?
I bet Kokichi is already there.
You bastard.
As the mastermind of the killing game, he's waiting for us to arrive.
No.
We don't know that yet. There's still a chance Kaito is alive.
Do you want to die?
Maki,
Well,
it's the battle between hope and despair. If I show any weakness like you are, then I know I'll lose the despair. Lose the despair?
you don't know?
6 of us will participate, and none of us will die after this class trial. Then only 5 will be left. Only 5. That's right, we're the only ones left.
That's obvious.
We can't lose the despair. Even though we have no future, we need to win. This is the whole point of this class trial. I will defeat Kokichi no matter what I have to sacrifice. I don't know what she has to sacrifice. Are you sure about that, Maki? Is that what you call hope? Hey, this feels like so much like a fake out ending. Fair, I guess. Okay, apparently the Hinamana-kun is gonna be in a psych taxi. Yes, it's very obvious that it's not the end. I know that we can't lose the despair. Plainly obvious, if you will. But something is wrong. Something doesn't feel right. I wonder what Kaito would say at a time like this. What would he say to us? If it was Kaito... I don't know, though. I'm still liking Chapter 5, but the mystery is pretty freaking obvious. There's no freaking ambiguity here. But I'm not going. That doesn't mean it's. I don't find this entertaining. I do. Silent as a tomb, we stepped inside into those open doors. Lost the will to live, knowing what we know about the outside world. Well, Shuichi's the button boy. Somehow, despite that despair, we had found a new reason to live. To win the battle between hope and despair. But now, what do we do now? But what do we know? We don't know what hope means to us anymore. What is hope? A birdie new bear? As those thoughts pierced my mind, I suddenly stopped. I can't think about things like that anymore. The only thing I need to think about is survival. Well, this is familiar.
That's nice.
Ah, a battle like this takes me back. After all, hope and despair are natural enemies. Yes, this is truly a magnificent theme. Only esteemed works of fiction have themes as magnificent as this. Yes, they are.
Why?
Anyway, where's Kokichi? Why isn't he here? Monkey was right. The person who should be here isn't. Like, this is very much a callback to frickin' Trigger Happy Havoc. Right here. This trial room. Just way better rendered. Well, I'll tell you once the trial starts. What's going on? Why are you scheming now?
No.
It doesn't matter what Kokishi is scheming.
We must do it.
This is the final battle between hope and despair. It all ends here. Kokishi can twist and violate the rules all he likes, but will never give up. Trigger Happy Havoc but with graphics. Hope will never submit to despair. Oh, for the love of... No rules have been violated! No, my watch you know.
Shut up.
Whatever, hurry up and start. We'll end it with this class trial. We'll defeat the remnants of despair, no matter what. So get ready.
Okay.
Yeah, I got it. Now, let's get started. Mix equal parts of light and death and adds dash of lies, and truth bakes in fires of conflict. And when it's golden brown and bubbling, you have yourself a truly decadent class trial. And once more, we face the class trial. Was the one who died Kaito or Kokichi? Can't say for certain, but I still believe. Kaito wouldn't die so easily. I don't know why I believe that so strongly. Oh. They even changed his portrait to be purple because it makes it so it's unknown who is alive or who is not. But I will fight to prove it. I will fight with everyone. Same with Kokichi. There has to hope on the other side of this truth. I will fight. I will fight in this trial of truth and lies. Abracadabra. Alright, let's go.
Now then, let's begin with a basic explanation of the class trial. During the trial, you'll present your arguments for who the culprit is and vote for who done it.
They even freaking put a question mark on the supposedly dead or not.
Only the blackened will be punished. But if you pick the wrong person, I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and that person will graduate.
Graduation is meaningless here. We already know that.
Monokuma's going into old habits.
We don't need your rules anymore. We'll find our own reasons to live. And we'll do whatever it takes to survive.
Wow! An actual talking robot! I've never seen one of those before.
Seriously?
What happened to Kokichi? Why isn't he here?
Aw, don't make that face, killer. This case has some unique circumstances.
Unique circumstances?
Because for this murder, the victim's identity is completely unknown. Given these circumstances,
Kibo sounding like Makoto.
I decided to start off this class trial while the victim is still anonymous. After all, it'd be a shame if I let such a rare opportunity go to waste.
Is that possible? I thought everyone had to participate in the class trial.
Don't worry, the person who's still alive is waiting behind the scenes for their cue. It's all part of the overall production. Anyway, let's get this trial moving.
Yeah, production. I wonder what that means.
I guess we have no choice but to start the trial under these conditions.
What's there to even talk about? The Blacken is the mastermind, Kokichi.
Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of, too.
It's too soon to decide anything for certain. We don't even know if Kaito was the victim.
How long are you going to say that? The victim is Kaito. End of discussion.
But we need to be absolutely sure. If we don't positively identify the victim, the other person will never show themselves, right?
Before we can identify a suspect, we need to determine who the victim is.
Why are we even talking about something so obvious? What a pain.
Rin thinks that Kaito is the victim, but I have my doubts. There's a chance Kaito is still alive. Keep discussing the case, I'm sure we'll see the truth.
The victim has to be Kaito.
Kaito was taken prisoner by Kokichi. So he could have killed him whenever he wanted.
And the hydraulic press had his clothes inside.
Kokichi can't be the victim because there's no evidence for it. So the victim must be Kaito.
And the culprit must be Kokichi.
I think I know where I need to put it.
We lost a really good guy today. Ka-ding! If only mages could cast revive spells.
No evidence that allows us to confirm the victim or the survivor. Still too early to declare who the victim is.
The victim has to be Kaito. Press had his clothes inside.
Kokichi can't be the victim because there's no evidence for it.
That's wrong!
Kokichi's blood on his clothes!
I have evidence that points to Kokichi being the victim. I found this in the hangar.
And plus, these clothes were flushed down the toilet. Or at least attempted to be flushed down the toilet.
Is that Kokichi's coat?
Yes, and look here. There are bloodstains on the sleeve. That would indicate that Kokichi suffered an external injury, correct?
Kokichi was injured.
The fact that these were flushed down the toilet implies that they are evidence of a crime.
What about it? Kaito's clothes were in the hydraulic press.
That's the thing, though. You could have easily just put your own coat under there and make it seem like you died.
As long as we have that evidence, there's no doubt that Kaito was the one murdered.
Yeah, that's right. It's one of those irrefutable evidence thingies.
Ever since she found the body in the hangar, Maki's insisted that it's Kaito's. Why is that? I thought we had an understanding. I thought she'd want to believe Kaito was still alive. Either way, it seems Maki is hung up on Kaito's clothes. In that case, I need to demonstrate the flaw in relying on that evidence. If I do that, I think she'll realize there's a chance that Kaito is alive.
Actually, there's something bothering me about the clothes found in the hydraulic press.
What about them?
Something peculiar about those clothes. Sleeve of the jacket.
That's it! Why was only the sleeve sticking out of the hydraulic press? If Kaito had been crushed by the press, the sleeve shouldn't have been empty. There should have been an arm inside the sleeve as well. So the fact that we found an empty sleeve should...
Shall I kill that logic?
Oh boy. Huh?
You're dumber than I thought if I have to go out of my way to explain it to you. If you can't even see that, then be quiet. Otherwise, you're just annoying me. sleeve sticking out of the hydraulic press. It's rather telling. It couldn't have been anyone else but Kaito. If you can't see that, then you weren't looking hard enough.
I am stronger.
Wasn't looking hard enough. What do you mean?
He always dressed himself in a rather odd manner. He never put his arms through his coat sleeves. So when the hydraulic press crushed him, all that stuck out was his coat sleeve. If you understand to be quiet already. Otherwise, you're getting in the way.
Maki's claim appears to be solid, but I know that it's not. Wrong. We can't conclude Kaito is dead on that evidence.
He always dressed himself in a rather odd manner. He never put his arms through his coat sleeves. So when the
Let me
hydraulic
think.
press crushed him, all that stuck out was his coat sleeve. If you understand to be quiet already. Otherwise, you're getting in the way.
What would work for that? No, he always put... Hang on.
He always dressed himself in a rather odd manner. He never put his arms through his coat sleeves. So
That's
when the hydraulic
incorrect.
press crushed him, all that stuck out was his coat sleeve. If you
Yeah, I know
understand
what it
the
is. I know what it is. I know what it is. I know what it is.
Otherwise, you're getting in the way.
I know what it
He always
is.
dressed himself in a rather odd manner. He never put his arms through his coat sleeves. So when the hydraulic press crushed him, all that
Actually, hang on. I need to make sure I'm getting it the
stuck
right
out was
one.
his coat sleeve. If you understand to be quiet already.
Yeah, I got it. I got it. I got it. There's a
Otherwise,
single
you're getting
hole,
in the way.
and that hole has a blood stain. Specifically meaning that he has one arm in, which I know. He has one arm in his coat at all times.
He always dressed himself in a rather odd manner. He never put his arms through his coat sleeve.
I'll cut through your words. Yes, it's true. Kaito never put his arm through his sleeve. But that was just his right arm. He wore his left sleeve normally.
Yeah. And that sleeve specifically is his left sleeve.
And the left sleeve was the one we found outside the press. Knowing how Kaito wore his coat, that's awfully strange, isn't it?
Then maybe neither of his arms were through the sleeves.
Huh?
It's a possibility. In the end, your reasoning is full of holes.
Is it? Or are you just trying to push away my reasoning?
Stop getting in my way. I have to defeat Kokichi.
Maki, what's really going on? Seems you've made up your mind that Kaito is definitely dead. Why would you do that?
It's like Maki said, though. Kaito's gotta be the victim. Because if Kokichi, the mastermind, was dead, the killing game would be over.
Yeah, that's true.
Monokuma, hurry up and bring Kokichi here. We already know who the victim is.
Huh? Already? You sure it's not too soon?
It
We
is
need the
too
suspect
soon.
Present, now that he's the subject of our discussion.
Gotcha. I guess I'll bring him out now. Hey, Mr. Suspect! That's your cue!
An Exisal?
What? Why is an Exisal here?
And, the Exisal is right behind Kaito's, so, I think that's even more of a clue.
Haha, whoops, my bad. Seems like I gave you guys a scare, huh?
What is this?
Is that Kaito's voice?
Kaito?
There was a lot going on, so I just hid in an Exisal and kind of dozed off. That's why I'm so late. Anyway, what's going on, guys?
Oh, hold on. Then the one that died wasn't Kaito.
Stupid! That was just a lie!
No, it's freaking Kaito.
You guys thought I died? I would never! No way!
That is a poor impression.
Kokichi?
I'm gonna live till I die. I'm gonna laugh instead of cry.
Wow, that's old. How old are you?
I thought as much. Your appearance right now is fit for a lowly asshole like you.
Well, the way he spoke there is definitely Kaito. That is not freaking Kokichi.
You're making me blush. You're getting so angry over me.
Is that really you, Kokichi?
Yeah, I'm not believing this for a freaking second.
That's right, Crackerjack.
Seriously, how old are you?
Then why are you hiding in there? Show yourself.
Oh, this is more for self-defense. Little Miss Cranky Pants would kill me if I showed myself. I understand how you guys must feel. You can't believe it because I'm like this, right? That's what I thought. In that case, I brought evidence.
Evidence?
Ta-da! The video camera. It was in the warehouse, but I brought it to the hangar, just in case. Man, that was a smart move. Thanks to this, I filmed it so everyone could see it clearly. The moment the victim died.
What did you say?
Alrighty then. Let's watch this shocking moment. Hey, Monokuma. Can you connect the video camera to the monitor?
Roger that!
I still don't believe it. This is not freaking Kokichi. Yeah, sure. It's totally Kaito being crushed. Totally.
Huh? Kaito?
This is terrible. Why would something like this?
I saw it through my fingers. The moment Kaito was crushed.
By the way, I'd like to add that this footage has not been doctored in any way.
Sure. I totally believe you.
This video camera only has the basic functions. Just the play, record, and pause buttons, so you can't edit after filming it. And of course, I didn't upload it to a computer to edit it either. Right, Monokuma? Oh, you can talk. Your answer is necessary for a fair discussion.
I see. If it's necessary for a fair discussion, then I will answer. No trace of that footage was found on any of the computers inside the Academy.
See? If it wasn't connected to any computer, then editing the footage would be impossible. Which means this footage is 100% real.
Nah.
If that's the case, then it would seem our suspicions can be lifted. The body we found inside the hangar, crushed in the hydraulic press, is definitely Kaito.
This is fake evidence. Was that really him?
Poor Kaito. I can't believe he died such a horrible death. I can't believe he died with his guts and his brains splattered all over that machine.
Stop it! Now I'm starting to not feel well.
That's probably because I used my magic to transfer all my barf over to you.
I know that's a joke, but the thought of it...
Why was Kaito killed? She had no reason to kill Kaito. He just told us all that he was the mastermind, that the killing game was over. So what would he gain by killing Kaito? Nothing.
It looks like you finally believe that I'm the one in this exasol.
Yes. With that, we can definitively say that the culprit is... you.
Huh? Why?
You filmed the moment the victim died, which means you were present at the scene. As the person who filmed this footage, you're the only one who could be the culprit.
But if the culprit shot the video, why would they go out of their way to show it?
Oh man, you got me! Yeah, I'm the culprit.
See, that's the thing, though. Kokichi would not go out of his fucking way to say this. This is the worst freaking lie I've ever freaking heard. Out of someone that's using a freaking Kokichi voice changer.
Jeez, I totally dug my own grave. Here's the truth. I decided to participate in this trial in an exasol after I killed Kaito. Of course, it was mostly to make the victim unknown, to jazz up this trial. I took that footage for proof, so I could reveal it after you guys get the correct answer. But I totally spaced out. I wasn't supposed to show it right away.
So does that mean you admit to the crime?
Oh, man. I dug my own grave again? Well, I don't think you guys will believe any of the excuses I make now. So, I give up.
You're giving up? Does that mean it's been decided?
I say no.
This trial was so short?
No!
That's fine. We knew from the very start that Kokichi was the killer. But before we vote, I want to say something to Kokichi. You may be the mastermind, but I won't let you escape after you violated the rules. That would desecrate the killing game Junko Enoshima created, right? Your beloved Junko Enoshima.
Junko?
Whatever. It's voting time now. Let's go before Kokichi changes his...
That's the tell. That's the tell. Kaito would not freaking know anything about that. So this is all a freaking sham.
No, hold on a second. This isn't right. The culprit comes in, confesses to the crime, and the trial ends? That's not how this goes. That doesn't sound like the kind of game Kokichi or Monokuma or Junko would play.
What if the mastermind got tired of it? The remnants of despair were like that.
I'm sorry, but no. Kokichi is not a Monica.
No, if they were tired of it, they wouldn't have put all that effort into the video. There would have been no need for this class trial in the first place. Something's not right. We need to get a better feel for the situation. I think Kokichi has some sort of plan. He's trying to trap us.
Trap us? Are you saying Kokichi isn't the culprit? Then, are you suggesting one of us is the culprit?
What?
If it's not Kokichi, then the culprit must be one of us.
No, it's Kaito.
One of us.
That's not possible.
No, I didn't say that. I was just saying it's dangerous to trust Kokichi.
Shuichi is so distrusting. But it's exactly like Shuichi said. I'm actually not the culprit.
Seriously?
What? But that contradicts what you said previously.
Yeah, that's what Kokichi does.
Yippers, that was a lie. Sorry, I lied again. The real culprit of this case is super bad at hiding themselves, so I thought I could help. I pretended to be the culprit by using the footage. It made the game more interesting, too.
Are you serious?
What's the truth and what's a lie? I don't know anymore.
It's fine, because Kokichi is the culprit. He killed Kaito. No matter how much he deceives us, it won't change our minds. The footage shows he did it. Kokichi has to be the only option.
The only option? Is that really true? Are we just going to leave it at that?
There's no doubt that Kokichi is the culprit. We all saw that footage from earlier, right?
Kaito got crushed to death.
No.
Reveal the truth. I still don't believe it. Is that video real? It could have been edited to make it look like Kaito was killed by the press.
Damn right! There's no way this luminary of the stars would die that easily.
Kaito again?
Would you have liked it better if it turned out like that? You wish. Like I said, that footage isn't edited at all. It recorded the event completely as is.
Are you sure?
Kaito was crushed. His bones went crunch and his organs went squish.
I remembered the video and all my bittersweet memories of him.
Hold those memories within you, or they'll just escape as sour vomit.
But we all know Kokichi loves to lie, and that he's a remnant of despair. That leads me to believe there's something he's not telling us about that video. I don't think that video showed the murder at all. All we saw was a living body.
Also, he specifically mentioned, very specifically, the camera can only start, stop, and play. So, you could start it while it's going down, stop the footage, and then play. We'll start the footage again, and then just do the full thing right after. Like, you don't have to edit it. You can just use that to your advantage.
A living body?
I don't blame you for not believing it. It's hard to believe a smug idiot like Kaito got squished like a bug, right?
Hang on.
But your lie won't work here, Shuichi. No, what you said isn't even a lie. It's just wishful thinking.
You're wrong, Kokichi. My emotional reaction is the lie. I put on this act to get what I want from you. I know that these class trials penned demand that someone dies. I know that these customers demand... Yeah, I'm prepared for that. My intuition is telling me that there's something wrong with that video. It was shot for a reason. Is there a hint at what Kokichi has said? Some key to the mystery?
Isn't this enough? Kokichi is the culprit. He brought the evidence and even confessed to the murder.
That doesn't make sense. Not even Kokichi would do something that stupid.
Is common sense going to work here? On the remnants of despair, I mean?
Oh, a hit! I got a hit! Shuichi, I got a hit containing some important info.
A hit?
The word living stuck out to me, so I ran a search for that word in my memory bank. And there was one hit.
Do you mean you remembered something?
What important info was in your search hit?
The living organism detector that we found when we investigated the press. The existence of this detector refutes the very premise of this discussion.
Of course! The safety function. The video does not show Kaito's murder.
A safety function.
Yes, it was written on the safety precautions. The hydraulic press will automatically stop if its infrared sensor detects a living organism.
Yep. Yep,
So
yep,
the
yep.
hydraulic press won't move at all if there's a living person under it?
Which is why it couldn't have been used to kill Kaito.
Which means it's more likely that Kaito was crushed after being killed by some other means.
So what we saw in that video, he was already dead by then?
Or...
But you could disable the infrared sensor of the safety function with an Electro Bomb.
Or, hear me out. You pressed play. You stopped. You stopped the footage. Then you... Well, yeah, you press start. Start the footage. Get that little thing there. Stop. And then rewind a little bit to where that freaking hand is. And then you start again with Kokichi's body under there.
No, I don't think Kokichi would use an Electro Bomb for that purpose. It would have taken down the hangar's alarm system and the Exosoul's remote control.
It would have put Kokichi at a significant disadvantage.
But you can't be too sure I wouldn't do that. I'm the type who would do anything for fun.
Also, we don't have any evidence of a different murder method other than the hydraulic
No, we do. I have a plausible theory for the murder.
What?
Yes, there is a clue that suggests the victim was killed before being crushed. Found it somewhere around the hydraulic press.
Damn it!
Oh yeah.
There was a swipe pattern bloodstain in the hangar, suggesting a body was dragged. The bloodstain goes from the bathroom all the way to the press.
Oh, that was the restroom where Kaito was being held, wasn't it?
Bloodstains were also found inside the bathroom. That can't be coincidence.
So Kaito was killed in the restroom, then dragged to the press and crushed?
If the bloodstain even was Kaito's.
What?
Yeah.
We only guess that Kaito was killed in the bathroom. Since his body was crushed, we'll never know if Kaito died some other way.
Not be able to examine the body, but do evidence that suggests the cause of death.
There! The small hole on the sleeve of Kaito's coat is the key to his cause of death.
The small hole? No. There is no way that hole's got anything to do with the weapon.
It does.
I'll hit you with my everything you buy will go on sale the next day curse.
Himiko, what's wrong? Why are you freaking out all of a sudden?
It's 'cause she knows.
I'm not freaking out. I'm just saying it's impossible for the weapon to be that small.
No, it's not impossible. I can show you. Weapon that left that small hole in Kaito's sleeve.
This is it! I believe the weapon was the crossbow found in the bathroom.
A crossbow arrow would certainly leave a hole that small. Can we then conclude that Kaito was shot with that crossbow? If so, that crossbow just might be the actual murder weapon used to kill Kaito.
I see. It's so surprising that a crossbow is the murder weapon.
Seriously, Himiko, what's wrong?
She probably needs to pee. Anyway, about Kaito getting shot. If that was his cause of death, then I wonder who shot him with the crossbow. Well, I already know, but I won't tell you.
He's just playing with us.
Then let's show him that playtime is over. Let's show him that the students of Hope's Peak Academy will never submit to despair.
Hope? Despair? I wonder who shot Kaito with the crossbow. What a mystery, right, guys?
Who else but you could have done it?
The shot would need to be fired from inside the hangar to hit Kaito.
We couldn't go in the hangar. The alarm system and electric barrier were in the way.
If we couldn't go in the hangar, and Kokichi had been in there, then he must be the one.
I see, so I'm the culprit.
Kaito would have been in there, but the murder weapon was a crossbow. Knowing that, we should be able to visualize the
I
murder.
wonder who shot Kaito with the crossbow. What a mystery, right, guys?
Who else but you could have done it?
The shot would need to be fired from inside the hangar to hit Kaito.
No.
That's wrong! Even without going in the hangar, it was possible to land a shot with a crossbow. There was a window in the bathroom of the hangar. Maybe it wasn't possible to get in, but you could have shot through the window. And remember that Kaito was confined to the bathroom.
So if they shot Kaito through the window, they could have killed him in the hangar. Which means the murder suspect list grows to 6 people, including me!
What did you say?
But put plainly, that means...
It seems Shuichi wants to make one of us the culprit. Is that it? Is that what a detective does?
Huh?
Do detectives always accuse people, even when they're friends? It seems like it. You suspected Kaito in the previous class trial, too. You're always suspicious of your friends.
What's wrong, Maki? You seem like you're kind of on edge.
Of course I am. When we said we would defeat the remnants of despair, someone got in our way.
No, you don't understand. I'm not trying to...
It doesn't matter how much you get in my way. I will absolutely defeat Kokichi. I won't let despair escape. I won't let it win.
Now, let's stop this boring fight and continue on with the not-so-boring trial. So we all agree that the murder could be done by anyone and not just me, right?
That might be true, but I didn't know about the window.
Neither did I.
Really, Himiko? What's the matter? You've been weird since we mentioned small holes.
What? Are you after my small hole too?
Oh! Oh no.
Now that's definitely weird.
Oh no.
Look at it this way. Just because the culprit could be anyone, not everyone is a suspect. We can pretty much narrow it down to anyone who knew about the crossbow.
I never knew about any crossbows. In other words, I'm not suspicious. There's no way you can consider me.
It does concern me that Himiko went to the hangar last night.
Well, really? You went to the hangar, Himiko?
Yes, she did. I definitely saw her.
You were watching me?
It's awfully suspicious that you went to the hangar last night. Okay, then the culprit is Himiko.
No, she's not.
Wait! Don't say it's me! Maki's more suspicious than I am!
What?
That crossbow came from your research lab, right? You could have gotten that crossbow whenever you wanted!
Anyone could have gone to her research lab, though. She's not the only suspect.
I don't know about that. She's definitely the most suspicious. Even if you make that scary face at me, I'm not gonna get scared.
Because if you start panicking, then we'll know that you're the culprit.
I said I'm not the culprit! I swear! Kokichi's the suspicious one! Maki too! They're both the culprits!
Why am I a suspect? Anyone could have entered my research.
Oh boy. Here we go.
Yeah, I'll admit that I'm suspicious. Okay, maybe I am the culprit.
They sure are.
Maybe I'm the
I'm the
culprit.
Culprit! I went to the
I'm the
hangar,
number one
but
suspect, because I was in the hangar.
If
I
you
was only
are
trying
the
to
culprit,
my magic.
then
Not
explain
come
the
from me.
crossbow.
There's a good
Anyone
magic
could have
source
gotten it
around
from
here.
her research lab.
So I went
Then
there
who
and found
actually
The number one suspect.
Kokichi. And I
I'm
left
the one
this
who shot
man.
Kaito.
Okay, I know what it's on. I know it's on.
I went to the
I'm the
hangar,
number one
but
suspect, because I was in the hangar.
At all.
so I went
Then
there
who
and
I'm
found
the number one suspect. I heard it.
Kibo saw you, Himiko.
You said that you went to the hangar empty-handed, but that's a lie, isn't it?
What are you talking about? It's not a lie.
But Kibo saw you. He said you were headed toward the hangar carrying a large black bag.
Yes, Himiko was definitely carrying a large black bag.
No! That was probably Tsumugi cosplaying as me!
I mean, I could totally see Tsumugi doing that.
You know I can't cosplay as someone unless they're a fictional character.
I mean,
Himiko,
you never know.
this is the bag you were carrying, isn't it?
That's the crossbow case.
There's no mistake. That is the bag I saw Himiko carrying.
What? Hold on. Himiko went to the hangar with a crossbow?
Hug.
Uh-oh. Well, it's decided then.
Wait! That's wrong! I just brought it there. I didn't shoot it! It's the truth! Please believe me!
I believe you.
You're right. I believe you. Himiko is totally telling the truth.
Shut up.
Not you! If you believe me, it makes me look like I'm lying!
That is true. Can we really trust Himiko here? She was acting very suspiciously. Is she so suspicious that she would actually go through with a killing? No, I don't think that's the case. Shut up, Kaitichi.
I'm not the culprit!
Yeah, I totally agree.
I only carried the case.
Yep, that's true too.
And I didn't even use the crossbow!
Another true statement.
And that's all! I didn't do anything else in the hangar!
100% exactamundo!
Why does this all sound so fishy?
Ah! 'Cause Kokichi won't shut up! Get out of my head, Kokichi!
Hit Kaito with a crossbow, you have to be fairly good with it. And considering that only 3 people know how to assemble the crossbow, Himiko definitely could not have done it.
I'm not the culprit!
Yeah, I totally agree.
Yeah, it's definitely that.
I only carried the case.
Yep, that's true too.
And I didn't even use the crossbow!
Another true statement.
And that's all! I didn't do anything else in the hangar!
Oops.
I was wrong!
Not the culprit!
Yeah, I totally
I carried the case.
too.
And didn't even use the crossbow!
Yeah, you can't.
I agree!
You can't.
I don't think Himiko used the crossbow. More accurately,
Couldn't use it? Why not?
the crossbow inside this case was disassembled. Kaito and I learned how to assemble the crossbow from Maki, so we could have done it.
Which makes it more likely that Kaito is the culprit.
But I don't believe someone without the proper training could have assembled it.
Well, what if Maki taught Himiko how to assemble the crossbow?
He didn't teach me that! Right, Maki? What's wrong? Are you mad about before? Sorry. I thought they were gonna suspect me, so I lied.
I really have to question your morals if you're blaming Maki for your lie, Himiko.
I don't think you're allowed to say something like that.
I'm sorry, Maki. Please, can you tell them the truth?
Fine. I'm not going to lie. I didn't teach Himiko how to assemble the crossbow. She couldn't have used it.
See? I told you! It's just like I said. Everyone who suspected me needs to apologize right now!
She changed back so fast. I think I might have whiplash now.
Then, why did you bring the crossbow to the hangar, Himiko?
I was asked to.
By Kaito. Or by someone else. Maki, perhaps. The person who asked was... Yeah, it would have to be Maki. No? Eh, whatever. Maki could have freaking asked her to do
Was
it.
it Kaito?
Huh? Kaito?
Only Kaito or Kokichi would have asked for a crossbow to be brought to the hangar. Because Kaito knows how to assemble the crossbow, he certainly could have used it. Knowing that, I can't imagine that anyone else would have asked Himiko.
I do not think she would bring it at Kokichi's request.
Of course not. Why would I ever listen to Kokichi?
Yeah.
Cause I know you like me.
Shut up.
Nuh-uh! I hate you!
But I like you.
Ugh. think that Kaito asked Himiko to do that. That was also the big mistake. Kokichi... Kokichi is... gay! Kaito! Kaito! Kokichi is gay! You should be hitting on Shuichi instead, but no, you wouldn't do that. Yes, he's the big gay. Why would he hit on freaking Himiko? Don't you worry, I'll do something about this. That's a promise. Oh, you guys are working so hard, so I can't just sit back and relax.
But why were you keeping that a secret, Himiko?
Well, Kaito sorta asked me to keep it a secret. Then Kaito died and I got scared. I thought it was gonna be next.
You're the worst for trying to pin the blame on Maki just for that reason. Maki, teach this dumb monkey the true terror of human beings.
Don't bully the person you like.
Yeah.
This is way beyond bullying a grade school crush.
Yeah, no. Because... that doesn't make any sense, because he was only hitting on dudes the entire freaking game up to this point. Sure, he had, like, some interest in, like, Kurumi, but not, like, in a romantic way. More in a mother-son-esque relationship. But even then, that was, like, a joke. He clearly didn't mean it.
Himiko, when exactly did Kaito ask you to do this?
I think it was around evening yesterday. I was so nervous about fighting Kokichi, I couldn't get to sleep. So I took a walk near the hangar, and that's when Kaito called out to me. I got startled and wet myself a little, and then he asked me to get him a crossbow.
That one part was, you know what? Never mind. So if Kaito asked for a crossbow, does that mean he was going to kill Kokichi?
No, he said it was to disable Kokichi. I wouldn't have helped him otherwise. I trusted Kaito and took a crossbow from Maki's lab.
That's when I noticed Himiko.
But then, what did Kaito do after he had the crossbow?
I don't know. I just handed him the crossbow, then went right back to the dorm.
Presumably, Kaito tried to attack Kokichi.
Yep.
Only to be disarmed
Yep.
with a crossbow. And then, Kokichi returned fire and shot Kaito. That sequence of events seems logical.
No, it happened a little differently. Both Kaito and Kokichi shot the crossbow.
And there's proof of that.
This is it! Remember that when we found Kokichi's clothes, there were holes in the back and sleeve.
And there were bloodstains.
The same kind of hole that was found in Kaito's coat.
Kokichi was shot by the crossbow too?
And it was Kaito who shot him, right?
I'm not sure. I don't remember anything like that.
You don't remember whether or not you were shot?
It's almost like you want to mess up the freaking trial.
There is no doubt that they shot each other with the crossbow, but...
It doesn't matter.
Huh?
It doesn't matter what happened in between. In the end, Kokichi killed Kaito.
No. That is clearly not the case. Ryu's been acting strangely. But why? Does she know something? If so, what does she know?
Maybe Maki's right. It doesn't matter what happened in the middle. Because in the end, there's no mistake that Kokichi killed Kaito.
Then let's hurry up and vote.
No, 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 no.
No, it's too soon. There are still mysteries.
Who cares about that? We already know who the culprit is.
You sure about that?
Huh?
Monokuma said, no.
What? Now he's joining in?
As the one running this trial, it bothers me when anyone says mysteries don't matter. It affects the overall entertainment value, so I encourage you to really think about things. After all, there should be some mysteries that still matter.
They still very clearly do.
For example, is Kokichi really inside that exisal? Stuff like that.
Yeah, and it's also like, why are you hearing Kokichi? Why are you also hearing Kaito's voice? Hmm? Who is it? Who's in there?
What?
What are you saying? We already finished that discussion a while ago.
Kokichi's gotta still be alive since the killing game's still going. His voice is even coming from the exisal and everything.
So was Kaito's voice.
But we heard it speak in Kaito's voice earlier, didn't we?
Yeah, don't rely on that. After all, this exisal has a voice changer.
Yes. But you could also be using a voice changer for Kokichi's voice. Huh? Hmm? 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 Kaito? Hmm? It what?
Ha! Because of that, nobody realizes I'm pretending to be Kokichi. But no more! Sorry for the wait, guys! The luminary of the stars has arrived. This time for real.
What? What's going on?
I told you, I'm Kaito. I was just pretending to be Kokichi is all. There's a bit of a situation going on, so I didn't really have a choice. Sorry about tricking you guys like that. My bad.
Huh? So Kaito's in there after all?
Don't be stupid. How many times are you going to be tricked by him?
Yep, we are.
That's Kokichi pretending to be Kaito.
Or it's Kaito pretending to be Kokichi. Hmm? Hmm?
Hey now, Maki Roll. Don't you believe me?
Don't ever call me that!
Whoa there, chill. You really think I'm Kokichi? I mean, I guess I understand. Sorry, I can't really get out of this thing right now.
Why not?
I can't move because of the injury I got from Kokichi. It's so bad I can't even stand. That's why I'm in this exisal.
Is that so?
But if you guys don't believe me, then we can't move on. So, you're up, Shuichi.
What? Me?
Explain to everyone how I wasn't the one that died.
Kaito was alive after all. No, maybe that's what I want to believe. Is it really true? What story does the evidence tell? Did that story end with Kaito of Kokichi being the victim? I need to give a well-reasoned answer to that question, and soon. Can't look away from the truth. Kokichi. Yeah, I know it's freaking Kokichi. Trying really am, but I can't think of anyone other than Kaito. It's freaking Kokichi. You could have easily.
Hey, what's the matter, Shuichi? Just hurry up and tell everyone why I'm not dead. Should be easy.
No, I won't. Because you're not Kaito. Kaito is already dead.
Despair will never die! Good, good! This is already more entertaining! Now, the Ultimate Academy is proud to present its very own more phenomenal trial grounds! All right, let's give it everything we've got!
It's Kaito, come on. Don't give me the... It's... What? No, it's not Kaito, it's Kokichi. Blech. The victim is Kokichi, not Kaito. Why do I have to freaking do
I
this?
suspect that Kaito is inside the Exisal.
I got this! Unless he comes out of the Exisal, we can't confirm.
I love this freaking minigame, but like...
Said that he can't leave the Exisal because he's injured.
Anyone who knows about Kaito's injury can make that claim.
Is it possible that Kokichi got crushed instead of Kaito?
Did you watch the footage? Kaito was the one who got crushed.
But there was an arrow hole on Kokichi's shirt.
I got this! Kaito's clothes had arrow holes too.
I want to believe Kaito is still alive and defeated the mastermind, but
The mastermind is still alive. Inside that Exisal.
Why are you so opposed to Kaito being alive?
I got this! Because the evidence doesn't support the claim that Kaito is still alive.
No, come on!
I was wrong!
It did... It stopped registering!
This is our answer.
It frickin' stopped registering. I couldn't do anything.
I want to believe it.
Yeah.
In a way, I still can't.
Also, I know it's Kokichi. It's obvious. But we're going through this. Ugh.
But the evidence...
Ye-
evidence shows that Kaito must be the one who died.
Yes, tiny baby full counter.
I hate it. I hate it so much. But it's the truth.
I see. If that's the conclusion you've arrived at, Shuichi...
Yeah, it's such a
there must be no
runaround.
mistake.
Like, it's obvious that the victim is Kokichi. Kaito has the Kaito has the freaking motive to kill Kokichi because he wants to get out as soon as possible. It's obvious.
Then the one here is...
Looks like I messed around too much.
Sorry, that was just a little joke.
what a sick joke!
You're still an asshole.
True, and I can't forgive him. But we still need to stay calm, be rational. Because we need to get to the truth of Kaito's death.
Yeah, just keep calm and carry on.
Why are you saying that? What part of that was calm?
Getting back on topic, why don't we examine the crossbow a little more closely? I think we need to get all the facts straight, so we don't fall for any more lies.
I agree, but... What do you think, Maki?
Fine.
Okay, let's discuss that then.
Why are you acting like you're in charge of things?
So if we assume that Kaito and I shot each other with the crossbow, then the most efficient way to solve this is to set up a timeline of events.
Hey, I said, why are you...
Yeah, I can totally see why. It's such a runaround trial that just feels so mishandled.
Alrighty then, let the debate begin! Crossbow fired.
Like, I know it's freaking
What was
Kokichi.
going on?
Not even just by, like, you telling me or whatever. Just, like,
The crossbow
how
was in
the
Kaito's
evidence
position
points to it.
first. He probably fired the first shot at Kokichi too.
Then Kokichi disarmed Kaito, took the crossbow, and returned fire.
I didn't take the crossbow from Kaito. I secretly brought a different one!
But only one crossbow was taken. The other two are still in my research lab.
Still, only one arrow was fired.
No! No, 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 no,
How
no.
could they both shoot each other?
By the way, crossbow shots hurt a lot. My wound is still aching. When the crossbow fired,
There were 3 that were fired.
The
Kokichi disarmed Kaito, took the crossbow, and returned fire.
I didn't take the
Crossbow from Kaito. I secretly brought a different one. But only one crossbow.
Bow was taken.
The other two
Are still in
my research lab.
Still, only one arrow was fired.
That's wrong! Wait, Himiko. What do you mean, one arrow?
Well, I only gave Kaito one arrow, so...
I don't care about it. I don't care about that stuff at all.
Positive.
Of course! There's no way I got that wrong.
Well then, that's strange, because... There were 3 arrows in the bathroom, remember?
3? I know I only gave him one! Kaito even told me to only bring him one. He said he wanted to avoid fighting.
I mean, he could have easily stuffed 2 freaking crossbow bolts on him. There was 3 arrows at the scene, but Himiko says she only brought 1. What is going on here?
Maybe Kokichi had some hidden away?
Well, no. Kaito could have easily hidden 2 on him.
Why would Kokichi have 2 arrows when he didn't have a crossbow to fire them?
But we know for certain that 3 arrows were recovered from the scene. And all 3 arrows had blood on them.
And altogether, their clothes had 3 perforations in them.
Probably. And considering how Maki's been acting, she's been pushing herself. She's been in the way this whole time.
So we know for certain that they shot 3 arrows at each other.
And where did those arrows come from? I don't think that Himiko is lying. There must be some angle that we haven't considered yet. What is it? What could have happened? Think. I need to think. Okay, the hidden Monokuma's here, I think. So I'll keep an eye out for it. How many arrows did Himiko give Kaito? 1. Monokuma! No. Oh, it's going fast. Oh, it's going fast. Oh, no. Oh boy.
Could it be that the additional arrows were brought in by a third party?
No, I don't wanna.
Party? So someone besides Kokichi or Himiko?
That's just a guess, though. There's no way a third party exists.
If a third party did exist, why would they bring 2 arrows?
Kaizo was the only one with a
Mm,
crossbow. I'm sure I handed it to him.
Kaito said he only needed 1 arrow. Clearly, he didn't want to fight.
Yeah, that's right.
So the other 2 arrows weren't for Kaito. They were for the third party to use themselves.
So the third party didn't hand the arrows through the window. Instead, they went into the hangar and shot the crossbow themselves?
Impossible. There was an alarm system and an electric barrier around the hangar.
Yeah. That hangar should have been completely closed off, right?
Really closed off, but can we confirm that? I feel like there might be another way, some way that we haven't figured out yet. I'm looking something. Think. What method did the third party use to enter the hangar? Six-letter word. Exezel. Yes, I know, I figured it out. I looked at the letters and I saw. And where's the L? Gimme the L. Okay, and we got a...
That's it. The Exisol.
We got
The
another
Exisol could be used to enter the hangar.
back route coming up.
We couldn't get in because of the alarm system and the electric barrier. But that shouldn't have been a problem for any of the Exisols, right? So if you wanted to enter the hangar, all you had to do was pilot an Exisol.
Kinda? I guess, probably.
I saw an Exisol enter the hangar last night. So was this third party piloting it?
By the way, I just want to confirm something with Monokuma. Would the alarm still go off if there was a person inside an Exisol?
Well, I wasn't trying to keep this secret, but since it's about the details of the hangar, I guess I can tell you guys. It makes sense that the alarm system and electric barrier wouldn't react to an Exisol. After all, the hangar is where the Exisols are supposed to be stored.
And considering the green one wasn't there, it's safe to assume the green one was used to get into the hangar.
It'd be a hassle to disable the security every time an Exisol comes and goes, you know? So Even if someone is inside an exisal, the security system wouldn't catch them. Because it'd be a hassle to leave the exisal every time you have to put it away.
Yeah, and we found evidence of that from the Electro Hammer.
So it's like Shuichi said? A third party got in an exisal and entered the hangar?
But can just anyone pilot an exisal?
Well, Kokichi,
It's surprisingly easy. If you use both hands, both feet, and both nipples, you can do it.
Both nipples.
Nipples too!
Anyway, this third party commandeered an exisal and infiltrated the hangar.
Yeah.
That same
It's
person
also the
brought
last
other
back
two
route,
arrows.
so...
I told you that's impossible.
Huh?
There's no way you can get through security if you pilot an exisal. It's not possible.
What? Not possible.
Mikey, what are you talking about? What are you thinking? What do you know? Why are you trying to hide it? Why? Why won't you tell me? Hatch's electric lock.
if someone was piloting the exisal, they could have used it to enter the hangar.
That's not possible.
Is operating the exisal really that difficult?
Do we even know how to get inside an exisal? Outside the hangar, there were 4 exisals. And they were all moving, too.
I was controlling them remotely.
Electro hammers weren't an option. Yesterday, all the hammers were still recharging.
There's no way to stop an exisal. So getting inside one would have been impossible.
Yeah.
You're right, it's impossible.
Okay, get... I need to be a little bit quicker. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Yesterday, all the hammers were still recharging.
There's no way to stop an exisal. So getting inside one would have been impossible.
I'll reveal the truth. While investigating the exisals, I noticed that they have no locks on their cockpit hatches. It should have been possible to get into the cockpit, providing they could reach it.
But that's reckless, absurd, and useless. Jump inside a moving exisal? That's not really possible.
No, I think it is. You would need to be quick, agile, athletic, and stealthy. I can think of at least one person who fits that description.
What? Are you implying that it's...
Oh, I see. And since he's a robot, he could have some robo-communication function.
What?
Huh? Was that directed at me? As I said, my speed, agility, and strength are equal to that of a human, if not weaker. So I cannot fight an exisal, and I certainly cannot communicate with one.
The selling point of being a robot is being good in combat, but poor Kibo.
Please don't act like I drew the short straw.
Stop this pointless conversation, Shuichi. If you want to say something, say it already.
Maki, just to confirm, as the ultimate assassin, you would be able to jump into that exisal, correct?
Impossible. If I could do that, I would have turned the exisal into scrap on the first day.
Maybe. Unless you were hiding your true potential, in which case...
Stop messing around. Are you telling me to prove something I can't do? Do you really suspect me that much?
No, actually. I'm trying to find a way to prove that you couldn't be the intruder.
Fine then. I'll explain. There was another problem that doesn't involve my talent. You said earlier that the hatch doesn't have a lock, but that's incorrect. The exisal's hatch has an electronic lock, so it can't be opened from the outside.
What?
An electronic lock?
Yes, you can't open the hatch from the outside. It's impossible to get into the cockpit. Satisfied now?
You just made something very clear to me, Maki. You do know something after all, and you're hiding it from me.
How do you know there's an electronic lock on the Exosol's hatch?
Because I checked it during the investigation.
That can't be true. I'm the only person Monokuma told about those locks.
Just you? I see. If that's the case, then you lied just to confirm if I knew about the electronic lock.
Yes, I did. And I'm sorry. I thought you were hiding something from me, Maki. I was confirming my suspicion. Now please, tell us the truth. How do you know about the hatch?
When Monokuma explained it to you, I just happened to overhear it, that's all.
No.
You're lying, Maki. You know about the locks because you've been inside one of the cockpits.
So annoying. Do you want to die? You're the one who's lying.
Huh? That's a suspicious thing to say. Are you actually the culprit, Maki?
Either way, there's an electronic lock so you can't open the hatch from the outside.
Unless you disable the exosol.
Because of that, no one could have entered the hangar piloting an exosol.
Unless you have an Electro Hammer. Looks like she's never going to admit it on her own. There's something important that she's protecting by keeping her mouth shut. In that case, I have to keep pushing. I need to go over every piece of evidence, find out what she's hiding. It's the only thing I can do.
Maki's saying it's impossible, but there is a way to open the hatch.
Oh, you mean with your magic, right?
I won't say such a lame thing anymore. I can't stay a dreamer forever.
Oh no!
That lock is electronic, so won't an Electro Hammer work on it? That would let you stop an exosol and open its hatch.
She's well aware that it was fake.
Of course. My magic is also an option.
A dreamer to the end, huh?
Yes. She can't stop being herself.
True, with an Electro Hammer, that method might be possible. But the Electro Hammers were recharging yesterday, so entering an exosol would be...
Wait. Not all of the Electro Hammers...
They will not end. They will not end.
I know because I found one. There was a used Electro Hammer near Monokuma and the Exosols.
Is that Electro Hammer used by the third party? Maybe they used it to disable an exosol.
Yes, I think so. When I saw them last afternoon, there were 4 exosols. But this morning, there were only 3.
I noticed that too. Was the missing exosol taken by this third party?
Shuichi is getting warmer. How about you say the answer right now? Who did it? Who is this third party?
The identity of the third party. Electro Hammer gives us a clue. I saw 4 exosols at the scene yesterday when I went to meet up with Kaito. This morning when we were trying to get into the hangar, there were 3. The culprit might have used the Electro Hammer between yesterday afternoon and this morning. There's only one person among us that I think could do that. Maki!
It's you! Maki, you're the third party we're looking for, aren't you?
What? It's Maki?
What are you saying?
Remember what Kokichi said.
But be careful. The Electro Hammer runs out of battery pretty quickly. So if you use it as a Exisal, it'll run out of juice in just one shot, got it?
The Electro Hammer needs to be recharged for 24 hours after it runs out of battery. That hammer was used last afternoon, so it couldn't have been used this morning.
Oh, right. When we were all gathered in the dining hall this morning,
She shoulda. I don't need it. I'd rather not use a weapon I'm unfamiliar with. This is much better. Knife? Well, I suppose you know best.
Maki was the only one without an Electro Hammer, wasn't she?
Knowing that, the Electro Hammer I found could only have belonged to Maki. And that leads me to the conclusion that Maki must be the third party.
Woo! Woo! Come on! Register!
She also knows how to assemble the crossbow and could have returned it to her lab later.
You brought a different crossbow than the one Kaito had, right?
Maki took 2 arrows and her own crossbow from her lab, disabled the Exisal with an Electro Hammer, and infiltrated the hangar. Now we just have to figure out what happened after.
I'll kill your logic.
Oh no! Again!
Why are you doing this?
What?
Why are you getting in my way?
Getting in your way? Maki, what are you...
Yes, I'm the third party.
Huh?
I admit to going into the hangar with an Exisal, and then shooting the crossbow. I didn't kill anyone. I'm not the culprit!
I believe you on that front.
You're right. I used the Electro Hammer. And I used the Exisal to enter the hangar, too. I also shot the crossbow there. However, I'm not the culprit. Because the crossbow is not the murder weapon.
The crossbow is not the murder weapon?
Poison.
What do you mean?
The arrows left holes in the clothes. Think about the locations of the wounds. They were on his arm and back. An arrow to each of those spots wouldn't result in a fatal injury.
I'll cut through your words! It wouldn't matter where the arrow hit if it were poisoned.
Poison?
I noticed something about the poison in my lab during the investigation. There was just a little less in the bottle than before. If that poison had been applied to those arrows, they would have been lethal, no matter where they connected.
Maki, do you have a rebuttal?
What's the matter? Why don't you say anything? Don't tell me. Are you really the culprit?
There's no way she is! 'Cause why would she kill Kaito?
I can't understand if you don't explain anything!
Maki is still fighting.
Huh? Fighting?
Do you remember that Maki said she would do anything to defeat Kokichi? Maki is trying to kill Kokichi in this class trial. She wants to kill the mastermind, a remnant of despair.
Then when Maki said she would sacrifice anything, she meant...
After the sacrifice that Maki is talking about must be...
That's it!
all of us.
She plans to sacrifice all of our lives in order to kill Kokichi.
Sacrifice us?
Then by hiding the truth, Maki was trying to get us to arrive at the wrong answer. Just to kill Kokichi and the rest of us along with him?
Doesn't that mean that Maki's the culprit?
I was gonna join you to emotionally support you through this trying trials second part. Am I not? I mean... Eh.
She knew what happened and tried to hide it from us.
Your emotional support back has arrived.
Yay.
This devious plan was ruined, all thanks to Shuichi here.
I'm gonna mess with the volume for a moment.
So, opinions on Trial 5?
Run around.
Too bad, Maki. I already predicted this would happen.
It's not fun, huh?
You knew all along that Maki was the culprit. That's why you've been so
Like,
calm.
it's literally just... I know who it is!
This isn't over.
I know who the victim is, and I know who the freaking...
Culprit is.
And we're going through this runaround just to get to a specific point. It feels restricted.
Maybe we do have the truth now.
I mean,
But this
isn't
isn't
that,
over.
like, every trial, like...
Yes, I know, but like, when you know it's so freaking early, and like, it just is annoying that you're like, you already freaking know.
We have a choice to make. We don't have
You're
to
wondering
follow
why
what the
do
evidence
this run
leads.
around with, like, the fake mastermind.
What do you mean?
Does this mean
Because clearly
vote for
Kokichi
someone
isn't the
else,
fucking
even if it's not the
mastermind.
truth?
He's currently a splatter.
And well, it's clearly freaking obvious that he's a liar.
And he's also clearly not the one piloting the fucking Exezel.
Correctly on purpose?
What did you say?
He's not even, it's not even a good Kokichi impersonation. Like,
I know,
obviously
I
Kokichi-
literally said that. Like, it's not good. It's clear that it's Kaito.
Kaito told me that only I would be able to grasp what lies
Why
behind
of all
the truth.
people would he pick Himiko to hit on?
I don't know. He could have hit on freaking Maki of all people.
That means finding
Or
the truth is not
Mugi.
enough. We need to grasp the
Or,
hope
you know,
just
be
beyond
true
it.
to Kokichi and hit on Shushu.
But like, Kaito's too dumb for that, so...
The truth
It's
that
not even
only
that he's
you
dumb, it's
know.
that he's a homophobe and would be very uncomfortable hitting on Shuichi.
Yes,
Because he's a
but
shit actor.
yes, but if he could have easily freaking hit on Shuichi to at least sell that he's Kokichi.
So Kaito said
Yeah,
that
but he's
too.
not a good actor.
Then
Like,
does that mean you guys made up before
it's
he
too
died?
obvious that it's not Kokichi in the fucking mech, but I'm still, like, genuinely mad
When I went to see him yesterday.
that, like, fucking Kokichi fans are, like, saw that one line where he hits on Himiko and we're like, ooh, does this
Especially
mean
since
he
it's
buy
my
pants?
responsibility for involving
No,
Shuichi.
because it's Kaito
You're
doing
so
that.
persistent. Were you
And it's
always
like,
that?
You think so?
Like, yeah, it's
Maybe
freaking
Kaito's charisma is
Kokichi's
rubbed off.
VA, but like, it's still Kaito doing this shit.
That guy.
Kokichi has the worst fan base of any Danganronpa character,
Then what
followed by
really
Nagito.
Maki,
But
please tell us.
that's like one person, right? Like, it's a Spider's George thing with the Nagito fan base.
The thing with Nagito is that he's meant to be hateable.
I'm talking about their fan bases, not them as characters.
Telling the truth, a truth that would leave us all in shock.
Don't just start narrating things, you're ruining the mood!
Well, I guess this turn of events isn't exactly boring either.
Let's just power through the rest of this bullshit. And the thing is, it's like two characters you don't even fucking give a shit about, huh?
Yeah.
Like, it's Kokichi and Kaido's bullshit. Like, Maki's involved. But it really just feels like she's kind of an accessory here.
Yeah.
She's just here to complicate the plot, and it's probably her worst moment in the game, honestly.
Like, did it really need to be her specifically? Couldn't have...
Yes.
No,
it
it
had
didn't
to.
have to be.
Well now.
It can't be Samuki or Himiko or Kibo.
And then the Monokuma and Cubs Theater segment began. But with all the Monocubs destroyed, this segment was no longer possible. And so the curtain quickly fell. This theater is pointless. We're gonna end it immediately.
Oh, God fucking bless. Resume. So, would you like me to explain what the plan here actually was?
What?
So I don't think Kokichi and Kaido wanted to create an impossible murder to force an ending. Here's the problem. We have DR2. DR2's final case is genuinely fucking impossible. You are literally banking on Nagito's fucking luck.
Yeah.
Being Gordon. Or activating for him.
Yes, but like, Alter Junko still knows who ended up killing.
Yeah, but she doesn't give a shit. If they all vote themselves off, it doesn't fucking matter to her.
Because she wins.
She gets 15 bodies to shove herself into.
It doesn't matter how it ends. It doesn't matter how it ends. She still wins.
That's why.
Because of the absentee rule.
I took and broke into the hangar with an exisal.
Which means that Nagito's plan failing is also his own fucking luck.
Because we know how it is. Like, we know how his luck works. When really good luck is circumvented by really bad luck.
Kokichi was shot in the arm with a crossbow arrow.
Like, almost immediately after, too.
Both of them stopped and looked at the exisal, most likely surprised by its sudden appearance. Kokichi immediately took out his remote and attempted to control the exisal I was in.
But yeah, this trial is...
Before he could, and shot Kokichi in the back with an arrow.
Like, there's still, like, good production values and shit here. It's just the freaking writing is...
Yeah. I think the common consensus really is that DR V3's writing just fucking collapses right at the finish line. You either think it collapses in Trial 5 or you think it collapses in Trial 6. And I think it collapsed in Trial fucking 4.
No, for me, I don't think it does. I think it still holds up relatively well to that point. 5 is where it starts to fall apart.
My issue with Trial 4 is Kokichi's bullshit. Like, because it contradicts a later part of his character that is key to this, to either this or Trial 6, where it's like, oh, he actually is like a pacifist. He couldn't have killed Kaito. Even if he wanted to, he has a code of ethics that says he can't. And it's like, what is the functional difference between him having gone to murder somebody for him and him, like,
doing it himself? There is no functional difference because that's what he wanted. He wanted Miyu dead.
Because she outlived her usefulness to Kokichi.
Kokichi said it was a hint.
I also still refuse to believe this bullshit about him wanting to save everyone. I don't believe it for a second.
It's part of Trial 5 and 6.
I don't care if it's canon or whatever. It makes no damn sense, and I refuse to believe it.
The best part of this trial is that we know for sure Kokichi Oma is 100% fucking dead.
So when his carefully laid out plan
Good.
was to waste, he would be in utter despair.
That's the only good part.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But like,
Like,
what else?
I genuinely do not believe... I do not believe that this is what Kokichi wants. He wants to freaking fuck with us.
I think the other issue I have with Trial 4 is that, like, so Kokichi's meant to be big brain outsmarty McSmartpants, right? Why even go to the meeting with Miyui? At all. Just fucking log out and leave the room. There's no reason to kill her.
Yes, but, like, that's the thing, though, is that, like, if we go with the fact that, like, Kokichi just likes to fuck with people and, like, let the murders keep happening, if we don't believe this freaking saving everyone bullshit, it makes sense for him to be, like, an antagonistic force, to just fuck with people.
Well, basically, the problem with Trial 4 is Trial 6 and the dice video. And, like the redemption half of Kokichi's bullshit.
They shouldn't have even redeemed him at all.
Like that's the flaw with Trial 4, but also the fact that his character is meant to be big brain smart.
No, that's the thing, though. They don't even redeem him in Trial 4. They literally go like, no, I did not do this to save you people. I did it because I wanted to control this place.
Well, no, like the redemption comes in a later trial, but it's a trial too late, you know?
Yes, I know, but, like, I'm just saying, though, is that, like, they didn't need to do the redeeming thing. Just let him be an antagonistic force. Because Nagito is still an antagonistic force, even if he's still vaguely your ally.
Yeah.
What?
Kaito protected Kokichi?
Why? Why would Kaito
Yep.
protect Kokichi?
Kaito protected Kokichi.
At that moment, my mind went blank. I knew I had to do something about the poison.
What
I
bullshit.
rushed to Shuichi's research lab for the antidote.
So you didn't have the antidote with you at the time?
I used Strike 9 poison to torture Kokichi for info, but I planned to kill him from the start.
That's so mean!
But that was my first mistake. Because of that... You what? I ended up killing Kaito. When I returned with the antidote, the hangar shutter had been closed. I assumed it was Kokichi's doing. But because of that, I couldn't enter the hangar anymore.
And she's unaware of who actually died.
I needed to give Kaito the antidote somehow, so I went to the bathroom window. Kaito, can you hear me? Quick, drink this antidote!
So, for some people, this is actually their favorite trial.
I chucked the antidote through the bathroom window.
And I think it's a mix of the execution and Maki Kaito shipping.
Yeah, but I don't care for it, so it's like, whatever.
Kokichi stole it.
Who do you ship Maki with?
Aide.
Sorry.
Oh, okay, of the living cast, who do you ship her with? Are she, Shuichi, and Himiko making a polycule?
I guess.
The mastermind of this killing game.
Shuichi has 2 hands.
Wait! There's only one antidote!
Oh, you don't have to worry about Kaito. He fulfilled his dream, right? He already went to space.
Damn it!
Stop!
Phew, I feel so much better. I guess that's a wrap. Or maybe not. Because now another class trial is going to start.
Class trial?
You'll be the blackened for this case, you know. the Blackened who killed Kaito.
Or this gives Kaito a reason to just kill Kokichi outright.
Or Kokichi didn't drink the fucking antidote
Shut it.
and gave it to Kaito
Class trials. Like hell,
because he's
if I
actually a
let you have
good
your way.
person.
Yeah, no, I'm not believing that bullshit.
Kaito!
That's the fucking reasoning, Cassandra.
I'm not believing that total bullshit.
I couldn't help
I
it.
hate it here.
Even if it was
Let me out of V3 hell.
have you kill anybody.
What?
Aw, Kaito wasn't protecting me. He was protecting Maki. The situation just got way worse, huh? Maki is gonna become the Blackened responsible for killing you. All because you protected me!
Don't you worry, Makiro. I'm not gonna die that easily. Just leave it to me. I'll put an end to this killing game.
You're still full of energy, even like that. You really are not boring.
They really are, though, trying to hype this up as final fucking cases. Like, it's Danganronpa, we're doing a sixth
So, show
fucking
me what you
trial.
got. I won't meddle with your plans.
What are you?
It's fucking tradition.
Don't mind me.
There's always a
Run,
sixth
Makiro.
trial.
Just
Like, even, like, technically speaking,
run.
Danganronpa, another episode, has a sixth trial. It's just called Prologue.
Live. You gotta live.
It's one of the few with, like, a playable prologue.
Well, the final boss is also technically like a trial. Because
Yeah.
it uses like the like it's a trial slash it's using the non-stop debate music. Hope versus despair.
I tried to end
Yeah,
the hangar by
it's
breaking
like,
the control
it's the
panel
final
overnight.
boss battle. Your trials equal boss battles in A, therefore, Dre has 6 trials, in air quotes, 6 bosses.
Yeah.
In the end, I couldn't.
Like, even in the fucking weird spin-off game, there's 6 of them.
Marks in the control panel came from, huh?
I'm pretty, I want to say Killer Killer actually does have 6 killers in it,
I don't
but I
remember.
feel like
I don't remember the exact amount.
After that, I returned to the bathroom window once more, but I didn't see anyone. The bathroom door
I think
was
it might-
closed.
it depends on if you count
Neither
Mukuro.
Kaito nor
I
Kokichi
think.
answered. I couldn't do anything anymore.
Because you have the first, you have the idol dude, parasite lady,
That's when I made up my mind.
firework person,
As the Blackened who killed Kaito, I would kill Kokichi during this
Takumi
last
himself, the
trial.
decapitating
Exchanged all of
Shuichi.
our lives.
So that's what
If you
happened.
don't count the
Kokichi,
Takumi
no one
himself, you
looking in
technically also have
still
Mukuro.
helped Maki cover up her crime?
Was that why you
So yes, there are
started
6
killing the
killers in
hydraulic
it,
press?
beyond our protagonist, obviously.
Rule of sixes.
Kaito wanted Maki to be spotless.
It's like the rule of 3 times 2.
To help him.
Is that?
Damn it.
Do you think that's why the
Make fun of
third class
him.
trial's always the fucking double homicide?
She brought the knife out.
Oh shit, she's
Oh,
packing
son of a
heat.
friend. You
I
would
want
kill
that knife
Kokichi
in
to
between
suffer.
my 4th and 5th rib.
You fucking asshole!
Ooh, Maki is so scary. Good thing I'm in this exisol. Pretty sure Maki would have already killed me if I was out there in the flesh.
Aren't all of the Electro Hammers
What are
fully
everyone's
charged?
plans now?
I guess no one brought one with them.
With the truth
I don't
out in
know.
the open, who are you guys gonna vote for? You can vote for me, but if you do, we'll all die together. Or vote for Maki and live. Well, choose whichever you want. I don't care either way.
Why are you so calm? Your life depends on this too.
Also, just Kaito doing this shit is not doing him any favors either, so
Who cares? Just choose already. Come on, who are you gonna vote for?
You mean pretending to be Kokichi?
Yes, but it's not giving him, it's not doing him any favors to be like, oh, he's trying to help save people with Kokichi. It's not doing anything.
We don't have the whole
I think
truth.
this is entirely just because you don't like Kaido as a character.
No.
This case isn't over.
Kaido is Mondo done horrendously. Thank you for coming to my hot takes about Danganronpa.
I mean, it's because Mondo's actually well done.
Thank you for telling us
Like,
everything,
because
Maki.
clearly he's meant to be like the toxic masculinity character, right?
Yeah, and despite all that, like, by his death, you feel sympathy for him.
And the thing is, they're going to try to make you feel sympathy for Kaido. It's just...
Yes, I'm positive.
No.
I don't feel that same way about him that I do Mondo.
Because there's something wrong.
I think it's because he gets long in tooth, and, like, his coughing and, like, his sickness feels like a forced way to garner extra sympathy because they realized while writing him, they made him so fucking unlikable, but by Trial 5, you have to, like, actually fucking care. Control panel being damaged.
Maki said she used a knife to try to break the control panel and enter the hangar. But that doesn't make sense, because there's an alarm system on the shutter.
Oh yeah.
I still can't believe Shuichi has Leon's VA.
I was too focused to notice at the time. But now that you mention it...
The voice is also different enough to, like, not make me, like, suspicious about that.
It's different enough to the point where you're not like, oh, that's fucking...
You're not hearing the you're not really hearing the inflections.
You aren't hearing Leon.
Yeah.
If a shady person got near the shutter,
And I think Kaide's VA is Kyoko's.
Then why didn't the alarm
I
go
can
off?
check.
Either that or I think Samugi is Sayaka's.
Like I told you, this isn't
I think it's
over.
the other way around,
Still one
darling.
hidden
I don't
truth
know.
to find.
Oh. Apparently there's a bunny girl statue of her, though. Erica. Let's find out who she's done. Oh, no, you were right, Kyoko.
Yeah.
I did attempt to enter the hangar,
And then that...
and I
some-
tried to destroy the
some-
control panel with my knife. At the
Some
time, the
Moogle.
alarm system didn't go off.
Moogie.
But if you had approached the shutter, the alarm would have activated with 100% certainty.
Maybe it was just broken.
She's actually the English VA for a lot of things.
Or maybe Maki is
Sayaka, Chihiro, Makoto's mother, alter ego, obviously, and Samugi.
I'm not going to tell any more lies.
Seemed like the alarm system itself was working properly. So what can we learn from that?
I did attempt to enter the hangar, and I tried to destroy the
Could she have used another Electro Bomb?
I don't know.
control panel with my knife. At the
I
time,
mean-
the alarm system didn't go off.
She didn't
Or-
say if she had two.
The alarm would have activated with 100%
Kokichi used an Electro
Maybe
Bomb.
it was just broken.
Perhaps it was turned to a special setting?
Or maybe Maki is telling a lie.
Or no, I think it's on 100% certainty with the Electro Bomb.
I'm not going to tell anyone.
Because doesn't that make sense? Because, like, that's how we got in.
Destroy the control panel with my knife. At the time, the alarm system didn't go off.
But if you had approached the shutter, the alarm would have activated with 100% certainty.
Maybe it was just broken.
Perhaps it was turned to a special setting?
Or maybe Maki is telling a lie.
I did attempt to the hangar, and I tried to destroy the control panel with my knife. At the time, the alarm system didn't go off. But if you approach the shutter,
The alarm would have activated with 100%
That's wrong! There is a way to disable the alarm system. an Electro Bomb would take it down.
But Maki only had one bomb.
Duh.
She used it during the raid this morning.
Also, we're gonna get a callback. Also, this whole trial is full of DR1 callbacks.
Of course.
Like, we have a corpse that is unidentifiable.
I can't come up with a reason why Kokichi would
And,
want
like,
to cut
half
me
of the
off.
debate is about identifying the fucking corpse.
I've got it. Disabling the alarm system wasn't the right
Our
objective.
execution will be a callback. The room is a callback. Everyone throwing, like, a fucking hissy fit and trying to protect one another while also trying to stab each other in the fucking back. I mean, the press is safety function, duh.
That's it. It was to deactivate the safety function on the press.
Deactivate the safety function?
The Electro Bomb
'Cause if the
wouldn't have
safety
just
fu-
taken
'cause it's
down the alarm
hydraulics.
system. It also would have disabled the hydraulic press's
You don't
safety
need
function.
electricity for the hydraulics, I think.
But why would he do that?
There's only one reason that anyone would want to do that. If I'm right, it means that we've been thinking about this all wrong.
Kokichi killed himself.
All wrong.
No. We're getting a Kaido execution.
I said Kokichi killed himself.
Yeah, but that would make him the Blackened.
That's it! Kaito's cause of death.
What?
If the Electro Bomb was used while Maki was trying to deliver the antidote, maybe Kaito didn't die by poison. It could be something else entirely. This is it! The hydraulic press. Kaito could have been killed by the press after all.
What? He could have?
If the safety was off, the press could have crushed Kaito while he was still alive.
Right after I threw the antidote, I tried to open the shutter. So, Kaito should have still been alive.
And if he was crushed by the hydraulic press after that, then we have our cause of death.
If that's the case, it'd mean the one who killed Kaito wasn't Maki.
It would be whoever was operating the hydraulic press. Kokichi.
Or Kokichi was under there. He threw the bomb. And then it would make Kaito out to be the killer. Something like that.
Very impressive. The hydraulic
This
press
trial's a
could have been
goddamn
Maki's
mess,
death.
isn't it?
But that's just a possibility.
Yeah, you getting those DR1 flashbacks,
It's
babe?
possible that I killed Kaito with the press, but there's no way to know. Kaito's death could have been either the
I'm
poison
almost
or the
I'm
hydraulic
almost surprised they didn't break out after school special for
Both
this.
causes are possible, but you'll never be able to determine it. No
Boop.
matter what.
Alright.
Eh.
No matter what?
That's not true. We can probably solve this mystery too. Right, Shuichi?
Is it really possible to determine Kaito's actual cause of death?
No.
I hate to admit it, but Kokichi is right. We have no way to prove the cause of death.
What did you say?
You can't check the body, and you don't have any conclusive evidence. You can't deduce any more from here on out. There's no way to know what happened. But I know, because I was actually involved.
So that's what you were trying to do. You were trying to commit an unsolvable murder.
Do you finally get it? Yep, that was my plan. The gimmick of this murder case isn't the unknown victim, but rather the unknowable culprit. No one understands but me. Only I know the answer. There's no more room for deduction here. Choose the culprit with your own intuition.
Intuition?
Are you troubled? I'm sure robots don't have intuition, right? But there's nothing you can do about it. This is just how the trial goes. So, who is the culprit?
Why are you getting frustrated?
Or me? The heart-racing excitement as the blackened and the spotless face off. It's voting time!
That's my line! I'm the one who decides when it's voting time!
Monokuma said no.
Oh, come on. Nobody's gonna figure out the truth. Let's just vote already.
Fuck you, Exizo Kokichi. You don't get that decision.
Because you know who the culprit is, don't you? Just like you always do.
Huh? Yes, of course.
Yeah? What kind of a reaction is that?
The culprit, you say?
I'm genuinely confused at this part. How the fuck does he not know who the victim is?
I don't know.
Like, it's such a... It doesn't make any sense in the
There's
context
clearly
of Danganronpa.
cameras everywhere.
Trial 6 will finally reveal what the fuck those cameras are.
Okay, but like, there's clearly cameras everywhere. That way Monokuma can always see who is gonna die and who is the culprit.
He could just scrub back through the fucking footage.
Huh? Oh, what do you mean I don't know? What don't I know, huh?
You don't know, do you?
What does this mean? Why doesn't Monokuma know who the culprit is?
Kuma doesn't know who the culprit is either. Monokuma doesn't know. What does this tell us about this case? Wait, this case?
Yes, that's it. So that's what Kokichi's real objective was.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Kokichi wasn't just trying to commit a murder that we couldn't figure out. He was trying to commit a murder that Monokuma couldn't figure out either.
A murder Monokuma couldn't figure out?
What's the point of that? Kokichi's the one who's controlling
It's
Monokuma.
genuinely an absolutely bizarre fucking plot point that makes zero sense in the context of V3.
Prior to this case, Monokuma always knew the specific details of each crime, correct? That must mean that he was using some way of monitoring us.
Perhaps there are hidden cameras, strategically placed to avoid our detection.
I can't say for certain,
Like,
but he must be keeping watch
so
somewhere.
this is being broadcast, right?
Probably use the Electro Bomb. The Electro Bomb would prevent any cameras
What is preventing Monokuma from just scrubbing back through the footage
It wouldn't matter where the
I
surveillance
during the
know.
investigation? Like, it's a genuine plot hole with this trial specifically.
Before we determine that for sure, I want to make one thing clear. If the objective were to create a crime that would
Like,
stop Monokuma, the exosols. Yes, the exosols weren't protecting.
It's an attempt to flush out the mastermind, obviously. Because they would have access to all
Watching
of the, like,
him.
unless it's being implied.
It's
What?
it's because the Exosols were watching him.
Yeah, but that doesn't explain why he can't just look back over the footage.
I know.
Like, that either means that Monokuma has to watch live
Remember what Monokuma said
and doesn't have any recordings of anything or access to those recordings.
It's just all being broadcast live and not being saved or something.
But, like, people would talk about it, right? Like, there's forums.
If
Yeah.
Someone has
like
this on the
robots,
forums.
They wouldn't have been facing him. they would have been scanning the area, watching us. But they
It could
weren't.
also just be that only the mastermind has access to the archive,
They were
and
watching.
Monokuma is separate from the mastermind.
Yeah.
Clearly, because the fucking Samuki's here.
Well, yeah, and it's just kind of the fact that, like, Monokuma is clearly not being controlled by her directly.
That reminds me. Before I stole an extra
Yeah.
all 4 units were focused on
Mhm.
Monokuma.
Because Monokuma is likely automated,
I stole one to enter the hangar. The other
or
3
controlled
Yeah,
by
right.
something else.
So Monokuma
Yeah.
must have been talking about Maki.
So I think that's like the only way that, because that's the only way that it works that Monokuma doesn't know. Even though it puts someone at a disadvantage, the class trial must always be fair. The person who shared that info with me didn't seem interested in sharing with you guys. So share it. You share it instead. That way it'll be fair to all the participants.
She didn't want to share that information because it would have linked her to the murder. In which case, it could only be
Also, I
Maki.
do believe the Mono Cubs will return for Trial 6.
So,
Hmm.
to summarize this discussion,
Which, whatever, they're the least interesting characters in this game, honestly.
watch Monokuma,
Like, no offense to Mono Cup fans.
has no idea who the culprit is?
I mean,
Told you there's no point.
they're entertaining, but they don't have any, like, actual, like, plot relevance.
No. Kokichi might not
Other
be
than
controlling
Monotaro
Monokuma
in
at
that
all.
one bit with the freaking helping with evidence.
Yeah. Otherwise, they're just there to make the executions a little flashier.
Right? Shouldn't he be controlling Monokuma?
Kokichi might not be the mastermind. Remember that the only reason we think that is because
Murphy
Kokichi
Pipio.
told us. Monokuma hasn't said a word about that. It's possible that Kokichi is just lying to us.
No way I lied!
You're Kokichi, you lie.
I'm definitely controlling Monokuma.
Whoa there,
The
Kokichi
mastermind of the
told
killing
us
game is
another
totally
lie?
me. The one who pitted humanity's last
I
survivors
think that's the
against
worst
each
part
other
of the whole Kokichi is
Oh,
good
yeah,
actually thing. Is that, like, he's a fucking compulsive liar.
Remnant of despair.
He's always
He's
lying about
literally-
his motive. And it's like, why should I even believe him if he even tells us his true motive?
But that doesn't necessarily mean that he's the mastermind.
Like,
He's literally just chapter fucking 3 Nagito.
Well, I guess. But is that really
this is why I just do not believe the saving everyone bullshit, because he's always lying.
Well, Monokuma,
Like, even when he's being sincere and, like, telling the truth, there's always a little bit of a lie there.
Answer that without causing problems, because I gotta run this trial.
And I mean, all of his free time events are lies for some fucking reason.
Give us the answer.
Nagito's are all lies. But
Nagito's telling the truth part of the time.
yes, but like he still
really
says
does have two fucking, like, no, like most of
no.
Nagito's
He
are
says
true.
outright that he lied in order to get sympathy from Hajime.
If you don't tell us the truth,
Yeah, but
right
that
now,
was the
you'll
lie.
be an accomplice to Kokichi's lies. Does that sound like a fair game? Would you say this class trial is fair?
Yeah, tell us. Is Kokichi the real mastermind or not?
No need to think about it. You're being way too forward, you know.
Aren't you normally the forward one? I mean, I don't mind, because that's probably part of your strategy, too. But in the interest of fairness, I suppose it's time to tell the truth. Unlike the lies you love so much, the truth should be impartial to everyone.
and what is that truth?
I'm not being controlled by Kokichi, because he's not the mastermind.
I mean, that was obvious.
Really true?
Kokichi was just messing with you. I never once said he was the mastermind.
I mean, why would you even? Why would you either?
Then it was all Kokichi's lie?
Yeah, that is what that would mean. With the key from the last motive, he was the first to learn the truth of the outside world. Based on his deductions,
Of course it was all fucking Kokichi's lie.
Because he
been
always
trapped in his-
lies.
You've been trapped in his web of lies from the get-go. From the get-go.
That's just what I'm saying, though. I do not believe him for a second when he says something like, "Oh, I want to save everyone." No, it's bullshit.
His character is literally a walking, talking contradiction.
Pretty impressive, honestly.
But not, like, interesting.
Honestly, at least with the 4th chapter for me, I feel like that's at least the interesting bit, is that, like, he says, like, he's gonna save everyone and shit, but, like, no, he was lying the entire time.
If Kokichi wasn't
Yarite says that.
how'd he control them so easily?
So, going around and making him freaking redeemable ruins that.
Yep.
So the remote that Kokichi was using was made by Mew?
Like, you shouldn't have redeemed him at any freaking point. Just
You didn't know?
stick with the, he's a little shit. So of course he's gonna lie to you.
Mew not only invented the Electro Bomb and
That would
the
at least
Electro Hammer,
worked for his character.
she also made a remote control.
Doesn't mean
that
you have to
could
like
function
him, but it
in
would
the
work for
electronic
his character.
device. Kokichi just slapped a receiver
As
on
I
each
think
of
I've
the
said
exit holes
before,
and took the
Kokichi is
rest.
very r/I am very smart.
Hey, isn't it a bit unfair to tell
Or
people
not that. He's very I'm 14 and this is deep.
Fairness has nothing to do with it. I offered up that info
He's a
solely
child.
out of spite.
He's a man-child.
Spite towards you for trying to usurp the mastermind's role and take over the game.
Well, whatever. It's way more interesting to defeat an enemy who plays dirty anyway.
What's going on? It seems like they're actually fighting.
There's no doubt about it. Kokichi isn't the mastermind.
We just being dragged around by Kokichi's lies the whole time?
Yes, Himiko. Because Kokichi is a fucking asshole.
What were you trying to accomplish by pretending to be the mastermind, Kokichi?
Now you're gonna be all quiet? This is so frustrating.
Then if he's not the mastermind, who is?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe Plain Jane over there?
Mastermind to begin with.
What do you mean?
Plain Jane's my
Why,
favorite
that's what I need
character.
to know
I mean, it
basis.
makes sense for her to be the mastermind as like this unhinged fucking fangirl, right?
Yeah. Unhinged Junko fangirl.
Danganronpa fangirl.
Anyway, this conversation has flown off the rails.
Oh, you poor sweet summer soul. It's Samugi in a Junko outfit. Fuck you.
Not the mastermind. So, yeah. Get to talking.
I agree. Before we worry about who the mastermind is or what my intent is...
Yeah, that's for
let's
trial
figure out
6.
the culprit!
But Monokuma doesn't know who it is. How is he supposed to confirm the results?
We don't need to worry about that. Let's just leave the decision-making to Monokuma. But you gotta run the class trial too. So no mistakes, okay?
Are you trying to get me to do something?
You've been watching us solve all these cases, but you can't be a spectator anymore. You're gonna participate in the class trial from here on out.
Oh.
So, let's resume this class trial. Monokuma, you gotta use your brain too.
This really is just trying to be end trial, huh?
Monokuma!
Yeah.
You versus Monokuma?
When I play a game, I intend to win. But what's considered winning in this game? Beating the other players? No. Beating the game's mastermind is the true victor. And that's how I'll win! That's why I decided to challenge Monokuma!
Yeah, that's just Kaito talking. Kokichi does not challenge Monokuma.
If I can deceive Monokuma till the very end, then I'll be the winner!
You're dragging us around like this? Just so you can win a game?
As I suspected, your thought process defies all logic.
But since the outside world is in total ruin, this game is the only entertainment we have. At least I can enjoy this game to the fullest and feel good winning.
You really are a remnant of despair. Your way of thinking is just chaotic.
Remnant of despair?
You keep calling him these things, and Kaito doesn't know shit.
Remnant? What the fuck's a remnant of fucking despair? The fuck's a despair?
Don't know who the culprit is.
Bitch, I'm just a gamer.
Don't underestimate me, or
Whatevs.
any others for that matter.
Whatevs he says.
Don't understress.
Throws up my fucking hands. Exasperated
Just like
defeat.
a remnant of despair to try to assume
The-
Yeah,
control.
no wonder this one scored.
But these
And
kids
so
are
what did it
always
score?
left
6
at
plus
Hope
6.
Speak Academy.
This
If you
scored.
think they're gonna make this easy for you,
So there are 18 trials. So this scored 18 out of 18. Worst trial, huh?
Side, isn't it obvious? Monokuma joins your party.
Monokuma joins your party.
Who invited you?
Now,
He is here. He is now going to be a
behind this
student.
Well, we were going to do it anyway.
He's a participant in the trial now.
Let's just ignore Monokuma. His actions are always beyond
Well,
comprehension.
we're gonna do it anyway.
Let's just focus
Oh.
on the case.
Thanks,
You
Monokuma.
say it so we can ignore you.
Now, where should we start? We've already established what Kokichi is after.
Get in the hourglass, Monokuma.
Isn't he?
In my experience, whenever you learn a new fact, you learn something else along with it.
Samuki has no control.
You warmed up to him real
Th-
fast.
this is just how Monokuma acts now.
This is what happens when there's not a Junko behind him.
This is just AI ran Monokuma. Another troop comes out. That piece of evidence makes more sense now. Then I
The
couldn't remember.
video.
Yeah.
Because, like, why is it weirdly cut Kokichi?
Yeah, like it literally cuts right when
This is it.
Kaito's about to be freaking smashed.
Let's discuss
When
the
he
issue
goes
of Kaito being crushed by the hydraulic press.
And like the freaking thing says, you can stop the freaking recording, move, and then
Said that he filmed that
just
video
put
with proof he was
Kokichi
not
under there.
But we know that Kokichi
Apparently
was
there's an
always
error with
evil
this
on
CG
So what about the video?
Hmm.
because of the
It's pretty
localization
straightforward
team.
evidence that condemns you after all.
Yay.
Then what kind of mistake was Kokichi trying to get me to make?
Maybe he
Thanks,
crushed Kaito with the
localizers.
hydraulic press, so the cause of death would be unknown? But if that were the only objective, there would be no need to
I mean, we can't like completely blame them because like localizers have like
discover
already
that
get, like,
would have been enough.
underpaid.
To show us the film.
Yeah.
They're underappreciated.
That's true.
And it's more that, like, they kind of fucked the... They screwed the pooch on this one.
You get any cuter, we're gonna
Notably.
hug you.
But
But-
more in, like, the weirdest way possible by just not talking to each other.
Really?
Hmm.
There must be a reason you went out of your way to show us the body being crushed.
No reason, really. That's just my twisted personality.
Let's put Himiko in the fucking Monokuma onesie.
You're lying again, Kokichi. There's a method to your madness. If you wanted Monokuma to make a mistake, then showing us the video. It must have something to do with trying to fool Monokuma. Taking the video on
Hangman?
the murder,
Hangman.
but keeping the victim's identity hidden. What does it show? What doesn't it show? 6-letter word.
It's probably victim.
I see now.
Boom.
Speed.
The victim.
God, this one's so much fucking better, isn't it? Do you remember DR2s?
If you show the moment of
Yes.
Kaito's death, of course it would
It
lead
was
us to believe that he
terrible.
died.
Does it keep you up at night?
Positively identify
No.
the body.
I prefer
Lead us
to not
believe
remember.
Kaito was the victim.
You want to forgore?
That might be
I
exactly the mistake
I know what it's
Kaito
like,
made.
but I want to forget that even exists. Because it's
Does that
shit.
mean the victims were switched?
Switch? Then it was some other dead body that got crushed by the hydraulic press?
Like, yeah, this is still different from, like, the original 2, but, like, it's still, like, miles better.
Mm-hmm.
Where would he even get another body?
And the fishing minigame tied to it's not half bad either.
If you reuse the body of a former victim,
If there was an unknown body, then we could guess the victim was switched. But too bad. Switching the victims was impossible.
Wrong. This video has been doctored.
The footage showed the body being crushed. When in the footage would they have been able to switch the victim?
Mhm.
You could have easily stopped recording and then switch the bodies out and then record again. Easily.
Well, you'll be pointing that out with hydraulic press.
And we already established
think.
that the footage was not
Because of the
doctored in
stop
any way.
fun. Oh wait, we haven't done a mind mine.
The
It's
camera
almost
doesn't
time for
have
mind
to
mind, isn't it?
just
I don't
play,
know.
Record and pause.
It is. I hope has the class trial thing open to speed this the fuck up.
Camera doesn't have any editing functions, just play, record, and pause. Yes, and you can use that to your advantage. Duh!
Monokuma also
Did
said that no
I?
computer was used to edit the footage. Remember?
You can stop recording and then record again when you need to. That's how it works.
Which means switching out the victim would not be possible.
Pretty boy. Gender envy.
Kokichi. Kokichi. It's clearly possible, you goddamn idiot.
Also, if the victim
Kaikichi.
was switched, then that would mean Kaito is still
Gonna
alive.
throttle you.
Do you just not know how these cameras work? It's obvious.
We already discussed this.
It's
so
almost
many
like
times.
Kokichi's the one who
The
planned
chance of that
everything
happening
out and
is
just
impossible.
gave Kaito fucking instructions because he's a moron. And somehow also an astronaut.
It might be possible.
Gonna go fucking crazy.
There could be a trick to make the switch possible. We just haven't noticed it yet.
No, I've long since noticed it.
Oh, and what trick is that? See?
Well,
You
you're
don't
smarter
know,
than a
do
bunch
you?
of high
I
schoolers,
already
babe.
said it's impossible.
Maki's not wrong. There is a way it could be done. So we can't just give up here.
Also, according to pre-games, Kokichi is a sad little orphan boy.
I'll think so. Can you confirm whether or not the victims switch places? If Kaito is alive or
He's
not?
alive.
Maki,
I don't like the thought that I killed Kaito. I don't want that.
Oh,
You're
the
fuck-
tears.
Okay then, let's talk about the possibility.
Your
that
boyfriend's
Kaito
alive,
is-
Maki. Don't worry. He's not gonna be for fucking long, but right now.
Yes, please.
Oh, okay. Then let's all talk it over together.
Together. And don't forget, you're not alone. Don't try to do everything yourself, it's only gonna wear you out. When times are hard, you gotta rely on your friends.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll figure something out.
Jeez, you guys are a stubborn bunch. There's no trick.
That's probably another lie.
However, if the
Another lie.
then that would mean the footage was altered. How could it have been altered when we know that the footage wasn't edited?
If we could figure
One
it out,
isn't he lying,
maybe
though.
we'd know how they switched places.
I really wish we kept his towel for lying and telling the truth in EM.
The whole time.
I mean, it's still pretty freaking obvious when he's lying.
Kokichi made it.
Mm.
100% suspicious.
Straight to that video. The sudden stop into the squish.
Yeah, because hydraulic presses are smooth.
It wouldn't just stop. What could it be? What's suspicious about it?
I think we're consenting with the robot. He's gonna get more handholds.
There must be some trick to that video.
No trick. You can check, but there's no editing function in that camera.
Did the back of that camera? The filming angle seemed unnatural, don't you think?
The person in that video. Was it really Kaito?
Something seemed off about that video tape. When the hydraulic press stopped for a brief moment.
No! Mm.
The hydraulic press stopped for a brief moment.
Holds.
Hold.
I can't actually help with mind mine though.
I mean, it doesn't matter. It's stupid easy.
Is it the baby easy mini game?
Yes. Like, I still freaking... Like, I'm not thinking about it that hard because I just kind of do it, and then I break the stuff that I need. Break the single ones that I need to. I don't care about time loss.
I think that's literally mine's like single skills removing that time loss, and that's it.
Yes, that's right. The hydraulic press kept
But,
loading
like, you
itself
get so much
outside.
time already, it doesn't even matter.
But in the video,
Fucking Kiba's roll.
Yes, I love the roll. It's the best part.
It's so
Whee!
stiff.
It's so stiff, but it makes so much sense for Kibo.
Right before it crushed the body?
But why would it stop?
God bless Kibo.
When did the press stop? There's only one reason I can think of. Mine. It's not here. It's not here. It's... Where is it? Where are you?
No, I think that was it.
No?
Yeah. It's the control panel, that's why it would stop.
I honestly would have thought it was like the frickin' safety precautions.
Well, they aren't here.
Stop the hydraulic press is the force stop button.
an Electro Bomb went off in the hangar, which would have interfered with the safety function. There'd be no way to stop the hydraulic
Oh,
press
yeah.
unless you use the force stop button.
Right.
When you say someone, you mean Kokichi, right? He was the only one there.
Actually, maybe I pressed it by accident. I don't really remember. So what of it? The press only stopped for like a sec. You can't switch the victim in such a short time, can you?
That's true.
There's also the question of how the bodies got switched while the camera was rolling. That
And
would
second
clearly
mind
been caught
mine.
on camera.
While the camera was rolling.
Oh, I see.
It wasn't
just
rolling,
constant
duh.
sound.
Kuma, silly bear.
If you stop something else at the same time you stop the hydraulic press,
See it now, that's how the bodies were switched. Stop that you could have swapped the bodies easily. 2 in a row! Oh, good. It's already here.
You fucking god gamer.
Boom. Done.
Oh no, she's a god gamer.
the culprit stopped the video camera at the same
Like, yeah,
Yeah,
I could,
sure.
I could think about, like, my freaking clicks and shit,
only
but,
makes-
like, it's timed. I don't care.
hydraulic press.
Like, I think the freaking, the
Arcade version.
the casino version is not timed, so you need to, like, think about it.
Press and the camera
Yeah.
working
You actually have to give a shit.
But here, it doesn't matter.
Kind of ironic, huh? That the casino version is the one that you actually, like, think on.
But here, it's like, you should just spam. I don't know how it is on, like, Mean or whatever, but, like, I'm sure you have to, like, think about it a little bit more there.
When did you ever say that?
Or you just get the fucking ability that turns off the fucking penalty.
Stopped at the same time.
True.
The camera position did seem odd to me. But now I get it. The trick wouldn't work unless it was set up there.
Huh? Why?
To get the trick we just described to work, the camera had to be set up
Ooh,
precisely.
Spin that down. Where was the camera set up? Higher up?
There!
On the same platform?
I think it's on the
It
controls.
must have been set up somewhere around
I mean,
Yeah,
I mean, I literally just freaking set it right there.
to operate the press and the camera at the same time.
Like, I was not aiming anywhere specific, just like that platform.
Yeah.
That's why the video was taken from that unnatural angle. If they were recording it like normal, they would have used a better angle.
And if it was recorded at such an odd angle, then that proves the trick was used.
Camera angles, huh? Looks like your cosplayer experience is finally useful.
Well, cosplay doesn't really come up all that much in class trials.
There was a reason the camera was set up there, but also a reason for the height.
It was so you could only see the arm.
The press was stopped. We couldn't really see who was
You're
inside.
only supposed to see the jacket, not Kaido's arm.
No, you can still see the arm.
That's the edit the localizers did.
That was intentional. The body is mostly
You weren't
hidden by
supposed to
the
see
press,
that.
making the swap easier.
Probably not. I think that's what the post said, because it messes with, like, evidence and shit.
I mean, that's the thing though, is that like that's like a white sleeved arm, so you could like pull that off as like Kokichi,
What?
because he has a white freaking jacket.
Adjust the camera's height.
Yeah, but it's, like, specific.
Did they get that from the
He has,
warehouse,
like,
too?
weird cuffs on his, because it's a straight jacket, remember?
Fair.
You don't get to make that reference.
Kaido's doesn't.
Then, that logic is
And that's
correct.
clearly Kaido's arm.
Kokichi used that video angle trick and switched the victim in the hydraulic press. In that case, Kaito is...
Live.
Or he was crushed by the press. He was swapped with a different body.
Kokichi.
So Kaito's still alive.
Well, wait just a minute.
What? But I just summed it up so nicely.
She did! She did summon up nicely.
Himiko, the different body you mentioned, what are you talking about?
Let her have her spotlight, goddammit. She's barely gotten any outside of Koki.
She literally figured it out right there.
Like, outside of Kaido sexually fucking harassing her as Kokichi, she's had nothing this trial.
She literally figured out right then and there.
Produce a body to switch out.
What? Well, Monokuma, do the rules allow for a body to be reused?
Very well. I'll answer that.
You're giving in pretty easily.
Well, it's crucial information to make the trial fair. This discussion is pointless if it's not clear what the culprit was allowed to do, right?
You're a
Fucking
convenient
Shuichi.
mastermind, but I guess that makes defeating you worth my time.
Now then, regarding the reuse of a dead body. That is impossible! All the dead bodies have already been thrown away.
Yeah, it just means it's Kokichi's body.
Thrown away? The other bodies are gone? Then who did Kaito switch places with?
Who else was there? Kokichi. Kokichi and Kaito were the only ones in the hangar at that time. They were the only ones present during the body swapping trick. Kokichi's the one who got squished! And the real victim was... If it wasn't an old body, it could only be...
What's wrong, Shuichi? Who did Kaito switch places with?
Maki. You should know this. It's obvious.
Maki, I think
Well,
I missed
meet our armored armament character, probably.
Something important?
We have, like, 2 more things till we get to armored.
If I have the timeline right, there were only 2 people in the hangar at the time. Which means that something had to have been decided before. Pin that down. I can't let anything escape me this time.
Well, I think this is the longest.
Hangman.
It's a victim helped. Boom.
Boom.
Now we just have to wait for the other letters to come around.
Yep.
Do, 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 do.
There.
I can't believe I overlooked this. What do you mean? There were only 2 people in the hangar at the time the bodies were swapped. Which means they were working together.
Poor Shui.
The
Poor
only
Shad
people
boy.
involved in the swap were the
Shit.
victim and the culprit.
Shadichi.
The culprit was operating the camera and the hydraulic press, while the victim lay inside. If they switched places while the press and the camera were stopped, then the person who turned the camera and the press back on was the original victim. To put it simply, both people operated the press and camera at different times. An impossible trick, unless the victim and culprit agreed to cooperate beforehand.
Yep.
Victim and culprit cooperated? Is that even possible?
Yes. DR2 happened.
It sounds bizarre, but perhaps that was the whole point.
It's just that in that case, Gundam and Nekomaru were like actually fighting each other. It was just to the death.
commit a crime that was so
Yep.
confusing, even Monokuma would be tricked.
Jeez, this culprit's a real jerk. So, have you realized who done it yet?
Yes. Culprit of the case. My detective work hasn't failed me. The culprit is inside the exisal. It can only be them. Kaito!
We're playing the pronoun game, even though there's literally only
The apparent
only men who
Kaito-san
could have been
really is
involved.
Kaito.
Yeah.
Means
What a weird time to play the pronoun game.
Kokichi was operating the hydraulic press and camera. At first. If the two of them switched while the press was stopped, then the culprit who started the hydraulic press again and crushed Kokichi
Kaito!
must be Kaito. So, the person inside that exisal isn't Kokichi. It has to be Kaito.
What did you say?
So, the culprit for this case is Kaito Momota. That is what the ultimate detective has deduced, right?
Kaito is the culprit? What? You're joking, right? You can't be serious.
I don't want to believe it either, but it's the only way any of this makes sense. My detective work
Yep.
has led me to the conclusion.
What a
Kaito is the
case.
Hmm.
Mm. Well, let's fight Maki. 1v1 Maki on Final Destination.
Is that true? Is Kaito really in there?
Yes.
Hey, answer us! If you really are Kaito, then...
I'm the culprit.
Maki, no you're not.
There's just no way that Kaito can still be alive. Because I'm the culprit.
Her sprite is at least very dope based, super lit.
But didn't you say?
I saw it with my own eyes. Kokichi drank the antidote that he stole from Kaito.
Did he really? Did you actually see the fluid go into his freaking mouth?
There's no doubt Kaito died. And he
Damn
died
it,
because of my
Kaito.
poison arrow.
Damn it. Maki just let it end.
Yes, I never wanted to. I wanted to believe that I didn't kill him.
Then who's
But
piloting the fucking
truth speaks
exisal?
differently. In the end, I was just running away from the facts.
Huh? I don't understand.
Maki, are you trying to protect Kaito? If he's a culprit, you're trying to help him get away?
There was only one antidote. So it's
It
more
really
likely
is
he
the
died
fucking
from my
Maki
poison arrow.
Kokichi Kaito show, huh?
Yes.
Is the truth.
And only one of these characters is actually fucking interesting.
It's not decided yet. I could have still killed him with the hydraulic press. Either way, those are the two options. Monokuma knows the answer, right?
Huh? Are those the only options?
I guess that's how things turned out.
No, that can't be. The person in that exisal is...
It's not Kaito. I saw Kokichi drink the antidote.
Are you sure? Are you absolutely sure? Did you see the freaking liquid go into his damn lips?
There's no mistake. Kaito is dead.
Well, let's armament out of her.
I killed Kaito. There is absolutely no doubt. That's the truth.
Thought so. Maki's trying to protect Kaito. I understand how she feels, but if Kaito is the culprit, why did she agree to Kokichi's plan? Why did he agree to Kokichi's plan? Can't imagine that Kaito would do something so selfish. There must be a reason for it. I truly believe that. But I have to get to the bottom of this before I can uncover that truth.
But, Maki, you don't know for certain that Kokichi drank the antidote.
What?
You saw him drink it right in front of you, but you couldn't confirm he actually did it. So maybe there's another possibility.
What are you talking about? Impossible. That's impossible. There is no other possibility. I killed Kaito!
Here we go.
I killed Kaito! You're the one who's wrong.
She looks fucking
He
dope.
died from my poison arrow. There's no other possibility. What do you know? I killed Kaito! You're the one who's wrong. He died from my poison arrow. There's no other possibility. What do you know? I killed Kaito! You're the one who's wrong. He died. It doesn't matter what you say. I'm telling you, this is the truth. But you keep getting in the way. You're so goddamn annoying. It doesn't matter what you say. I'm telling you, this is the truth. I was at the scene. So I know I'm not wrong. I'm sorry I kept quiet till now. I wanted to believe I didn't kill him. But I
Oh,
won't
look
run
at
away
she's
from
got the
truth
big
anymore.
iron on the hip.
Yep.
I know what I saw. I was at
Well,
the
not on
scene.
the. She has it on her fucking thigh, but
So
like,
I
I mean,
know
close
I'm not
enough.
wrong.
Did I
I'm
distract
sorry I
you?
kept quiet till now. I wanted to believe
I mean-
didn't kill him. But I won't run away from the truth anymore. Because I know what I saw. I was at the scene. So I know I'm not wrong. I'm sorry I kept quiet till now. I wanted to believe I didn't kill him. But I won't run away from the truth anymore. Because I know what I saw. I was at the scene. So I know I'm not wrong. I saw Kokichi drink the antidote.
Pretended to drink the antidote.
It ends here! Kokichi just pretended to drink the antidote. He didn't actually drink it.
Rest in peace, Maki Roll.
Pretended to drink it?
Drinking the antidote was part of his lie. Maki could only see so much through the window. She didn't confirm Kokichi drank it. I believe that Kokichi knew this and just pretended to drink the antidote. After Maki left, he gave the antidote to Kaito. There's a strong possibility that all of this was done to make Kaito cooperate.
Make him cooperate?
The swapping trick required the victim and culprit to work together. Kaito's cooperation was essential to Kokichi's plan. However, I don't think Kokichi would be able to sway Kaito easily. He needed leverage. He gave Kaito the antidote in exchange for his cooperation.
In exchange for his own life, you mean?
Kaito had no choice. He had to cooperate after Kokichi saved his life. That's just Kaito's character. And Kokichi knew that. He swallowed his pride with the antidote and agreed to participate in Kokichi's plan.
But didn't Kokichi make this plan? What good is it for him if he's dead?
I imagine this was all part of Kokichi's plan to confuse us. You wouldn't think that someone would plan their own murder.
He went so far as to give up his life just to create this mystery?
Yes.
Only
'Cause he's
Kokichi could think of
fucking
something so
Kokichi.
nefarious. Who else would agree to die just to execute their plan?
Why would he go that far?
I bet Kokichi was determined to beat me at my own game,
Nagito.
no matter what.
Makito would totally do some bullshit like this, but he'd do it on his own because he's a fucking Chad.
And, well, he probably wouldn't even die.
I mean, he did die. Like, this is
No,
just
he
Trial
didn't.
5. This is literally just Trial 5 DR fucking 2.
He didn't, though.
A delusion completely
He
off-
died.
Yes,
He died in the.
that I died.
He died in the
Look,
virtual world, yes, but he clearly can't fucking die.
But who cares what you guys think? This is between me and Monokuma.
Okay, I'm fully aware he's, like, not
I don't
actually a
give a
fucking
crap if
corpse
the
right
extras in
now.
this game
He
get
could
it
be,
right or
actually,
not.
all things considered.
Honestly, knowing his luck, he wouldn't be able to freaking die from like some kind of world-ending event. He would be like the unfortunate soul to live in that hellscape.
He's also unfortunately immune.
Huh? Why?
He can live without breathing.
If we're just extras, then even if we get it wrong, we won't get killed.
No, I'd still kill you all. Don't put Kokichi's words in my mouth.
Cause I think like,
Why? You were being so friendly with
he could totally survive a whole bunch of shit and it would never kill him,
Then he takes everyone's life.
Severely injure him, perhaps, yes.
but never die.
But if Monokuma gets it wrong,
He suffers
Well,
through
he'll
it.
take everyone's lives.
Local man just suffers for eternity.
If Monokuma doesn't know who the culprit is, then this killing game can't function anymore.
Can't function anymore.
Kaito.
Yep, this is the plan.
Hmm?
And it's fucking stupid.
Probably with this plan, you must have a reason. Determine that reason, I need to reveal the truth.
I still think Kaito is the culprit. Thinking of it that way makes all the pieces
Let's
fit.
close this out.
I will show you the truth. The truth you can't deny.
Here we go. Hit the Exezel. Who did Maki hit with the Electro Hammer? Hit the Exezel. Trail of Blood. We're gonna culprit Shukokichi. What opened the shutter and got inside the... Who was first hit by the... What evidence did the culprit leave in the bathroom? Trail of blood. Wait, not that? Whatever. Whatever. Electro Bomb. Where
I
did...
think that's the weapon Kokichi pulled out.
Yeah. An Exezel inside the hangar. It's probably back here. Yeah. The only antidote is gonna be somewhere over here. Kokichi in the press. That's gonna be near the end.
Mm-hmm. Boy ain't got no meat on his fucking bones.
Yep. Assembled.
I think that's a little bit before.
Culprit in the press. That's gonna be before he was put in. Drink the antidote. Kokichi's back. No, that's not it. His right arm... No?
Well, you can tell by just based on the background that that happened in the bathroom, darling.
Uchichi's clothes flushed down the toilet. Oh. Fair enough. Culprit's left arm. There.
This is the truth of the case.
Here we go.
Let's go over the trick that Kokichi and the culprit created together.
Kimiko looks so cute.
Last night, Kibo saw
More
Himiko
like Himmy
in his
cute.
lab. She was carrying a black case and heading to the Exisal hangar. When she reached the hangar, she handed the case to someone through the bathroom window. That someone is the culprit of this case. Locked in the bathroom, the culprit had asked Himiko to bring them a certain weapon. A disassembled crossbow from Maki's lab. The culprit was going to use the crossbow to challenge Kokichi to a fight. Some time passed, and Maki made her way to the hangar. She was going to the hangar to kill Kokichi and save the culprit trapped in the bathroom. However, the hangar had an electric barrier preventing her from entering.
Ooh.
Fortunately for her, she had an Electro Hammer to get around the barrier. In a
Bang.
She used her Electro Hammer to disable an Exisal.
Would you wield an Electro Hammer?
Yes.
She knew Exisals could bypass the barrier.
It's a nice
she got
bonk
inside
stick.
one.
And it's got electric properties.
Around that
I figured
time,
your favorite
the
element would
culprit
be
and
ice.
Kokichi
It
began their
is.
confrontation.
It's electric runner-up.
I mean, the potential of hitting multiple people, multiple enemies with it,
The culprit
yeah.
ambushed him with a crossbow.
Zip.
But the culprit didn't intend to kill Kokichi. They just wanted to disable him.
That's not much of an ambush, but okay.
That's why the culprit aimed for Kokichi's right arm. If they really wanted to kill him, they would have shot him in his vitals. Kokichi reeled from the arrow, and the culprit jumped on him immediately. He didn't want Kokichi to have the chance to summon an Exisal with a remote. While they were fighting, something happened that caught them both off guard.
Hello, it's me, Maki.
The shutter of the hangar opened, and an Exisal stepped
The
inside.
best character who's featured in this
Kokichi
trial.
was definitely not expecting an Exisal to interrupt them. He pulled out his remote in an attempt to control the Exisal. But Maki leaped out of the cockpit and shot Kokichi with her crossbow. The arrow hit Kokichi right in the back.
You did leave your back open there, Kokichi.
The tip was covered in a lethal poison from my lab called Strike 9 poison.
That's kind of your
The
fault.
poison kills slowly. It seems as if Maki wanted Kokichi to confess.
I can't believe 2 poisons from Shuichi's lab have been used since its opening.
Yeah.
But even with poison in his veins, Kokichi continued to spin his lies. When she had had enough,
And 2 weapons
Maki
from
tried to
Maki's
finish him
lab.
off with another poisoned arrow. But this time, Maki was the one caught by surprise. To keep Maki from becoming the Blackened, the culprit used their body to shield Kokichi. The culprit's left arm was struck by a poison arrow. Maki remembered that there was an antidote in my lab, and immediately ran off to get it. The Strychnine poison slowly circulated through their systems, and would soon kill them both. But in that desperate situation, Kokichi thought up a clever lie.
Because he always lies.
He incorporated this unforeseen event into his plan to help him win the killing game. Or should I say, help him defeat Monokuma. That was Kokichi's true objective. It's why he claimed to be the mastermind.
I still don't believe that.
First, Kokichi closed the shutter so that Maki could not re-enter the hangar. Thus, Kokichi's final lie was set into motion. When Maki returned with the antidote, she couldn't get back inside the
The
hangar.
ultimate liar.
So she went around to the hangar bathroom and passed the antidote through the window. But after the culprit was given the antidote, Kokichi immediately snatched it. Kokichi drank down all of the antidote, while the culprit and Maki watched in horror. Maki must have been panicking, thinking the only antidote was now gone. She believed that the culprit was going to die from her own poisoned arrow. But it was all another one of Kokichi's lies. He had only pretended to drink the antidote. Maki tried desperately to break into the hangar, even slashing the control panel. But she couldn't get the shutter to open again. Defeated, she had no choice but to leave. After Maki had left, Kokichi took out another weapon. An Electro Bomb, capable of disabling communication devices for hours. Kokichi's plan was to use an Electro Bomb to knock out Monokuma's surveillance cameras.
Okay, that at least makes sense. That makes more sense.
That was why he commissioned Mew to make the bombs in the first place.
Oh.
It was to disable the cameras specifically to make it harder to know who was the killer or not.
Kokichi coerced
Well, who was the
into
killer?
drinking the antidote.
There we go.
That makes way more sense.
Why didn't this come up in trial?
I don't know, but it clearly came up here, so I guess it's better than nothing.
Kokichi needed to work with the culprit to execute his final lie. Under normal circumstances, the culprit would never have agreed to such a plan.
And since there was like only one piece of evidence that actually showed
They agreed to Kokichi.
what was going on, even that wasn't used. Well, even that was to confuse everyone, including Monokuma. So,
Request is a generous term. It
Yep.
was more like blackmail. In any case, the two were now working together as accomplices in an insane plan. There was a lot to prepare and not a lot of time. They had to work fast. If Kokichi died from the Strychnine poison, the whole plan would be ruined.
quickly, get under the freaking...
After fabricating the scene in the bathroom,
Get under the press so you can get squished.
hydraulic press.
Squish!
This is how the swipe pattern bloodstain from the bathroom to the press was created.
Kokishi goes squish!
With the support of the culprit,
He did.
stood in front of the press's control panel.
Good.
The two of them were finally ready to execute the insane lie.
But yeah, I still don't... This is not feeling like a redemption to me at all.
I think it's also part of Trial 6.
Yeah, but here it's clearly not feeling like a redemption. It feels more like, hey, I want to fuck with Monokuma.
But he's fucking with Monokuma for everyone else. Can't you see it?
No, he's clearly just wants to fuck with Monokuma because that's just who he is. Don't give me this freaking redemption bullshit. Because here it still freaking comes out to be he wants to fuck with the trial process.
He wants to fuck with it so Monokuma can't actually hold the trial, thereby ending the killing game.
Yeah. But like even then, it's like, I don't freaking believe this redemption bullshit. It doesn't make any damn sense. His actions do not line... Well, no. His actions do line up with his motive. It's just that they apparently change his motive, like, right at the end.
They change his motive every 10 seconds. After this trial, you can watch the Kokichi as a poorly written character.
Yay.
Because he's a fucking corpse.
Kokichi had saved the culprit's life because his
like, yeah, I'll like spoil part of Trial 6, but I've already spoiled that part of Trial 6 for you.
Blood.
To win the killing game, even if it meant dying himself. And so, Kokichi was crushed by the press, and the whole thing was caught on video. The culprit's left sleeve was dangling from the press, making us think he was the victim. Now alone, the culprit collected the video camera and tore the hydraulic press's power cord so that it could never be raised again. This would make it impossible for us to determine the identity of the crushed body.
I mean, yeah, you could...
But there was another reason the victim was...
In technicality, you could figure out who who the freaking body was, but it'd still be relatively unidentifiable. You need to, like, look at the freaking clothes and shit.
This was all part of Kokichi's plan.
That's the only way it'd work.
Even Monokuma could figure out.
Otherwise, you're not seeing those freaking Kokichi features.
Yeah, but it'd be a Kokichi size squish. And Kokichi is much shorter than Kaito.
Yeah. Like, you can't know by the features themselves, but you can, like, infer.
Yeah.
And here they are now in this trial, pretending to be Kokichi. They're trying to deceive Monokuma in order to defeat the true mastermind. And that's it. That's Kokichi's unidentified culprit trick. The culprit is in that exisal. It's you, isn't it? Kaito Momota, the ultimate astronaut.
Woo. Okay, Kaito, stop it with the Kokichi shit.
Aren't I? That's you in there, isn't it, Kaito?
We have, I don't know if you noticed this, darling.
Is it really?
Have you noticed that we've missed a certain thing this trial?
What?
The required perjury.
What?
We have a final non-stop debate.
Deductions.
Huh? You're
What?
still not gonna admit it?
You fucking heard me.
But it's
But logically speaking, his deduction tracks.
it's
We didn't
really
get in our
Kaito,
required
then he
perjury,
would
so we
admitted
have to have a final non-stop debate.
Nah.
Oh.
Been going at this for about 7 hours.
Yeah,
You claim everything is set.
you'll have the whole weekend to cuddle
You
in
don't
and
have any
sweet.
evidence, do you?
And I mean, would you really want to do this before you play even more DRV3? Like, would you want to go into Chapter 6 after this fucking bullshit?
But that's just speculation in the end. No evidence to back it up. So if we
I mean, I'm gonna
reverse
do it
our reverse way
anyway.
of thinking, then it's likely I
I
didn't
want
No,
to
I-
experience the whole thing.
It's totally
No, I
possible
meant,
that
would you want to
never
finish
happened,
this trial and go into Chapter 6 without, like, a break
not
between?
just possible,
I
it's
guess.
the actual truth.
Like,
Well, it's true. There's no proof that the bodies were switched.
No, we should trust Shuichi's deduction. I'm sure everything will be okay. This emotion I've learned, I believe you call it faith. That's what I feel right now.
That's right. We have to believe in Shuichi.
Well, I don't care either way. But if you guys get it wrong, you'll have to deal with Monokuma. What will the results of this voting time be? If Monokuma makes a mistake, he won't be able to execute anyone, right? Then it will be my victory. And that will ruin the entire killing game.
Ruin? See, so that's your objective. You mean to ruin the killing game itself. That's why Kaito has been so stubborn all this time. What does he mean by ruin exactly? Monokuma can do whatever he wants to the rules. How do you ruin something like that? What would be the point?
Come on, Monokuma. Start the voting already.
Yeah, I'm getting to it. Sheesh! Let's proceed with voting time, shall we? Sorry I fell short of your expectations, but I'm pretty sure I won't make any mistakes. Cause I got the ultimate detective's airtight logic on my side.
Now I know the whole truth and why. I believe in my own logic, and I believe in Kaito. From this point on, it's not about logic, it's about how far I'm willing to go. I believe in you, Kaito, not as a detective, but as Shuichi Saihara.
Can I
so we're
just
gonna
say
try to
something?
lie
I
to
think
finish
we
it
need this
out.
Conversation before we vote.
One last conversation?
There's more to talk about?
You see, before we vote, there's something I have to say. I just need you all to listen.
It's such an exhausting fucking trial. I'm gonna curl up in your boobies.
Bulba.
Just
Alright,
crawl
let's
in
pin this
there.
down.
You're sweet now.
Who is inside that
Okay, what do we got?
We're lying with Kokichi's
That's what you
disappearance.
said, isn't it?
Kokichi's the one who died. And the culprit is Kaito standing right there.
Isn't that correct?
On one of, I think it's on a Monokuma statement.
I would never die!
Basically, we're trying to like last second. Fuck it, like we've done closing up. Shuichi,
let's pin this
honey,
down.
sweetheart,
Who is
darling,
inside that exisal?
honey, baby boy.
That's what you said, isn't it?
Kokichi's the one who died.
It's a lie. Bullet time.
There.
I'll reveal the truth.
Oh, we're fucking done.
Kokichi, I'm sorry.
And we get to watch a fucking execution.
What?
Not the one I wanted
What
to
do you
see,
mean?
but
It's a thing.
Why did you say Kokichi?
yep.
The one in the
It's a
exisal is...
DR1 throwback.
I'm so sorry, everyone.
Can you guess which execution it's going to be a throwback to?
The first one.
Huh?
I hope.
No, but
Yeah.
yes, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Saw Kokichi.
The very first one at the start of the game, the opening execution.
Blast off.
You saw
because they're both ultimate Astro whatevers.
Yes. He threatened me. Told me that if
What
I
an
didn't do what he
archive
said, he'd
pull
kill
there,
us all.
Samuki.
He wanted me to lie about what I saw, so that the trial would be more interesting. But I can't do it anymore. I can't keep lying like this. I have to tell the truth. Kokichi isn't dead. He's alive.
Hold on! Why did you wait until now to mention this?
I'm so sorry, Kibo, but it's true.
Oh no! Really? I really am sorry, but this is the only way. Kaito is trying to fool Monokuma, trying to ruin the class trial. Kaito is risking his life to do this, and I'll stand by him. I believe in Kaito. I will believe in what he's trying to do. He's not trying to do this to hurt us. I'm sure he's trying to save us all. Monokuma wants to rely on my detective work. Fine. I'll just lie.
Everyone, please, don't vote for Kaito.
It's so cute
There's no doubt
that he's
about
like,
it.
he's crying.
Kokichi is in that exocell.
But now
He's the
is
culprit.
not the time to, like, stick up for what you believe in.
Shuichi.
Hey, Shuichi.
Shoo.
I don't know what you're scheming, but as far as I'm concerned, you guys aren't extras at all. If you guys are wrong, you're gonna have to take your punishments like champs. Got it?
I'm not wrong. We can't vote for Kaito.
Stop it! That's enough.
And there he is. He's brought it out.
Huh?
He's done. He's done.
It's over.
There.
If you guys get it
We've-
wrong and Monokuma gets
We've
it right,
forced him out
Yep.
in such a fucking roundabout, headache-inducing way.
If he wanted to freaking save us, he could have gotten out in the first place.
then you'll all get punished. There's no way I can let that happen.
You didn't need to let
I
this
would've-
go on, dude.
So,
I would have rewritten this as Kokichi as the actual killer. And have him be, like, tricked into killing somebody.
Kaito!
So, it really was you?
my bad for tricking you guys.
Like, that's the thing about Kaito and, like, this localization is that, like, he cares about the people around him, so why would he agree to do this with Kokichi?
But before that,
I mean, he does with the JP as well. It's just, like, he's a fucking headstrong idiot,
don't
too.
get it wrong. I'm
Yeah, but, like,
definitely the
why
culprit.
would
Got it?
you, like, go this freaking far and then be like, wait, what the fuck am I doing? This is gonna kill everyone.
I'm the one who killed
Because he
Kokichi.
realized that Monokuma was bullshitting him back.
Kaito, no!
It's just like you to figure it all out, Shuichi. You're really something else. So all you gotta do is believe in your reasoning. That's what detectives do.
Well,
And Shuichi's being the sad boy.
Hey, Monokuma, let's hurry up and get this vote started.
my poor husbando.
The heart-racing excitement as the blackened.
He
and the
doesn't have
smokeless
anything
face off.
anymore.
It's
Maki doesn't like him
voting
anymore.
time.
Himiko's fairly indifferent. Samugi's. And Kibo is Kibo.
Kaito.
Well,
Yeah, he's got a smoker in the splash art.
yep. I think in some versions this was edited out. But yeah, no, he has lung cancer.
He totally has lung cancer. Because coughing up blood is a symptom of that.
Samugi implies later on that they gave him this condition, but like no, I could believe it. That he just fucking has it.
Because he smokes. Like, this... Like, it can happen even if you don't smoke, but like, it has a higher chance of happening if you smoke. Because that's just what cancer is. It's a fucking bitch.
Yep. Verdict. Woo. Let's get our mono coins.
Oh, I got a chibi. Take every alternate route in a non-stop debate. Okay, good, I got it. Now I don't need to worry about no more back routes. Back routes.
Backstabs. I mean, of course there aren't any in Trial 6.
Well,
If the culprit's gonna confess, then I guess even morons can't screw this up.
absolutely right.
The blackened who killed Kokichi Oma is Kaito Momota. You all got it right. So you got it right, huh? Even if Shuichi and Maki wrote it for me. What a relief! Well, I knew you guys wouldn't get it wrong.
But you know,
Man, was it hard to act like Kokichi the whole time. I mean, sure.
Yeah, you sucked at it.
Yeah. I mean, sure, he wrote most of his own lines.
jeez.
Okay, that's actually fucking hilarious.
Seriously, look at this huge script. He wrote the whole thing.
Oh god, what a fucking weirdo.
He planned this whole damn thing out.
What a fucker.
Yeah, I can
It's only-
totally believe Kokichi doing that. I can totally believe it. He banked on Kaito helping him.
And he figured... the real question is, how fucking long has he been working on that script?
I don't know. Probably a few trials by now.
Because there's no printers in this fucking academy, it's handwritten.
Yeah. It was probably written in like a journal or something he got from the warehouse.
Fucking psychopath.
It's even got a bunch of alternate lines for different events too.
Oh my god.
He planned it all fucking out. But even so, I still had to ad-lib. You guys couldn't tell though, huh? No, I could easily fucking tell, dude.
No, they're you fuckered some shit.
Hey, come on, guys, don't look so sad. You guys got it right, it's all good.
Why?
They like you, Kaido, for fuck's sake.
Why did you kill Kokichi? You were against the killing game, so why did you kill him? I believe that you absolutely wouldn't do such a thing. Maki, was she protecting Kaido or just believing him like me?
That's right.
Yeah, I should explain, but most of it's just like Shuichi said.
After Kokichi pretended to take the antidote, he gave it to me. I mean,
Then he told me I had to cooperate with his plan.
hey!
Plan? What plan? I've been thinking, this whole time of a plan to throw the mastermind off guard.
What?
Throw them off guard? What are you talking about? You're the mastermind. That was a lie. I only pretended to be the mastermind.
What?
Pretended! Y'all fell for it. But you know, I prepared a bunch of stuff. Like this remote control. I had Miyu make it. Mysterious messages in the courtyard using Gunta and making him a murderer. All that preparation was just to make you guys think I was the mastermind.
What?
What the hell? Why'd you do all that? Reason why I pretended to be the mastermind
Shit!
was to end this boring killing game.
Huh?
To end it.
Yeah.
I thought if you shielded the despairing truth, you guys wouldn't want to go outside anymore. I thought it would end the killing game. But instead this happened. I'm gonna die by Maki's hands. Why do you think this happened? Why do you think Maki tried to kill me? Why do you think the killing game started again?
What?
Why?
Oh,
Does the true mastermind instigated it? I'm certain of it. They made a move without us noticing. Man, thanks to that, everything is ruined.
hold on!
True mastermind instigated it. So whoever that person is, they also instigated Maki's actions too.
I'm disappointed.
Yeah, they probably tried to eliminate me because I pretended to be mastermind.
What?
My actions were instigated by the true mastermind. Yeah, B. The reason I decided Kokichi was... because I remember the truth from the flashback light.
Could it be...
maybe making you remember the truth was what the Mastermind wanted.
Huh?
What? Maybe the true Mastermind had us use the flashback lights so we could target Kokichi as a remnant of despair.
Which means...
So the flashback light itself was a true Mastermind's trap all along. They expected us to target Kokichi once we remembered he was a remnant of despair.
Okay.
Kokichi certainly expected it, that's why he talked about the true Mastermind. But even so, this is all rather convenient for the true Mastermind. Person claiming to be the Mastermind just so happened to be a remnant of despair? We're all students of Hope Speed Academy, and our fates are tied to the remnants of despair. I never would have imagined that fate would bring us to Kokichi's murder. It just plays too nicely for the true Mastermind. I didn't know about that flashback light. Guess that's another mystery for you.
I mean,
Anyway, like I was saying.
you know...
Then who is the true Mastermind? Who knows? I don't know either. But it doesn't matter. We can't lose. This game is pointless unless you win. That's why I thought of a special plan. When I'm on the verge of losing, my plan will help me win.
Huh?
I don't really get it, but is this the plan to throw off the Mastermind? Well, it's not that difficult, Kaito. I need you to kill me.
What? I mean...
Plan was to make a case where the victim was unknown. And then to trick Monokuma into thinking I was a victim so he'd mess up. If he ruled that either Maki Roll or Kokichi were the blackened, then I'd show myself and Monokuma's ruling would be invalid. And if Monokuma's ruling was invalid, the killing game would end.
But...
It's what I'm most curious about. What makes you think it would end?
That's right.
Yeah, I asked Kokichi about that myself. Why would Monokuma care if he messed up on who the blackened was? And this is what he said.
Well, you know...
Even if Monokuma with the true Mastermind, they can't break the rules as they please. Being unfair like that isn't allowed.
Hold up.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Death games are meant to be watched. If no one was watching, there would be no reason to be such a stickler about the rules. There would be no point in making this game in the first place. But Monokuma's been a stickler about the rules and about making the game interesting. That's why we agreed to my plan in the virtual world.
Which means...
Monokuma is aware that someone is watching us. In which case, I have no doubt that this death game is being shown to someone.
What did you say?
So this is some kind of show? But who would be watching? We're the only people left alive, aren't we?
Yeah.
That's right, the flashback light is the reason we even remember that. Kokichi might have been right. Why have a death game if no one's watching? I wasn't sure about it at first, but after this class trial, there's no doubt.
Listen up.
Monokuma can't do whatever he wants. He's bound by the rules of the game. That's why he couldn't afford to get the culprit wrong. Why he relied on Shuichi.
Yeah.
It's just like Kokichi said. If this game's rules matter so much, someone's watching. Death game is made to be watched. That's true, then who? Who is watching this?
Hey,
What's this all about, Monokuma? Is this killing game really a show for someone? Who can say? Why wouldn't you tell us that? We were friends during the trial.
You guys.
Honestly, I was just happy you guys cooperated with me.
Well,
Humans love to help. They jump at any opportunity to extend a helping hand.
Well then...
Then there's another question. Who are you really? If Kokichi, a remnant of despair, is not the mastermind,
Incomprehensible.
then who's the true mastermind? Is it another remnant of despair like him? I'm not gonna spill the beans on a perfect to be continued cliffhanger like that. Why are you just too cute?
What?
Really?
Hey,
I understand Kokichi's plan, but why did you agree to work with him, Kaito? Why did you agree to kill Kokichi? Because he saved your life? You should have just ignored him. He's better off dead anyway. It was kind of hard to ignore such an annoying guy. You could have easily just ignored him completely.
huh?
What?
Jeez.
I wonder how far ahead he planned this evil scheme is. Plenty.
What?
Yeah, but killing you.
Don't screw around.
What are you talking about? You want me to kill you? I figured you'd react like that. But are you sure you're okay with that? Because if this poison kills me, then Maki would become the Blackened. And her crime would be exposed so easily. If that happened, then Maki and I would have died for no reason. Right? Which is just what the true Mastermind expects.
What?
Damn it, they're playing dirty. So that's why you gave me that antidote. I am the ultimate supreme leader. There is no depths I won't sink to. Even I have to sacrifice myself. Anyway, this is our chance. Our chance to end this killing game.
Ruin this killing game.
That's why you have to kill me. So we can win and ruin this killing game. We'll bring the true mastermind and everyone who's watching. We'll bring them down to utter despair. Then everyone who died can rest in peace. Ugh, crap. I'm gonna die soon. Can we get this started already?
Damn.
What were you gonna say?
What a little psychopath.
Yep. You're
Can't
serious.
believe people like him.
Yep. You're seriously crazy, dude. But, you know,
At least
I wasn't boring, right? No, you're pretty fucking boring. Then he blackmailed you by using me. Nah, I agreed to this plan once I heard the words ruin this killing game.
Jeez.
He was crazy, but I let him come up with some crazy plans. And we need a crazy plan in order to stand a chance against Monokuma. I bet on that chance I didn't have any other choice.
Damn it.
Because I'm out of time.
What?
Time?
Could it be...
Kaito, you mean your health?
What are you talking
But you
about?
said you were fine. You told me not to worry about it anymore.
My bad.
That was a lie.
Huh?
A lie? Yeah, it's pretty bad. Honestly, I'm at my limits just talking. Oh, can't be.
But you know.
But I gotta wonder how this happened. I don't remember at all. In my memories, I was fine during the medical exam for my training. I was fine during the medical exam, then that means...
Could it be...
This might be the virus.
What?
Virus.
If I remember correctly...
Maybe, but no, I think it's lung cancer. The plagues that caused our planet to crumble. Virus carried by meteorites that spread across the globe. Hope Speak Academy, along with the rest of the planet, was in danger of extinction. Even though we had come so far and triumphed over so much despair, we were almost wiped out in an instant.
Could it be...
This must have something to do with the virus. Kaido didn't use that flashback light, so he might not remember it. Were we supposed to be immune? We were selected because we didn't.
Well,
Perhaps the virus was dormant when you were selected for the Gopher Project.
to tell you the truth,
You could have been infected the whole time, showing no symptoms until very recently.
What did you say?
What? Kaido was infected with the virus, but how could that be?
Jeez.
I don't know what you're talking about, but I guess I'm pretty shrewd, huh? Well, I knew this was coming. That's why I agreed to Kokishi's plan.
But you know.
When I found out about the plan, I thought it was pretty awesome.
Hey, so.
Koichi left me with this whole outline of it. I freaked out when I read it. It was a pretty good plan. I thought we might be able to trick Monokuma. But I knew Shuichi see right through it in the end.
Huh?
What?
Well done.
And that's exactly how it went. Nice job, Shuichi. You're really something.
Well then...
Kaito, did you...
That's right.
Yeah, I knew you guys would figure everything out.
Got it.
That's why I was able to get on board with Kokishi and lie to you like that. Even I messed up during the trial, I knew Shuichi'd see the truth.
That's my sidekick.
And that's what I expect from my sidekick.
Why?
If you knew I'd see through it, why...
Then...
If you knew it was pointless from the start, then you shouldn't have gone that far.
Ah.
Nah, it wasn't pointless, and it ended up being a huge success. Why?
I mean,
Because of this plan, Koji pretending to be mastermind.
got it.
We got closer to the true mastermind's lair. Behind this truth, there's gotta be a hint that leads to the real truth.
Huh?
The real truth?
Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt. That's why Kokichi gave me his life.
But
You talk as if he was your partner, when you hated him so strongly before.
What?
Oh, I hate his guts. Honestly, I'm still pissed off at him. He made us go through so much crap to the end. No, even beyond that. He was a lying sack of shit.
Hey,
It's getting harder to breathe, so please, can you...
Hey, so
Can I ask you one thing? You want to ruin this killing game, but... You kept saying how fun this game was. That was a lie, obviously. How could a game that you're forced to play be fun? I had to think this game was fun to survive. I had to lie to myself.
huh?
You little... That's what you created this game to toy with our lives and the shit's enjoying it. They all piss me off.
shit!
That's why I'm willing to do whatever it takes to end this game. Yeah, no, I still don't believe that. I don't believe that. Kokichi said that?
Nah.
That could have been a lie, too. He probably just said it so I cooperate with him. He probably definitely did. Was it really a lie? I think his dying words may have been the honest truth. No, no.
Why?
No, it's definitely a lie. He's not the type to shed real tears.
But
I wonder which one it is. A lie or the truth? Even now at the very end, I don't really understand Kokichi. You shouldn't, honestly. You should never try to understand this little shit. Maybe that's what lying is all about. Truth is in the eye of the beholder, huh? Kokichi was the very embodiment of a lie.
Here's his redemption, babe.
That pretty much wraps it up. My explanation. Now finally, I need to apologize to Shuichi.
Huh?
What? Me?
I mean,
To be honest, I was jealous of ya.
Huh?
Jealous?
that's right.
Because you were
Well,
always
that-
saving us, you know?
That was all of Kokichi's redemption. How was it?
It's bullshit. I'm not believing that. That is bullshit. You're not gonna convince me otherwise. Your detective skills kept us alive. You were just way too cool, and I got frustrated.
My bad.
That's why I'm so harsh on you. My bad.
That's wrong.
No, Kaito, that's not true.
Hey,
I was only so confident because you were there for me, Kaito. When you made me your sidekick, you said that you'd take the responsibility. And that's why I can do all this. If you didn't talk to me back then, even now I'd be... Kaito!
Kaito! What?
Kaito, are you okay? How can I be okay? I'm about to die. You sure are, bucko. 'Cause it's punishment time. Punishment? I won't let you.
I won't let you kill him.
Oh?
You planning to get in my way? You know what'll happen if you do that, don't you?
So what?
I don't care what happens. I plan to kill you anyway from the start.
indeed.
Yes, I've been determined to fight back for a while now.
Cut it out.
No. Stop!
Kaito,
No, Kaito, I can't. I can't let you die, Kaito.
that's it.
I don't care if you're sick. I don't care if you're dying. I want to let Monokuma touch you.
What was that?
What's so funny?
Hey, hey!
Oh, just thinking about life and how irreplaceable it is. Know what I mean?
Huh?
When a life ends, those closest to it mourn. But if you could somehow recycle that life, then those closest to it wouldn't need to mourn anymore, right?
That's nice!
If we could recycle life, the world would be filled with hope. That's my point.
Hey,
What are you talking about?
Hey!
All right, kids. Time for your grand re-entrance. here they are again. Yeah, because of course they'd have freaking... Of course they'd have spares.
What is Monodam doing?
I don't know. It makes total sense that they have spares. That was just freaking Monokuma bullshitting. I'm Monotaro. No matter how you read it or spell it or say it, it's still Monotaro. What the? That's totally a lie.
By the way,
What the hell's going on? I could have swore that there was more of you chumps before.
Hell yeah!
Fuck if I know. Let's destroy Monodam now. This sad sack is bumming me the fuck out.
What did you say?
What the? Why are all the Monokubs completely destroyed? Those old Monokubs are destroyed. These Monokubs are the latest model. They still got their battery settings, so in a way, it's like they're brand new characters.
Thank you so
But who cares? Now that my cups are back, I'm not lonely and miserable anymore.
What was that?
Brought them back on a whim like that? You guys are just as replaceable. Maybe not as replaceable as the Monokubs. But finding other people to participate in the killing is easier than you might think.
Yeah, you just fucking knock them out and drag them in.
I got no idea what's going on or what any of this means, but that's alright.
Hell yeah!
We're so fucking lovable and shit. Except Monodam, of course. They never change. They always bully him.
Hey!
Oh, do you know what else this means? Now that the Monokubs are back, I've got my Exosoul and entourage protecting me again. Still wanna defy me now? It's bad. He's got the Exosouls again.
Shut up.
So what?
I won't let you kill him.
It doesn't matter. I won't let you kill Kaito. I'll fight until the end. Stop. Even if you fight the Exosouls, you'll still just get killed, damn it. Remote control and the last Electro Bomb were crushed into the press.
No.
I won't give up. Hockey roll. Enough of it. I've never felt this way before. Always fought to kill, but this is the first time I've fought to protect someone. I've never been given a nickname like Maki Roll before either.
What?
You never had someone as stubborn as you before. And I've never fallen for someone before.
What?
Maki Roll! Maki,
No.
I don't want this to end. I just don't.
I won't let you kill him.
So I won't let you kill Kaito. I absolutely won't let you.
My bad.
Maki Roll, I'm sorry. That's not an option. I don't have as much time left as you think. I'm fighting just to stay standing. But
Hey, so...
Hey, Maki Roll, I asked you before, but what's your enemy? Before you hated yourself so much, you didn't even like yourself a little. It wasn't that the reason you tried to distance yourself from the others.
That's right.
You decided that you didn't deserve to have friends, didn't you? That was your enemy.
Don't worry about it.
But not anymore, huh? You're alright now. You fell for a guy like me. Now you can learn to like yourself.
Come on, man.
Hey, don't cry. Can't you send me off with one less smile?
I believe in you.
You guys too. I'm not gonna allow any tears. Send me off with a bang.
Okay.
Alright, Kaito. I won't
This
cry.
feels like this genuinely feels like the ending of DR2's Trial 2, but like bungled.
Yeah. Me too. I'm gonna hold it in. No, turret. I can't cry even if I wanted to. Hey, sorry about the wait, Monokuma. You can go ahead and start now.
Okay.
Can do.
Dun dun dun.
Oh boy, my first punishment time. I've never seen one before.
Hey,
Well, let me just say this to the true mastermind controlling Monokuma.
get ready.
Oh, he's got the fire in his eyes. You better get ready. My friends aren't gonna lose to you. That's all.
Please.
I'll leave the rest of you guys end this ridiculous killing game.
Please do not worry.
I'll end it, so please, don't worry.
Shuichi.
And Shuichi, never forget, you're not alone. Yeah, friends, don't try to do everything by yourself, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, Kaito, okay.
The impossible is possible.
Don't forget, the impossible is possible. All you gotta do is make it so.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Kaito.
Maki roll.
How long are you gonna cry? You should smile.
Sorry.
I can't. That's impossible. I can't. Of course. My bad for making you cry like that.
All right.
Alright then. Let's end this with a bang.
I'm Kaito Momota, Luminary of the Stars.
A special punishment suited for the Luminary of the Stars.
Okay.
You don't gotta tell me. I'm excited to get this started.
Get ready.
Oh yeah, well screw you. I'm not gonna die the way you want.
It's punishment time!
Here we go, execution. Woo!
Bonk.
Disco Vault!
That's a planetarium, darling.
Meh. Yep, they
planet-
just outright are doing this again. It's just blast.
off.
It's just
Second ignition.
it's more technologically impressive blast off.
It's also a little wonky.
Yeah, they're going. He's going into the freaking core. And out again.
We're doing some actual, just real bullshit.
We're doing blast off, but more elaborate.
We're doing reverse blast off.
He went to space.
There you go, Kaido.
Error confirmed. Yeah, so he frickin' died with his execution failed. Oh no! His okay is gone.
Not the, that's actually his antenna. It had a function. A function.
It's gone. Yeah, they
What?
actually show it. They actually show it. It's not there anymore.
Yeah, he has special sprites.
Kaito. Oh. You okay there?
Right?
Keep, are you okay? You got hit by the debris when you protect.
Well,
I'm fine. More importantly, my execution.
hey,
What's the matter, Monokuma? Upset that Kaito won? He did.
Yeah?
He died before the execution could actually be fully done.
Which also, fun fact, makes him the only failed execution.
Good job, sickness.
The reason that I think Makoto's isn't canon is because it's outside interference.
Yeah. What do you mean Kaito won?
Because
He died before the end of your punishment. Kaito didn't die from your execution.
Okay.
It's right, Kaito wasn't killed by you.
Yeah.
It's Kaito's victory. He lost. I don't know if he meant to do that, but he certainly went out like a stubborn jackass. Well, whatever. It's not like this is the end of the killing game, so it's fine. I liked the little voice clip though of just like Him going like...
He's an Anky Bear. He's an Anky Bear.
Hell yeah! No shit!
Hey,
Ain't it written in the school regulations?
That's right.
Killing game will go on until there is just one blackened or two spotless. School regulations, so you're gonna follow the regulations, huh? Only reason you want rules is because you're showing this to someone.
Well,
I just want an entertaining killing game. But you're certainly entitled to your opinion.
That's wrong.
That's enough. Enough of your bullshit, Monokuma. Swear! I made a promise to Kaito. I will end this killing game. And a new sprite. He's doing the hair over eye.
That's it.
Fucking emo ass looking.
And to give
God, I love Choichi.
and to give Kaito's death a meaning, I swear I will keep my promise.
You're right.
Yeah, we're not gonna let anyone else die. Who's even gonna play that game anymore? It's already over. You could cut this tension with a knife. What's everyone talking about anyway?
well, actually,
Feels like we stumbled on the last act. I don't know what's happening at all.
Pops!
Yo, Pops, fill us in. We want to help you out. Oh, Monosuke's acting nice. He's sucking up for brownie points.
They're so...
Oh, I just can't help myself around you cute little cubs. Gather around, kids. I spent a whole month telling you about what you missed. Whole month? Won't that take longer than the whole chapter?
my little cub.
I'll tell you all about it while I smother you with hugs and kisses. You kids go on ahead and wait for me at home.
So long, farewell!
So long, farewell. Why did I stay behind? Because I want to give you all a reward for working so hard.
Why, you...
We don't want it. Just go away.
You're really bugging me.
By the way, I don't know where you got the idea that this killing game can be stopped. There's nothing a participant can do to end this killing game.
Yep.
No way. Nuh-uh. This game is gonna keep on going and going for a long time. During this, his ranting, Monokuma took out
Huh?
a flashback light. And he's just gonna force it on us. Grr.
What?
What did you just do?
What?
Is that a flashback light just now?
Could it be?
Is it broken? I don't feel like I remembered anything. This flashback light has a special effect. You'll remember. Soon enough. You'll remember that despair is the only choice you have. And that hope doesn't exist here at all. Hey, Darth. We've been going for a while, huh?
I went off Mr. Monokuma's wild ride.
Yeah, we wanna... We're pretty much just gonna end this as soon as this is done.
Do we want? Is Kiba okay? Like,
I don't know.
Like-
Man, I don't know if Kibo's okay.
okay.
He declared that this killing game would continue. He declared there is no hope. After all that, I honestly don't remember how we got back. It took all just to accept the reality that Kaito was gone. Not just Kaito, Kokichi too. Someone we all trusted. Someone none of us trusted. We lost them both. But it wasn't all for nothing. Because we're drawing ever closer to discovering the true mastermind. Oh. The killing game will never end. Never, ever. As long as I'm around, it'll never end. It'll repeat over and over and over. Why would I let something this fun ever end? I want to have even more fun. As long as it's fun.
The movie.
we have to keep doing it. That's just simple supply and demand. And there's the Junko boo-hoo-hoo-hoo.
Yay!
Such despair.
Such despair. The Junko. Later that night, I found myself standing in that one spot in the courtyard. The place where Kaito and I would train together. My heart felt crushed. All the loss and guilt and helplessness sinking in my chest. But still I stood there.
Well,
What are you doing?
Let him vibe.
Maki,
hey,
so you came too.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
Maki, I'm sorry.
what?
For what?
Uh,
I was the one who drove Kaito in a corner. Just like Kaide. I ended up betraying everyone important to me. It's all my fault.
Well,
Are you feeling lonely?
huh?
Pet.
Sorry.
Are you lonely now that Kaito is gone?
Okay.
Yeah, lonely. I feel so lonely and so sad I don't know what to do. The only reason I'm still alive right now is because of Kaito. If he hadn't been my friend, I would be.
that's right.
Me too. I can't remember the last time I ever cried that hard. I wonder how long it's been.
Okay.
But I won't cry anymore. I'm sad, but I'm grateful to Kaito.
Huh?
Grateful?
Okay.
Yeah, I want to tell him that, rather than being sad or lonely. I'm grateful to him. That's why I won't cry anymore. I'm not going to wallow in pity. I want to show him how much I appreciate all the things he did.
You're right.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess it's the same for me. I want to show my appreciation too. I'm sure that our friends who passed on don't want to see us miserable. Thanks. Yeah. So you guys were here after all.
Yeah.
Just like I thought.
Jeez.
I knew you guys would be here because I cast a spell to find you. Samugi, Himiko. If you don't mind, can we join you in your training? Oh. Huh? I'll train you all from the ground up so we can end this killing game together.
Huh?
We're going to end this together.
Yeah.
Himiko and I promised Kaito.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna do what we promised and work together to end this killing game.
All right.
We can't afford to lose to despair.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Monokuma said that there's no hope anywhere. But he's wrong. There is hope. My friends are my hope. My friends are my power!
Holy shit! Is that Sora, Kingdom Hearts? Soriichi?
Soriichi. My friend. I had to when I saw that.
Also, look at poor fucking Himiko. Do you want the clean version of this?
Probably.
I'll grab it and put it in the server.
My friends are my hope. They all gave us their hope too. That's why I'm going to live. I want to live for everyone who died. Despair cannot defeat me. I will hold on and survive no matter what. Thank you, Kaito.
Let your sweat wash away all your sadness, fear, worry, and hardships. Just start moving your body and your pain will become memories before you know it.
Then you should train too.
Mugi definitely does not have a playing chest, though.
Nope.
Cause, I mean, I'm Kaito Momota, luminary of the stars.
Hey! No fair, Kaito.
Boom. That one line, though, was probably worth the freaking pain.
Just...
That
just
one
for him
line.
My friends are my power.
That was worth it. Chapter 5 was all worth it because of that one freaking line.
Also because we got to see Mugi's big hoboinkas.
What happened to Kibo? Do you know where he went?
Huh?
Kibo? I don't know. What is that guy off doing? I don't think a robot really needs any training.
But
The rest of us are here. I kinda wish he came too. Who knows?
I think without his little antenna, he's going haywire.
Too quiet. And yet, this silence is quite refreshing.
Silence is quite refreshing. Oh, what's
I
that?
used to hear my inner voice with perfect clarity.
Oh, the antenna was his inner voice.
It would fill me with the power of hope, guide me along the right path. I can't.
Do you have any theory? He has a missile
All I hear
array?
now is silence.
Yep,
That silence means my will is now my own.
that silence means that my will is now my own. He is free.
Who do you think the inner voice actually was, Latna? If it was connected to as a Hoge?
I don't know. Even despair is all we have to choose.
Hope no longer exists. I will never give in to despair.
He will never give in to despair.
He is the ultimate hope.
I will end this. No matter what, I
Robot.
will force this
Ultimate
to
hope robot.
This
Hope
school,
bot, if
this
you will.
ultimate academy for gifted juveniles, is steeped in despair.
Oh, transformation! Oh,
Holy shit,
Oh.
3D!
oh, 3D.
He's fucking,
I will
he's
destroy
fucking
it.
armed and dangerous.
That
He's
that
packing heat.
his antenna was holding him back. He is now unleashed.
Oh no.
5 left.
Let's just save and go.
Yeah.
Galactic Jacket. Well, that nightmare's finally over.
Yay.
So how was the worst trial in Danganronpa V3?
I'm not. I still don't believe Kokichi's bullshit, so. I'm just gonna freaking get to the main menu already saved.
Yeah, I saw.
Stretchy.
Good thing you did the Oh fuck, my phone's dying. I need to plug that in.
Well, I got all the back routes done, so
No need to redo fucking trials.
other than getting monies.
Yeah, but you aren't gonna redo trial fucking 5 for nothing.
Yeah, no. No,
I think you would do trial 2.
probably. Maybe.
I mean, your other option is trial 1. Well, that's us, everybody. Good
Yep.
night.
Good night.
Well, that's all, folks.
We'll see y'all
Good night.
Monday to continue this.
I mean, she'll see you Monday.
Oh, yeah, I will.
I probably won't show up.
You don't want to deal with chapter 6.
I think chapter 6 is like, it's better written, but like, I don't think it achieves the highs of chapter 6 in DR2.
Right.
Bye.
Bye. Alright, well, we'll see y'all later. Bye-bye, Monday. Have a good weekend. Mwah. Bye-bye.